Han Ping, an international criminal police officer, was sacrificed while he was on a mission to capture an international terrorist organization. He was reincarnated, returning to 10 years at GO.to fulfill his duty and to uncover the true reason behind his death. Han Ping once again became an international criminal police officer. However, when he was conducting his first interrogation, a screen appeared before his eyes. Name: Han Ping. Occupation: International Police Officer. IQ: 108. Combat Skill: 85. Click to read more. Reasoning Skill: 55. Click to read more. Investigating Skill: 63. Click to read more. Technical Skill: 32. Click to read more. Special talent: none. On the other hand, light masses appeared around the criminal that you are interrogating dropped. Criminal Psychology *3, Method of Operation *5. Your investigating skill improved a little. The criminal that you caught dropped. Firearms Knowledge *6, Strength Fragment *3, Agility Fragment *5. Your combat skill improved a little. You failed your mission to interrogate a high IQ criminal. However, the other party dropped. IQ *1, Hacking Technique *5, Photographic Memory Fragment *2. You seem to have discovered a huge treasure. Chapter 1: Rebirth, Employment, Interrogation. Have I been reborn? Han Ning surveyed his surroundings. There was a simple single bed and an old desk. Apart from the usual home appliances, there was nothing else in the room. A police uniform was hung on the white wall. On the table was a notice for enrollment. Looking at the date, he realized that the notice was from 10 years ago when he was about to report to the headquarters that he had been reborn to the time when he had just begun his career as a detective. Han Ning couldn't help but recall. In his previous life, he had been a detective for 10 years and had handled more than 100 cases of various sizes. He could be considered an elite in the police force. Originally, his future was bright. However, when he was working on a case, he curiously found traces of a terrifying underground organization and accidentally got himself involved in the disputes of the underground world. That organization was the Butterfly Organization. They arrogantly interfered in the actions of the Interpol, casually changed their plans, wantonly slaughtered the police officers, and colluded with the officials. The Interpol had to sacrifice a lot of people on a secret mission just to capture a small leader. If they went all out to remove the entire terrorist organization, who knew how many more people would die? Han Ning did not dare to think further, because they had been betrayed by someone in the headquarters. The entire mission team had been wiped out. It was a full-out massacre. Only after interacting with the Butterfly Organization would one understand how terrifying it was. After all, it did get Han Ning killed. They could even easily control the Supreme Law Enforcement Department of Hong Kong. The sunlight outside the window shone on Han Ning, and his consciousness gradually returned. He looked firmly at the employment notice on the table and suppressed the fear in his heart. No matter how powerful the enemy was, the heavens had given him a new chance to return to 10 years at GO. No matter what the price was, Han Ning made up his mind this time to eliminate the higher UPS of the police station who had betrayed him back then and take down the entire Butterfly Organization. 7 days later, looking at his sunny and young self in the police uniform in the mirror, Han Ning nodded in satisfaction and went out to report to the headquarters. He went back to the familiar buildings, the familiar environment, and the familiar Interpol. He arrived at the Human Resources Department and saw the familiar name on the name tag at the door. Zhang Kanbang. Han Ning smiled slightly. This was his boss who had always taken care of him. He reached out and knocked on the door. The moment he entered, he gave a salute. Are you the new police officer, Han Ning? The stern middle-aged man sitting on the seat said in a dignified manner, Police Officer Zhang, Police Officer number 29527, Han Ning is here to report. Han Ning replied loudly, well, not bad. You're a handsome young man. Zhang Kanbang nodded with a satisfied expression. Han Ning smiled. It was a familiar feeling. You were assigned to Interpol's third group. He looked at his watch and frowned. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Sir, I'm late. I'm sorry. A valiant policewoman entered the room. Seeing the policewoman, Han Ning recalled that she was his senior sister in his third year of university. She was also the leader of the criminal police force, the leader of the 3rd Division of the Criminal Police Department. Wang Jing, pay attention. From today onwards, this newcomer known as Han Ning will be assigned to your team. The procedures have already been completed. Go ahead and bring him back to familiarize him with the environment first. Zheng Kanbang said to the two of them, yes. The two replied together. Before long, Han Ning was officially a member of the Hong Kong Interpol. All right, Junior, you don't have to be so reserved. It's good to see you again, Wang Jing said cheerfully. Yes, team leader, Han Ning replied with a smile, feeling that his senior sister was still taking care of him like in her previous life. Han Ning felt a sense of familiarity. Back in the police academy, whenever there were field training opportunities, Wang Jing liked to bring Han Ning along. Therefore, during his time in school, he had more field training opportunities than his classmates. Wang Jing brought Han Ning into the annex building. This familiar building reminded Han Ning of many memories from her previous life. After all, he had been in this building for 5 years and was very familiar with the locations of every department. All the colleagues in the team are out on a mission. I'll slowly introduce you to them in the future. When she returned to the Interpol office on the 6th floor, Wang Jing saw that there was no one in the seat. She had no choice but to postpone the introductions. Han Ning started his work officially. Other than familiarizing himself with his colleagues in the office, he spent most of his time reading through the information on the 3 sets of cases. As he read, he saw quite a few familiar cases. For example, the dismembered corpse case in the West Loop, the cross-border economic fraud case in the South Bay, and so on. Han Ning hadn't been assigned any work for the past few days, so he wasn't in a hurry. After all, employees were given a period of time to adapt. Han Ning, come with me. That morning, as soon as Han Ning went to work, he was dragged away by Wang Jing. What happened, team leader? Han Ning asked. The Commerce Crime Investigation Department sent a suspect. He's the general manager of South Bay Fishery and is currently locked in the interrogation room. He's also involved with a large-scale drug trafficking case. Wang Jing had a serious expression on her face. She had just been promoted to an inspector and had never taken the lead in any major cases like this. However, this case was a good opportunity for her. What? Why would the general manager of a fishing company be involved in drugs? Han Ning's expression was serious. Originally, we didn't know anything about it. It was this manager's underlings who exposed the drug trafficking industry behind his back. Right now, there's not enough manpower in the team, so you'll need to follow me to the interrogation room. Wang Jing suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Han Ning. Remember, this is an opportunity. Han Ning nodded and realized the severity of the matter. Then, he took his notebook and followed Wang Jing to the interrogation room. On the way there, Wang Jing briefly introduced the suspect's basic information. The suspect is Lu Chang and is known by others as Brother Chang. He's the middleman of this drug trafficking industry, Wang Jing explained slowly. The more Han Ning listened, the more familiar he felt. He had heard of this case in his previous life. It was a big case. On the first day he joined the team in his previous life, he heard that the team was involved in a large group of international drug traffickers led by someone called the Bodhisattva. After working on an economic disputes case. At that time, he did not participate in it. However, the case caused quite a commotion and news kept spreading. In the end, several colleagues and spies died. The clues also ended. After that, the entire Interpol spent 2 years before they finally found Bodhisattva's source of the drugs. It came from a village in Myanmar. Han Ning kept recalling the relevant information of this case in his mind. The two of them soon arrived at the door of the interrogation room. He pushed open the door and saw Lu Chang sitting calmly on a chair. Lu Chang was a good-looking man with gold-rimmed glasses. He looked calm and collected. Han Ning didn't care about the other party's behavior, however. When Wang Jing saw Lu Chang's fearless expression, she felt provoked and couldn't help but get angry. Read latest chapters at Wuxiao World site only. Name. Wang Jing said seriously. Lu Chang remained silent. Time passed bit by bit. Lu Chang's expression never changed. He sat calmly on the chair, only occasionally glancing across. He took off his glasses and wiped them on the corner of his shirt, looking relaxed. Wang Jing was furious when she saw this. Lu Chang, I advise you to take the initiative to explain yourself. If we find evidence of your drug trafficking, then you can spend the rest of your life in prison. Wang Jing's voice echoed in the interrogation room. Lu Chang looked up at Wang Jing and replied calmly, "Officer, I have nothing to say. I'm a good citizen." Wang Jing looked at him disdainfully. The anger in her heart was about to explode. A good citizen? Would a good citizen be reported for drug trafficking? Wang Jing continued to ask, "Officer, I'm a businessman. I don't even evade taxes. If someone reported me for drug trafficking, you should investigate him." "That's slander," Lu Chang retorted. "I'll find out whether it's slander or not. But you'd better tell me everything about your drug trafficking right now, Wang Jing said angrily. Officer, you will only be disappointed. I'm really a good citizen. I don't even dare to evade taxes. How would I dare to sell drugs? Lu Chang replied with a smile. Bang! Wang Jing slammed the table and stood up abruptly. A team leader, calm down. Take a seat first. Let me give it a try. Han Ning looked at his senior sister, who had lost her patience and quickly stopped her. Violent interrogation would only shorten one's career. Looking at Han Ning, who was still calm and collected, Wang Jing suppressed the anxiety in her heart and raised her hand to signal him to take over the interrogation. Lu Chang looked at the two of them and sneered. He was confident that no matter who it was, they still wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. After all, he knew that drug trafficking was much more serious than economic disputes. Han Ning took over the position of the main interrogator. He had just flipped through the dossier and compared it with the case analysis in his memory and was able to infer quite a lot of information. Lu Chang, male, 32 years old, in charge of South Bay Fishery. The main business is seafood import and trade exports. Your underling is now accusing you of being involved in drug trafficking. Sure, you deny this, but Han Ning paused. He then glanced at him nonchalantly and said casually, that doesn't mean you won't get convicted. Lu Chang was still calm. Lijiang New City, a high-end residential area with a value of more than 7 digits. Han Ning flipped the file to a certain page. According to your company's business report, it's impossible for you to afford it. Can you explain how the 7-digit deposit came about? He handed the file to Lu Chang with a smile and showed him the photo. According to the report, you have 6 escorts. Each of them has a luxury car worth about 2 million yuan under their name. We haven't even covered any of the fixed assets under your name. Can you explain the source of this money? Before he could explain, Han Ning continued to interrogate him. As Han Ning flipped through the dossier, Lu Chang's expression gradually turned serious. You'd better think about it. Are you going to tell me the truth and earn a lighter sentence, or are you going to be stubborn and end up with a heavier sentence? Han Ning saw the change in Lu Chang's expression and knew that his heart was wavering. Suddenly, Han Ning's eyes flashed, and 3 small balls of light emerged from Lu Chang's body. Yet he thought he was seeing things and subconsciously closed his eyes. When he opened it again, a transparent panel appeared in front of him. On it were his various attributes. Name, Han Ning. Job, Interpol Officer. Intelligence, 108. Combat, 85. Activate details, Inference, 55. Actual details, Investigation, 63. Activate the details, Technique, 32. Special talent, none. Han Ning was stunned. What was this? Immediately after, a set of information regarding the system appeared in his mind. To put it simply, the system displayed Han Ning's skills and various attributes in the form of data. In addition, the system would randomly drop attribute fragments in his daily life, and Han Ning would obtain the corresponding attributes after absorbing them. Han Ning stood up curiously. He held the file in his hand and slowly walked around the table. When he reached Lu Chang's side, the 3 balls of light pounced on him. You interrogated a criminal and obtained attributes. Criminal minds *3. You interrogated a criminal and received attributes. Interrogation *5. You interrogated a criminal and obtained attributes. Case analysis *5. Your deduction and investigative attributes, +1. Han Ning was stunned. His investigation attributes were being increased. The next moment, Han Ning unhesitatingly opened up the details of the investigation. Han Ning clicked on the details of the investigation attributes and saw a bunch of attributes appearing, like interrogation, case analysis, investigation, anti-investigation, and so on. He clicked on the details of each attribute and saw the various skills that he had learned. He could clearly see the situation of each of his skills. As the 3 balls of light entered his body, Han Ning saw the change in the numbers on the interface and finally understood the function of the system. Wang Jing looked at her junior brother, who was handling the suspect with ease, as if he had everything under control. Her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration. Lu Chang's face was deathly pale. He was struggling internally. He never thought that they knew that much about him. He thought that he had hidden those things well enough. Looking at Han Ning, who had been circling around him, Lu Chang's heart was in a mess. He was hesitating if he should confess. Wang Jing looked at her junior brother, who was walking around but not interrogating him. She was a little puzzled. She coughed lightly and reminded him to hurry up and get down to business. Han Ning received his senior sister's signal. He looked at Lu Chang, who was still unwilling to explain, and gave another fatal blow. According to the satellite positioning, your company is clearly in Port 3. But you have to make a big detour every day at work. Why did you specially make a detour to Port 9? Lu Chang was thunderstruck when he heard this. Wang Jing could tell from his expression that the port was an important clue. If you still don't tell us, we'll search port number 9 ourselves. If we find anything, you won't have anything to tell us then. Lu Chang broke out in a cold sweat. He never thought that his cautious route would be discovered. If he didn't explain now, he might even lose the chance to reduce his sentence. He quickly expressed his willingness to cooperate with the police officers. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. As long as you can help me get a chance to reduce my sentence, I'm willing to cooperate with you. Lu Chang's face was pale, clearly frightened quite badly. Then tell us. Wang Jing urged. Yes, 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 Lu Chang answered enthusiastically. The Bodhisattva organization has wide access to goods. I'm only providing them with a trading area to manage the South Bay warehouse. The delivery date and time are fixed. I never go to the delivery site, so I really don't know the identities of the lackeys. Lu Chang wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead as he spoke while Wang Jing quickly recorded the information. The delivery location is at Port 9 in South Bay Pier. The next delivery time. He paused and looked at Wang Jing and Han Ning. Tell me, when is the next time you will be handing over the goods? Wang Jing urged. Tell me, if we find out what you're telling us to be true, I will apply for a reduction in your sentence. Read latest chapters at Wuxiao World site. Only seeing Lu Chang's embarrassed expression, Han Ning reacted and promised, the next delivery is at midnight on the 14th. Lu Chang heaved a sigh of relief when he received an affirmative answer. He quickly revealed the time. Isn't that tonight? Wang Jing and Han Ning looked at each other in shock. He looked at his watch again. There were less than 12 hours left until the transaction. From Lu Chang, Han Ning learned that the next transaction was about to begin. Wang Jing immediately left the interrogation room and called her superior to report the situation. After obtaining permission, she arranged for the various departments to coordinate their countermeasures and arrange surveillance. She wanted to ensure that tonight's drug cleanup operation was foolproof. Han Ning, on the other hand, was left in the interrogation room by Wang Jing. She wanted him to find more clues from Lu Chang. After Wang Jing left the interrogation room, he did not continue the interrogation. Instead, he sat on the chair and studied his new system. His silence frightened Lu Chang. Detective. Officer. I've really told you everything I know, Lu Chang said with a sad face. His thoughts were interrupted, and Han Ning could only turn his attention to Lu Chang. However, Lu Chang didn't wait for Han Ning to ask any questions and started explaining himself. Oh, right. Officer Han, I remember something else. The person who delivered the goods to me. Everyone calls him the Arhat. He used to work at the South Bay Pier. Do you know this Arhat's real name? Han Ning asked. I'm not sure if it's true, but I heard that Arhat's real name was Chung Xing. He had been living in South Bay for more than 10 years. In the end, he was recruited by Bodhisattva to do a big business. At that time, the other gangsters were all extremely envious of him. Lu Chang forced a smile as he revealed the information about the Arhat. Oh, looks like you know quite a bit of information. Do you want to recall a bit more for me? Han Ning sneered. I heard that Bodhisattva has 9 Arhats under his command. Typically, Arhats who come to South Bay to trade are newly promoted. Is this true? I really don't know if it's true or not. I'm just a middleman, not an organization member. Lu Chang was on the verge of tears. Han Ning touched his chin and fell into deep thought. At night, South Bay Pier Port 3. Han Ning brought Lu Chang to his company. Wang Jing used Lu Chang's company as her police command center. All the employees have been dealt with, and the port staff have been evacuated secretly. Wang Jing paused. Han Ning was puzzled. Han Ning, I need you to sneak into Port 9 to pick up the goods tonight. Do you have any questions? Wang Jing looked at him seriously and said, no problem, team leader. I will get it done. Han Ning answered without hesitation, don't worry. The arrangements for the entire South Bay have been completed. Whether it's at sea or inside the harbor, we have already set up an inescapable net. Tonight, we will definitely capture the Arhat with this operation. Wang Jing said firmly, by the way, during the operation, you must remember to take care of your own safety, Wang Jing said before Han Ning could respond. Han Ning nodded. Midnight, Port 9. According to Lu Chang's recommendation, Han Ning disguised himself as a lackey leader who came to collect the goods. He blended in with the other drug dealers who came to collect the goods and carefully observed his surroundings. He stood at the edge and the drug dealers in the field gathered in groups of 2s and 3s to whisper. Everyone remained vigilant towards the unfamiliar Han Ning. No one took the initiative to talk to him. The drug traffickers present were all leaders with more lackeys. There were a total of 9 leaders, and each of them had many trusted aides. Han Ning, on the other hand, was alone. It was as if a vacuum had formed around him, making him very conspicuous. Not long after, the whistle of a freighter came from the dark sea far away. When the freighter reached the shore, a group of people walked down from the ship. The leader was the Arhat, followed by 6 armed subordinates. He was wearing a black windbreaker and an Arhat mask that covered his face. His footsteps were steady and strong, and his figure was tall and sturdy. It was obvious that he was a martial arts practitioner. After disembarking from the ship, he silently glanced at everyone present. Unsurprisingly, he saw Han Ning, who was out of place with everyone. As a newcomer, it was normal for him to receive his attention on his first meeting with the Arhat. "You're the newcomer recommended by Lu Chang, Han Ning?" The Arhat looked at Han Ning and asked in a low voice. Han Ning replied calmly, "I am." "Why have I never heard of someone like you before?" The Arhat questioned. "We're not in the same circle. It's normal that you haven't heard of me." Han Ning was neither humble nor arrogant. The Arhat's eyes beneath the mask looked angry. "You better be telling the truth." Han Ning didn't answer him. He looked into his eyes expressionlessly. After staring at each other for a long time, the Arhat snorted and looked away. He lifted his chin, indicating that his lackeys could start trading. Seeing that the drug dealers were about to start trading, Han Ning was waiting for an opportunity to strike. The transaction went on as usual, but the Arhat suddenly raised his hand to stop it. He stared intently at Han Ning. His behavior made Luo Han feel very strange. The Arhat didn't look like he wanted to do business with them at all. With that thought in mind, the Arhat quickly took out his gun and fired an empty shot in Han Ning's direction. Without another word, Han Ning's expression changed slightly. He turned around and questioned the Arhat, who was standing at the front. "What is this? You don't want to do business anymore?" Han Ning glared at him and questioned him. "Why are you so nervous? Doesn't anyone think the port is too quiet tonight?" The Arhat replied slowly. Han Ning's scalp tightened. He knew that the situation wasn't good. This fellow was too vigilant. Naturally, he reached out and tapped 3 times on the hidden earpiece rhythmically, indicating for Wang Jing to take action immediately. "Humph, I think you're just bullying me because I'm a new face. You're deliberately finding fault with me." Han Ning deliberately delayed. "Of course, we still have to do business. However, we have to differentiate whether the target is a human or a spy," the Arhat said. Han Ning was shocked. The burly man in front of her was not a simple brute. Even though he was born on the streets, he was a ruthless and meticulous person. It was no wonder that Bodhisattva took a fancy to him and took him away. "So, can you tell?" Han Ning gritted his teeth and asked. "Ha," the Arhat scoffed, "you don't look like you're here to do business. I think you're here to stir up trouble." The Arhat said angrily. The moment he finished speaking, the Arhat raised his gun, aimed, and fired at Han Ning. Han Ning reacted quickly. He had long heard the decisiveness in his words. He predicted the Arhat's movements and dodged towards the nearest container. The Arhat fired several times but missed. The police ambush was finally in place. A group of fully armed police officers rushed into Port 9. The two sides instantly engaged in a gunfight. The Arhat's face was grim. He already knew something was wrong, but he had expected the other party to be from an enemy gang. In the end, he did not expect Lu Chang to betray them and cooperate with the police. "Retreat first." The Arhat shouted at his 6 subordinates. The entire Port 9 was filled with sirens after the gunshot. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only Han Ning moved between the dense cargo boxes. He was confident in his skills and made use of the cover of the terrain to chase after the Arhat. The leaders were leading their trusted aides and resisting the police. The leaders had many underlings who were fleeing in all directions. When they rushed out of the encirclement, they were all caught by the police officers lying in ambush. The Arhat, who was standing at the port, took advantage of the chaos and retreated with his men, fleeing towards the cargo ship. Chapter 4: Shootout, Hunt, Tank Driving? "Boss, you retreat first," one of the Arhat's subordinates said as he looked at the concentrated firepower surrounding the port. "If we can get back this time, I will make arrangements for your family," the Arhat said solemnly as he looked at him. The lackey who was the first to speak nodded solemnly. He took the other 3 and rushed into the port. With the addition of 4 more people, the drug traffickers' counterattack gradually became more organized. Han Ning's target was clear. He chased after Luo Han, who was fleeing towards the cargo ship. He knew the principle of capturing the leader before capturing the lackeys. If he wanted to end the operation as soon as possible, he had to capture the Arhat. As Han Ning dodged the stray bullets, he dealt with all the lackeys around him. The attribute fragments along the way fell crazily. You have captured criminals. Obtained, firearm proficiency *6, comprehensive fighting *8, strength fragment *3, agility fragment *5, you have captured criminals. Received, anti-detection ability X3, investigative ability X3, Hawkeye fragment X5, you have captured criminals. Obtained, thievery *3, lockpicking *5, car repair technique *6, murder method *1, your combat attributes +2, investigative attributes +1, technical attributes +2, these falling fragments were all absorbed by Han Ning. His various values on the interface were increasing. Among them, there were also many strange criminal skill fragments which were absorbed by him. Depending on the strength and characteristics of the enemies he defeated, the system would drop different attribute fragments. Gradually understanding the situation, Han Ning moved towards the crowded area. Along the way, the more people he defeated, the more attribute fragments he picked up, and the stronger he became. At this moment, the Arhat was being protected by 2 trusted aides as he slowly retreated towards the port. The other 4 had already been successfully captured. The Arhat fired a few shots at the police officers from time to time, causing some damage each time. Although Han Ning was busy picking up the attribute fragments, he was also paying attention to the battle situation on the field. Wang Jing's orders came intermittently through the earpiece. As the gunshots were too loud, he could not hear clearly. Listen up, the port has been surrounded. You can't escape. Surrender now and stop causing more casualties. Suddenly, a loudspeaker sounded from outside the encirclement. It was Wang Jing's voice. Even if I die, I will drag this bunch of policemen down with me. Hearing Wang Jing's words from the loudspeaker, the Arhat, who was very close to the cargo ship, became extremely irritable. After saying that, he snatched the machine gun from the close aide beside him and started firing at the crowd without even looking. Han Ning rolled on the ground and hid in the bunker beside him. After a series of ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta, the entire port number 9 was filled with endless wailing. After a round of indiscriminate shooting, only a few people were left. Standing, Han Ning hid behind a bunker and looked at his injured comrades with rage. You dare to threaten us? That's not going to work. The Arhat tossed his empty rifle back into his aide's arms, then turned and hurried toward the cargo ship. Taking advantage of the fact that the Arhat's attention was only on escaping, Han Ning dashed towards him. As soon as he got close, Han Ning shot the guns in the hands of the 2 trusted aides. He stood in front of the Arhat. At night in the port, the sea breeze was blowing and mixed with the strong smell of the sea and blood, stimulating Han Ning's brain continuously. Before this, he had already picked up dozens of fragments and his skills had improved by leaps and bounds. Han Ning faced 3 drug dealers without guns, alone, without any fear. The 2 of them didn't waste any words and started fighting. Han Ning dodged the Arhat's punches and kicks and knocked out his 2 trusted aides first. You won't be able to escape. Han Ning stared into his eyes and said, TSK. The Arhat looked at him with disdain. Although he looked disdainful on the surface, after the short exchange, the Arhat finally took Han Ning seriously. At this moment, the Arhat didn't show it on his face. However, he no longer had any thoughts of fighting and only thought about how to escape successfully. Originally, he had placed all his hopes of escaping by sea. However, not long after the battle began, the naval officers blocked the escape route of the cargo ship in Port 9. Now, it was equally difficult for him to escape from the sea. The Arhat was furious and transferred all his anger to Han Ning. He didn't mind the Arhat's anger at all. He took the lead and attacked the Arhat. The mask on Arhat's face was removed during the fight, revealing his true appearance. He was a dark-skinned young man of about 28 to 29 years old, and his face looked especially violent. Han Ning, whose strength had greatly increased, subdued the Arhat after a few rounds of fighting. The Arhat, who had been cuffed and pinned to the ground, looked indignant and resentful. The Arhat was captured and the battle was coming to an end. None of the drug dealers could escape. Although the police had already made arrangements, they couldn't stop the drug dealers from fighting back. In the end, 8 police officers were seriously injured and 1 died on the spot. A total of 16 drug traffickers were arrested, including 1 middle-ranking member of the drug cartel, 6 of the Arhat trusted aides, 9 leaders, and many low-ranking lackeys. The result was great, but Han Ning was the one who benefited the most. His strength was completely different from before the operation began. After the battle ended, there would naturally be colleagues from the relevant departments to finish up the work. Wang Jing rushed to Han Ning's side immediately and checked his condition. She was relieved to find that there were no problems and only minor injuries. Young man, well done. Wang Jing patted Han Ning's shoulder and said with a smile, "It's all because team leader taught me well." Han Ning said happily, making a rare joke. Wang Jing rolled her eyes at him, and the two of them got into the police car together. Then, their colleagues from the Interpol brought the drug dealers back to the police station and interrogated them overnight. It was still that same narrow interrogation room, airtight and extremely oppressive at this time. The main interrogator was Han Ning. The Arhat sat opposite him. His face was still bruised from Han Ning's beating. He knew that he would not have a good ending after getting caught. He also hated Han Ning, who arrested him and brought him to justice. He did not cooperate during the entire interrogation. Name? I don't know. Age? Why do you care how old I am? Where are you from? If you're so capable, why don't you find out yourself? Do you have any family members? Our ancestors are all here. I'll bring you to meet them someday. The conversation between the two was as different as chalk and cheese. Han Ning remained unmoved and continued to ask about the Arhat's basic information. The other party was getting more and more impatient. During the process of the questioning, a large ball of light suddenly emerged from the Arhat's body. Han Ning's eyes lit up. He stood up and slowly paced around the interrogation table like a patient hunter, circling his prey. The Arhat sat on a chair, facing an expressionless Wang Jing. Beside him was Han Ning, who was circling around him. He gradually felt the pressure. After Han Ning absorbed the ball of light, he saw the change in Luo Han's expression and sat back down on his chair. He summoned the interface and realized that he had obtained a new skill. You interrogated a highly intelligent criminal and obtained tank driving basic *5. Read latest chapters at Wuxiao World site only. You have acquired new skill, tank driving basics. Han Ning was shocked and immediately thought of Bodhisattva and the drug cartel. This group of criminals could actually operate a tank. It was definitely not a simple drug cartel. At the very least, its armed forces were far beyond his imagination. Chapter 5, Interrogation. Bodhisattva. The interrogation room was silent. Han Ning was lost in his thoughts. Although he did not participate in Bodhisattva's case in his previous life, he had done some research on Bodhisattva's case file. One of the files on a core member of Bodhisattva named Smiling Lion Arhat left a deep impression on him. As for Chang Xing in front of him, all the signs of his actions were closely related to the information on the Smiling Lion Arhat. Han Ning narrowed his eyes and looked at Chang Xing. He was even more certain that the Chang Xing in front of him was the famous Smiling Lion Arhat of Bodhisattva. If his guess was correct, then as one of the 9 Arhats, Chang Xing definitely knew a lot about Bodhisattva's confidential information. Faced with Han Ning's scrutinizing gaze, Chang Xing's face remained unchanged as he looked at Han Ning calmly. The two of them looked at each other and the atmosphere became tense. Seconds later, Han Ning tapped his index finger on the table and suddenly spoke. Chang Xing, you're 29 years old this year. When you were 15 years old, you came to Hong Kong with your parents from the mainland. Due to your poor family background, you worked at the docks very early to support your family. As he spoke, he looked at Chang Xing and observed his expression. Chang Xing's calm face started to change. He seemed surprised, but he quickly calmed down and replied nonchalantly, "Sir, I don't know who you're talking about." His micro-expressions were fleeting. Ordinary people would not have noticed it, but Han Ning had been observing Chang Xing and noticed the change in his expression. Han Ning smiled and continued with ease. 3 years passed uneventfully. You chanced upon Bodhisattva for the first time on a summer day the year you were 18. You used your connections at the docks and your familiarity with the docks to help them transfer drugs. Because of this, you made a fortune. After getting the benefits, you can't stop yourself from joining Bodhisattva. Han Ning paused and tapped the table lightly with his index finger. He looked at Chang Xing with a cold smile and said slowly, "However, your family doesn't know about your drug trafficking." As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Xing's expression turned ugly. His expression was dark as he glared at Han Ning. His heart was in turmoil. Who exactly was this man? How did he know so much about him? Did he know anything about Bodhisattva? How much did he know? When Wang Jing saw the scene, she was extremely shocked. She quickly recorded it in her notebook. Tell me everything you know. Think more about your family, your hard-working parents, and your old grandmother. Han Ning sat on the chair and said calmly. Chang Xing had a conflicted expression. He remained silent for a long time and then slumped on the chair like a deflated ball. The ruthless expression on his face was replaced by a relaxed expression. So Chang Xing started his confession slowly. I really don't know anything about the Bodhisattva. Cheng Xing raised his head and looked directly at Han Ning. That's the truth. I don't even know who the 4 guardian deities and the other 8 arhats are. Han Ning frowned slightly, a little puzzled, but Cheng Xing's expression didn't look like he was lying. He just looked at him calmly. Then what do you know? Tell me everything, Han Ning said. Cheng Xing nodded and said slowly, from the moment he started his confession, Cheng Xing was like a ball of light manufacturing machine, constantly emitting all kinds of big and small balls of light from his body. Han Ning couldn't help but stand up and walk around the table. As he absorbed the strange light balls, he listened to him talk about Bodhisattva. You interrogated a criminal and received criminal minds *5, logical reasoning *6. You interrogated a criminal and received interrogation *5, anti-investigation *6. You interrogated a criminal and received firearm proficiency *5, Muay Thai 8. You interrogated a criminal and received car skills 5, boat driving *8, fishing *10, car repair *5, your combat attributes +3, investigative attributes +2, deduction attributes +3, technical attributes +4. Han Ning's attributes panel had increased compared to the first time he opened it. This meant that his overall strength was steadily rising. To be honest, I only know Bodhisattva a bit better than you do, Cheng Xing said frankly. From Cheng Xing's description, Han Ning and Wang Jing's understanding of Bodhisattva and this corporation gradually deepened. He had not been promoted to an arhat for long. He only knew that Bodhisattva had been roaming around Southeast Asia all year round. Everyone wore a full face mask every time the higher-ups gathered for a meeting. Perhaps the other senior higher-ups had seen the Bodhisattva before, but Cheng Xing and the 5 newly promoted arhats had never seen his true appearance. Bodhisattva had a wide range of drug trafficking routes. Other than Hong Kong, he was also involved in the drug industry around Southeast Asia. However, the largest cargo hold in Hong Kong was at the South Bay Pier. Speaking of his own organization, Cheng Xing still had some lingering fears. Even though he was part of the Bodhisattva organization, he was still afraid of its strength. Being wiped out in one fell swoop this time is a heavy blow even for Bodhisattva. Cheng Xing paused for a while and recalled something before bringing up another piece of news. There is another person who has a special status in the Bodhisattva organization. He knows everyone's identities well, and even the 4 guardian deities are very respectful to him. Who is he? Wang Jing asked anxiously. Cheng Xing shook his head. I've never seen him before. Everyone calls him the attendant. I only know that he has always been by Bodhisattva's side. He knows everyone's situation like the back of his hand. He takes care of most internal affairs like promoting and firing the members. Does he have any characteristics? Han Ning asked. Cheng Xing frowned as he tried and failed at recalling anything special about the attendant. After a while, he said, "Oh, he's not tall, but he's thin. Also, he rarely speaks. Even when he does speak, his voice sounds very strange. It's like a woman deliberately suppressing her voice to imitate a man's voice. It's very unpleasant to hear. In private, we used to make fun of the attendant and call him a eunuch." After hearing this, Han Ning had some thoughts in his mind. In the Bodhisattva case in his previous life, the attendant was never mentioned in the closing report. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only if what Cheng Xing said was true, then either the attendant was already dead when they caught Bodhisattva, or there was some special reason for the attendant to be hidden. According to Cheng Xing's description, the attendant was most likely a female. After Cheng Xing gave his instructions, the interrogation came to an end. Wang Jing and Han Ning looked at each other, their expressions not looking good. While Wang Jing and Han Ning were sorting out Cheng Xing's statement, Chief Superintendent Chen Ku of the Interpol arrived outside the interrogation room. He knocked on the glass and signaled Wang Jing and Han Ning to leave. Chapter 6, Transfer the Case? Interpol Group 3, officially assigned outside the interrogation room. Through the glass, they could still clearly see Cheng Xing sitting inside. Wang Jing was confused. She didn't know why her boss called them out at this time. Let me introduce you. This is Superintendent Wang from the Drug Investigation Department. I want you to hand over the Bodhisattva case to them for now. Superintendent Chen's face was calm as he pointed at Superintendent Wang beside him. Wang Jing was unhappy when she heard her boss's words. Boss, this Bodhisattva case was brought back by our Team 3 with all our might. Wang Jing sounded a little dissatisfied. It's all right. We are all police officers and belong to the same organization, after all. This is the decision of the higher-ups. Just do as you're told. Superintendent Chen interrupted Wang Jing. Seeing that the situation was irreversible, Wang Jing stopped arguing and stood aside with a sullen face. Old Chen, thank the Interpol for your help this time. After all, Bodhisattva is a large drug trafficking gang. It's more appropriate to hand it over to our drug investigation department. Superintendent Wang looked at Superintendent Chen with a smile and said sarcastically. Wang Jing was about to argue when Han Ning grabbed her from behind. Superintendent Chen didn't reveal anything from his expression, but nodded slightly. Han Ning knew what happened to the case after the drug investigation department took over. In his previous life, the drug investigation department spent a lot of time and sacrificed a lot of lives but had nothing to show for. In the end, they had to seek help from the other police departments and took joint action to uproot the Bodhisattva organization. It was a good thing for them to take over this tricky case now. After all, it would save them a lot of trouble for them to intervene after the drug investigation department finished collecting intelligence. Until the people from the drug investigation department took Cheng Xing away from the interrogation room, Wang Jing did not say anything else. After everyone left, Superintendent Chen reached out his hand and lightly tapped Wang Jing twice. In the end, he did not say anything to reprimand her. Boss, are we just going to let them take the case away? Wang Jing didn't say anything just now, but that didn't mean she had accepted the result. After all, Bodhisattva was an international drug trafficking gang, which was compatible with the Interpol's responsibility. Furthermore, her Team 3 had worked so hard for the entire day. They had risked their lives and braved the rain of bullets. In the end, they ended up benefiting others. How could Wang Jing not be angry? Superintendent Chen didn't feel good either, but this was an order from above. In the end, he just sighed and softened his tone as he spoke to Wang Jing and Han Ning. Come back to the office with me, all of you. Let's have a meeting while all the members of Team 3 are here. Young man, you did a good job. Superintendent Chen smiled and patted Han Ning on the shoulder before leaving the interrogation room. Interpol's Team 3 office. While everyone is here, let's have a small meeting. We can also welcome our new colleague from Team 3. Superintendent Chen smiled as he stood in front of the conference table. Han Ning, our new colleague of Interpol's Team 3, was the biggest contributor to this arrest. He looked at Han Ning and continued, he dealt with the drug dealers single-handedly and played a decisive role in the operation. The 12 members of Team 3 turned to look at Han Ning at the same time. They had sincere smiles on their faces and started clapping. Everyone saw Han Ning's performance and knew that if Han Ning had not held back the Arhat alone, the other party might have escaped her. From now on, we will all be colleagues in the Interpol. Everyone in Team 3 must help each other and let Han Ning integrate into our family as soon as possible. Han Ning, why don't you work with Wang Jing first? Superintendent Chen concluded at the end of the meeting. This time, Han Ning's life as a detective after his rebirth was finally on track. The handover of the Bodhisattva case included handing over Liu Chang, who was interrogated during the day, as well as the group of Arhats who were captured during the operation. Since then, Team 3's involvement with this case had come to an end. As for the future, Han Ning believed that it wouldn't be long before the Drug Investigation Department came to seek help. Superintendent Chen left after a few words. Clap, clap, clap. Wang Jing clapped her hands, signaling everyone to pay attention to her. Everyone already got to meet our new colleague, Han Ning, during the meeting just now, but he hasn't met you guys yet. Let's get to know each other while everyone is here. After saying that, Wang Jing pulled Han Ning out from behind. Han Ning looked at his familiar colleagues calmly. Han Ning, I'm Zhou Zhan, a technician from Team 3. I'm in charge of the evidence identification and field investigation. You were so cool tonight. Please take care of me in the future. When everyone was embarrassed to speak, the technician Zhou Zhan smiled brightly and introduced himself first. He looked like a bright and cheerful college student. Han Ning was infected by the smile on his face and smiled unconsciously. Hello, Han Ning. Please take care of me in the future, Han Ning replied, and me. I'm Zhang Ji. I'm responsible for intelligence gathering and cyber information management in Team 3. You're really good at fighting. If only I could be as good as you. The shy-looking Zhang Ji had black-framed glasses and a checkered shirt. Practice more and you will become stronger one day. Han Ning nodded and replied. Everyone was quite envious of Han Ning's skills. They praised and envied him, and Han Ning thanked them one by one with a smile. After everyone finished introducing themselves, the last person remained silent. Hello, I'm Jiang Cheng. I look forward to working with you. The shy girl standing at the edge only said her name and didn't say much. Her hands kept fidgeting under her clothes. Wang Jing walked to the girl and rubbed her head. Jiang Qing entered Team 3 half a year earlier than you, but she's younger than you. She's more shy, but she'll be different once she's familiar with you. She's usually mainly in charge of the paperwork and administrative duties in the group. After Wang Jing finished speaking, Han Ning nodded and extended a hand to the shy girl. He smiled kindly and said, "I'm Han Ning. Although you're younger than me, you joined the crew earlier than me. In a way, you're my senior. Please take care of me in the future." Zhang Qing looked at the large hand that stretched out before him. It was clean, slender, and tender. It didn't look like it was a fighter's hand at all. This pair of hands did not seem to belong to the same Han Ning who caught the drug dealer last night. Zhang Qing raised her head and glanced at Han Ning before shaking the other party's hand lightly. However, after shaking his hand, she retracted her hand immediately as though she had been electrocuted. Her face was bright red. Han Ning didn't mind and retracted his hand naturally. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only he took note of every colleague in Team 3. The police force was a place where teamwork was important. He had to remember what his colleagues were good at. Han Ning felt the atmosphere of the police force once again. He couldn't help but smile and feel warm in his heart. After getting to know each other, everyone dispersed and started working on their cases. For the time being, Wang Jing did not have any other cases to handle. Because Han Ning was assigned to work alongside her, he also didn't have anything to work on and could only stay in the office to relax. Chapter 7, Dossier, New Case, International Thief. Ever since the meeting that day, Han Ning had completely integrated into the Interpol's Team 3 and became familiar with the atmosphere. Zhang Qing's shyness seemed to only be directed at strangers. After spending some time together, her relationship with Han Ning had improved by leaps and bounds. It was no longer like the first time they met, where she didn't even dare to raise her head. "Brother Han, you've been so free recently. Aren't you bored reading these dossiers every day?" Zhang Chang leaned over Han Ning's seat and asked. "I don't think so. It's very interesting to look at the dossiers. There are many things you can learn," Han Ning answered without looking up. "No wonder boss and sister Jing said that you are a natural-born detective." Zhang Qing pursed her lips and mumbled, "Take a look at this case." Han Ning handed her some files. The contents of the dossier were about the international thief, the 100 transformations godly thief, stealing the Star of Africa. This international thief was indeed resourceful. He had taken action many times around the world but had never been found out. As for the case of the Star of Africa, it was an action that made this thief famous throughout the world overnight. The Star of Africa was stolen during its first display in an exhibition in Europe. At that time, no matter how hard the European Interpol investigated, they could not get any useful information about the 100 transformations godly thief. After the day it was stolen, the media reported that the police did find the Star of Africa but did not manage to locate the thief, so the case was dropped. However, there was news that the Star of Africa was going to be auctioned in the black market. After that, the Star of Africa did indeed appear at the auction venue. In short, between the diamond being auctioned and the diamond that the police found, people didn't know which diamond was the real Star of Africa. No one dared to jump to conclusions. Why is Brother Han so concerned about this case? Zhang Qing took a look at the title of the dossier and figured out which case Han Ning was looking at. After all, she was the one who had sorted out all the dossier for Team 3. "I'm not really concerned. I'm just a little curious. What kind of method did this 100 transformations godly thief use for him to leave no traces at all? Besides, don't you think this thief is very interesting?" Han Ning smiled and said. Zhang Qing was confused, not understanding what Han Ning meant. "If you read all the dossiers of this 100 transformations godly thief, you will find out that the authenticity of any treasure that has been stolen by him will soon become uncertain." Han Ning took the initiative to explain. The two of them enthusiastically discussed the case of this international thief in the office. Wang Jing hurriedly returned from the office of Chief of the Interpol and Superintendent Chen. "Han Ning, they've assigned you work. Come with me to the conference room for a meeting." Before he could see Wang Jing, he heard her voice coming from the corridor. "Little Qing, help me gather the other members who are able to rush back right now. This is a big case." Once Wang Jing entered the office, she gave the order and waved Han Ning away. An hour later, in the Team 3 conference room, members of the meeting included Team Leader Wang Jing, Technician Zhou Zhan, Information Specialist Zhang Ji, Note-taker Zhang Qing, and Han Ning. "Where are the others? Why are there only us?" Wang Jing looked at the 4 people sitting at the table and frowned. "Team Leader, the others are currently working on their cases and are busy," Zhang Qing explained. "Forget it. Let's have a meeting between ourselves first," Wang Jing said as she tapped her forehead. She cleared her throat and began to introduce the case. "On the 1st of next month, the West Loop Jayaside Auction House will hold a large-scale jewelry exhibition. At the end of the exhibition, a small auction will be held. The main purpose is to auction a gem named Mermaid's Tear. When Wang Jing said this, she couldn't help but be attracted by the gemstone in the photo that was emitting a strange glow. Jiang Qing, who was like a little girl, looked at the gemstone in the photo with an infatuated expression. Han Ning frowned. He knew about this gem. It was ranked third on the world gem list. It was said that this gem was extremely high in transparency, and it was rumored to have the same translucency as the tears of the merfolk, but this gem should have been lost 3 centuries ago. Where did it suddenly appear again? Moreover, in his previous life, until he died, Han Ning had never heard of the news of this gemstone reappearing. Han Ning was confused. Wang Jing didn't notice Han Ning's deep thoughts. She slowly spoke. There's news from the auction house that the internationally renowned thief 100 Transformations Godly Thief has his eyes on this gem. He also released news that he would definitely come to Jayaside Auction House on the 1st and steal the Mermaid's Tear in front of everyone. Wang Jing paused again. Han Ning was stunned. He had just finished discussing this great thief with Jiang Qing. How could it be so coincidental that the new case was related to this great thief? Their eyes met in the air and they were both shocked. To the members of the Interpol, this notorious international thief was a difficult existence to deal with. In the past, this thief had been traveling around Europe and America and had never appeared in Asia. Therefore, Wang Jing had only heard of the strange nature of this thief but had never actually come into contact with him. The person in charge of the auction house has requested help from the headquarters. He hopes that the police can help to protect this gem. At the very least, they cannot let the gem be stolen from their auction house. Wang Jing was suppressing her anger as she explained the situation. At that moment, the other 4 people present fell silent after hearing what Wang Jing said. Only the sound of Zhang Ji typing on the keyboard echoed in the office. Tell us your thoughts. Boss has already assigned us this case to our Team 3. We have to work hard and not mess up. If we get mocked by Team 1 and Team 2, Wang Jing's expression was a little gloomy. I'll kill you all. Zhang Ji and Zhou Zhan shuddered when they heard this. Only Han Ning and Jiang Qing did not understand what was going on. They did not understand the feud between Wang Jing and the other 2 groups. Team leader, look. This is the information I found on the Jayaside auction house. Zhang Ji found something and quickly projected the information on the computer onto the screen as he explained. The Jayaside auction house is an old auction house located in the center of the Western Loop. They have branches all over the world. They have strong economic power and a strong political background. They often hold high-level exhibitions and auctions. Most of the items they auction are top-notch rare treasures. Zhang Ji explained as he flipped through the information. However, this auction house has been going downhill for the past few years. It is constantly losing to its competitors. In order to maintain their reputation as the #1 auction house, they have gone to great lengths. The auction on the 1st will be their biggest activity in the past 2 years. It seems that they want to use this auction to announce to their opponents that they are still the #1 auction house in the world. Han Ning listened quietly to everyone's discussion. He was very curious about this great thief. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only the 100 Transformations Godly Thief had never been caught in his previous life. Although all parties were actively searching for traces of him, it was all in vain. His methods of theft were brilliant, and he was cautious when committing crimes. He would never leave any traces at the scene, and he only targeted the world's famous treasures. The Mermaid's Tear that was targeted this time had never appeared in Han Ning's previous life. Han Ning had no idea what the case was about. Chapter 8, at the auction site, Thief's Guild. Does anyone else have something to say? Wang Jing looked around at the people sitting around her. The atmosphere was a little depressing. I have a question. Han Ning came back to his senses. Go ahead. Wang Jing gestured for him to continue. The Mermaid's Tear has been lost for a long time, so why has it suddenly appeared again? Does it belong to a personal seller? Is this gem the real Mermaid's Tear? A lost gem? Everyone was shocked. Hearing Han Ning's question, everyone was confused. Yeah. Wang Jing nodded in approval. Han Ning's question has hit the nail on the head. According to the general manager of the auction house, the Mermaid's Tear belongs to one of their old clients. However, they are not willing to reveal to us who this client is. They only said that this person has a mysterious background. Wang Jing said with a serious expression, "Team leader, shouldn't we go to the auction house first and understand the situation before continuing our discussion?" Zhou Zhan was not good at case analysis. Every time there was a discussion about the case, he would get impatient. He was still best at on-site investigation. As long as there were any clues at the scene, it would not escape his eyes. Because of this pair of eyes that were good at finding clues, many colleagues in the criminal police department joked that he was the reincarnation of Erlang Shen. Once his heavenly eye was activated, nothing could escape his detection. "Yes, of course. Pick someone to go with you and gather more information," Wang Jing said. "Team leader, why don't you let me go?" Han Ning volunteered. He was very interested in this case. Wang Jing thought for a while and nodded. After the meeting ended, Han Ning followed Zhou Zhan to the head office of the Jiaside auction house located in the West Loop. Big corporations are really different. They really put on airs. Zhou Zhan and Han Ning waited in the resting area of the auction hall for an hour, but the person in charge still hadn't arrived. Zhou Zhan complained to Han Ning in a low voice, "Aren't these big capitalists all like this? It's quite normal." Han Ning calmly drank his tea. His expression was calm as he replied casually. Zhou Zhan looked at the calm Han Ning beside him. For a moment, he could not tell who was the senior. "I'm sorry, I was delayed by some company matters." Outside the resting area, a middle-aged man with combed-back hair walked quickly towards Han Ning and Zhou Zhan. He was dressed in a tailored suit and had a gold watch on his wrist. From his attire to his accessories, one could easily tell his wealth and status. Han Ning and Zhou Zhan stood up. "It's fine. Your company is a big company. It's understandable for you to be busy." Seeing that Zhou Zhan had no intention of speaking, Han Ning took the initiative to start the conversation. "Thank you for your understanding." "Oh, right. Let me introduce myself. I'm the general manager of this auction house. My surname is Jean and my name is Lin." When the middle-aged man spoke, his face carried a sense of superiority. After Jean Lin finished his introduction, the female secretary behind him handed a gilded business card to Han Ning. "Hello, Mr. Jean. We're from Interpol's Team 3. We're here to learn about the situation of the international burglary case. My surname is Han, and this is my colleague, Zhou." Han Ning introduced. "Little Han, Little Zhou." Jean Lin called out to the two of them, "Since our company is seeking help from the police, I hope the police will take it seriously. After all, we don't want you to catch the criminal. You just need to make sure that the gem doesn't get stolen here. The police from your headquarters should be able to ensure that, right?" Jean Lin narrowed his small eyes and said, "Of course." Han Ning agreed without hesitation. "That's good. If the Hong Kong police officers are as capable as Xiao Han, our citizens will have nothing to worry about." Then, the two of them followed Jean Lin around the auction house. Jean Lin was familiar with the terrain and their security. "Our security system is as sophisticated as the security system of a museum. It is impossible for anything to be stolen. In addition, there are professional security guards patrolling the entire auction house 24 hours a day, as well as 360-degree surveillance cameras. They are equipped with high-powered backup power sources that can work effectively in any unexpected situations. There are 4 sides of the auction house, and only one door to enter and exit. Other than that door, there's no other way to enter." Under the introduction of Jean Lin, they realized that the entire auction house was like a sealed jar, giving the thief absolutely no chance to take advantage. "Since your security is so strong, why did you still request assistance from the police? You don't believe us anyway." Along the way, Jean Lin's arrogant words and his disdain for the police provoked Zhou Zhan. Han Ning also thought that the other party's security system was very powerful. Unless the international thief, the 100 transformations godly thief, was an immortal, it was impossible for him to complete the theft without anyone knowing. Zhou Zhan's question made Jean Lin's complexion turn ugly. He felt offended. Han Ning agreed with Zhou Zhan and didn't apologize to Jean Lin. Seeing that it was getting late, Han Ning decided to leave. In order to maintain the bearing of a successful person, Jean Lin couldn't flare up at Zhou Zhan, so he could only endure his anger. After exchanging a few words of pleasantries, he was escorted out of the lobby by his secretary. Zhou Zhan grumbled as he walked out with Han Ning. As they walked, Han Ning accidentally bumped into a Caucasian man. "I'm sorry, are you alright?" Han Ning quickly apologized. It's okay €. The Caucasian man was about to get angry when he suddenly changed his voice to a whispered. It was only then that Han Ning realized that the other party was a foreigner. His figure was different from that of a typical burly Caucasian. The man in front of him was small and skinny, however. Han Ning felt that something was off. This was the intuition he had developed after 10 years of being a detective. In his eyes, the other party was like a wolf wearing a sheepskin, pretending to be harmless. However, the look of fear on the other party's face was very real. Han Ning couldn't tell if it was an illusion. Before Han Ning could say anything, the other party had already left the door. At this moment, a notification popped up from the system. You have obtained a new skill, Thief Skill, Vision Transfer X5. Your skill attributes have increased slightly. Han Ning was shocked. He quietly checked the attributes page. There was indeed a thief skill under the skill stats. He shifted his gaze. Something was definitely wrong with this Caucasian. His system would only drop attribute fragments when he came into contact with criminals or people related to the case. Zhou Zhan saw that Han Ning stood still after hitting someone and was thinking about something. Han Ning, what's wrong? Han Ning turned around to look at the Caucasian. There's something wrong with that person. Han Ning called Zhou Zhan in a low voice and went straight to the auction house's monitoring room. The two of them watched the Caucasian closely. They realized that his route was very strange, as if he was going back and forth according to a specific route. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only Zhou Zhan, who was initially puzzled, also noticed something wrong with the man after observing for a while. He started to observe carefully. His admiration for Han Ning deepened. Zhou Zhan realized that Han Ning had a keen sense for criminals and assumed that he was either experienced or naturally sensitive. 2 hours later, the white man finally left the auction house and their observations came to an end. Let's go back to the station and get Zhang Ji to investigate this white man. After Han Ning confirmed his guess, he immediately pulled Zhou Zhan back to the bureau to report the situation. Chapter 9: Follow the target and lock onto the great thief. In Team 3's conference room, after Zhang Ji received the news from Han Ning and Zhou Zhan, he started to investigate. While he was investigating, Wang Jing returned to her office. Han Ning reported to her about what he and Zhou Zhan discovered. Team leader, I'll let Han Ning tell you, Zhou Zhan said. Wang Jing looked at Han Ning and waited for his report. Zhou Zhan and I met a Caucasian in Jiaside. I felt that something was wrong with him. Han Ning organized his thoughts and shared his guess. He had a strange feeling about the Caucasian. Moreover, the Caucasian dropped a criminal skill, which meant that his feeling was probably correct. He's seen the entire route he took at the auction house. He doesn't look like he's there to see the exhibition. It's more like he's there to examine the surroundings. Han Ning paused for a moment and recalled carefully before speaking again. He doesn't stay in each position for long, but he carefully observes his surroundings every time. When Han Ning said this, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that his previous feeling wasn't wrong. Wang Jing had a serious look on her face as she fell into deep thought. The office fell into silence. At this moment, Zhang Ji, who was typing on his computer, suddenly exclaimed, "Quickly come and take a look at this." Everyone leaned towards his computer and looked at the screen. The page on the screen showed the information of the Caucasian that Han Ning sent back. The IT clearly showed his personal information. His real name was ROM.AS for the information registered by the Immigration Administration. The name was Macaulay. The two documents did not match at all. This man did not enter Hong Kong legally. Instead, he had used some illegal means to sneak in. In that case, regardless of whether this person was related to the 100 Transformations godly thief, he definitely had an ulterior motive. Brother Han, you're too amazing. Jiang Qing exclaimed. Everyone was shocked by Han Ning's impressive intuition. Now that Zhang Ji's information was out, Han Ning's judgment had been proven to be completely accurate. There was definitely something wrong with that Caucasian. Now that they had identified the suspect, the next step was to discuss countermeasures and formulate a new plan. If following this lead, they might be able to dig out the 100 Transformations godly thief who had been hiding behind the scenes. In Zhang Ji's information, he also found out the hotel that the white man Ron was staying at. After much discussion, they decided to let Han Ning and Wang Jing pretend to be a couple and sneak into the hotel to investigate. Team leader, why don't you let me give it a try? I want to help out too. Jiang Qing seemed to be very interested in this operation and looked eager to give it a try. Wang Jing thought that it might be better if two people of similar age pretended to be a couple, so she agreed. Han Ning, you have to protect Jiang Qing. She has never gone to the front line to carry out any missions. If there are any emergencies, she might not be able to handle them. Han Ning nodded and agreed. Jiang Qing was excited. Early in the morning, Han Ning brought Jiang Qing to the Libei Hotel where the white man Ram was staying. The two of them pretended to be a couple and waited in the lobby for a long time before he finally appeared. Han Ning knew that the other party knew how to weaken his presence, so Han Ning was on high alert. When Ram appeared, Han Ning spotted him immediately. The other party walked into the hotel from outside with a big bag of breakfast in his hand. It seemed like he went out to buy food. However, Han Ning was a little puzzled. Why did he buy so many things by himself? The amount seemed to be enough for 5 to 6 people. Jiang Qing, get ready. The target has appeared. Han Ning leaned closer to Jiang Qing and whispered, "To outsiders, they look like a couple whispering to each other. Brother Han, we're starting already? Where is the target? Why don't I see him?" Jiang Qing was caught off guard when Han Ning suddenly got close to her, and her face flushed unnaturally. "Right in front of us, the target is heading towards the elevator." Han Ning explained softly to Jiang Qing, but his eyes were glued to Ram. He knew that as long as he looked away, the other party would disappear into the environment. After Han Ning obtained the vision transfer skill from him, he tried to use it, but he failed in the end. The skill was very useful when investigating cases. Han Ning valued it very much. On the surface, Ram looked relaxed, but in reality, he had been vigilantly observing his surroundings. Therefore, Han Ning didn't dare to look at the other party too frequently. He maintained his current persona while bringing Jiang Qing closer to the elevator. The two of them successfully followed Ram up the elevator. Han Ning got off the elevator on the floor below Ram's floor so that he could put the tracking device in Ram's pocket. When he got off the elevator, after the two of them got off the elevator, Zhang Ji's voice came through the earpiece. He was constantly reporting the location of the target to Han Ning. The tracking device worked successfully. For a period of time, the police would be able to locate the other party accurately. Jiang Qing retreated after getting off the elevator while Han Ning chased after Ram from the stairs. Ram knocked on the door of 3 rooms on the 27th floor and left quickly after handing the breakfast to the people in the rooms. After entering the 3rd room, Ram never came out again. Han Ning confirmed the room numbers and sent them to Zhang Ji. After obtaining the information on the guests, Zhang Ji verified that the 4 men and 1 woman registered to those rooms were using fake identities. At this moment, Han Ning suddenly realized something. He started wondering if the 100 Transformations Godly Thief was hiding among these people. He even pondered if the 100 Transformations Godly Thief was not a single person but a team. Han Ning returned to the car full of questions. The target wouldn't be going out for a while, so the 3 of them split up after exchanging information. Only Han Ning and Zhang Ji remained in the car. In the afternoon, Zhang Ji and Han Ning, who had been waiting in the car, were feeling a little sleepy. At this moment, Ram came out the front door of the hotel. He took a taxi by the roadside and looked like he was headed towards the West Loop. Han Ning hurriedly drove to catch up. Sure enough, the taxi was parked on the street in front of the GSI. In order not to be discovered, Han Ning parked his car a little further away and started following him on foot. Meanwhile, Zhang Ji kept observing the other party's route on the car. Han Ning followed Luo Mu carefully. Just like yesterday, Ram walked around the auction house according to a fixed route. Ram kept walking until he arrived at the toilet around the corner. That spot was a blind spot and could not be captured by the surveillance camera. Ram met a man in an auction house cleaning uniform. The two of them conversed softly as if they were exchanging information. Han Ning could not eavesdrop on their conversation from a distance. They only conversed for a short time. Before they parted, the cleaner handed Ram a piece of paper. Without looking at it closely, Ram slipped it into his pocket and turned to leave. Han Ning, on the other hand, saw everything that happened. He left quickly before Ram came out of the bathroom. Han Ning was surprised. Based on the intelligence gathered so far, it seemed that the criminal gang that Ram was in had a clear division of labor and did not interfere with each other's work. Han Ning then passed the information to his companions. They had a perfect and well-developed plan of action. At this moment, Han Ning suddenly realized that these people were most likely that so-called international thief, and this 100 Transformations Godly Thief was just as he had thought. It was not a single person at all. It was a group of people. This was a group of organized, disciplined, and premeditated criminals. Chapter 10, The Tycoon Fushin Exhibition Day. Han Ning's guess was baseless. He still had no evidence to prove his speculation. He frowned and returned to the car with a dark expression. Han Ning, why did you come out? Isn't Ram still inside? Zhang Ji, who had been staring at the monitor, was attracted by Han Ning's early return. I've already done the most important part. That person is very vigilant. We can't follow him for too long or else we will be discovered, Han Ning replied. Did you see something just now? Zhang Ji looked at the troubled Han Ning and asked. Han Ning didn't know how to explain his guess, so he simply shook his head and didn't tell Zhang Ji. The 100 Transformations Godly Thief had always been a highly intelligent criminal in people's hearts. No one had ever mentioned that the 100 Transformations Godly Thief was a group of people. Han Ning decided to wait for a few more days and find more evidence. Then, he would tell everyone about his idea. Seeing that Han Ning didn't want to talk about it, Zhang Ji didn't probe further. In the conference room of Interpol, Team 3 held their third West Loop Jayaside auction house, Mermaid's Tear Gem case analysis meeting. Just discuss it normally. Don't mind me. When Superintendent Chen heard that Team 3 was holding a case analysis meeting today, he came over to listen since he had time. The other members of Team 3 were all a little nervous. Usually, it was fine when everyone was having a meeting, but now, since their boss was also here to listen, Han Ning, on the other hand, didn't seem to have changed at all. He was as relaxed as he usually was during meetings. Let's begin. Zhou, we will start with you, Wang Jing said. Zhou was a little nervous as the big boss was sitting by the side, but he was still very serious when he talked about work. In the past week, we have relied on the Caucasian man known as Ram to monitor these 5 smuggled criminals closely. Zhou said as he flipped through the slides. We discovered that Ram was like a brain in this group. He was responsible for coordinating the actions of others. He's in charge of the progress of the entire plan. He ensures that all parts of the plan will work in an orderly manner. Zhou's report wasn't long. It was more of a summary of all the information that was gathered for Superintendent Chen the past few days. Jiang Qing was still busy taking down notes for the meeting. Let me add something, Zhang Ji suddenly said. 2 days ago, Han Ning and I noticed something when we were spying on them. Originally, Ram would go to the auction house every other day to exchange information with another partner. However, he didn't go to the auction house yesterday. Instead, he went to the house of the owner of Golden Fortune Jewelry, Fu Xin. Zhang Ji's news surprised everyone present. No one expected a group of criminals to be in contact with a well-known entrepreneur in the city. After that, Han Ning asked me to investigate Fu Xin's background, so I did. Zhang Ji looked at Han Ning with admiration written all over his face. This Fu Xin might be as clean as a piece of paper, but he relied on smuggling to make a name for himself. However, no one in Hong Kong dares to bring that up. I also found out that he's very passionate about collecting antiques and jewelry. Most of the things he has are not from official sources. Zhang Ji's supplementary information made everyone fall into deep thought. The entire conference room was silent. Other than Jiang Qing, who was still taking down notes, everyone was a little confused. This meeting was the last case analysis meeting before the day of the exhibition. The following operations after that will revolve around capturing the criminals. Han Ning also shared his recent speculation. Team leader, I have a bold guess. As Han Ning spoke, everyone looked at him. I already had my suspicions the first day we followed him at the hotel. Unfortunately, I didn't have any evidence. Han Ning looked at Wang Jing. No one has seen the 100 Transformations Godly Thief before. This fact alone makes it possible for us to question whether this thief is even a person. Everyone fell into deep thought after hearing that the 100 Transformations Godly Thief was not a single person, but a group of people. According to recent investigations and tracking, Han Ning had basically confirmed his guess. I'm certain that Ram's crime organization is the international big thief, the 100 Transformations Godly Thief. What? Wang Jing's first reaction after hearing this was disbelief. After all, the image of the 100 Transformations Godly Thief being a person had been formed in everyone's mind for so many years. The others were equally shocked, including Superintendent Chen, who was listening. Han Ning didn't explain further. Instead, he continued. After a week of tracking, Han Ning felt that he had a deep understanding of this so-called international thief. He guessed that the thief was not a single person but an organization. This group of people met at the auction house and exchanged information. They also came into contact with a tycoon who was likely to be the buyer. Han Ning guessed that the cleaner at the auction house was probably secretly stealing information about the auction house. On the day Ram went to meet Fu Xin, the observant Zhou noticed that a woman from Ram's group had sneaked into the main auction hall to work. This team was quite skilled in coordinating with each other. No one else said anything in the conference room after Han Ning started his report. Everyone was convinced by Han Ning's speculation. At the end of the meeting, Superintendent Chen generously praised Han Ning. He was completely assured of this newcomer's abilities. No matter what case Han Ning was involved in, he would always make great contributions. On the day of the exhibition, Han Ning, Zhou, and Zhang Ji were hiding in their car. After all, there was only one entrance to Jayaside. Wang Jing brought Jiang Qing, who entered the auction hall disguised as the female partner of a participant. To protect the Mermaid's Tear, the auction had just started. A cleaning cart passed their car and turned into a small alley on the left. Unfortunately, Han Ning failed to notice the car from the start. Zhou Zhan and Zhang Ji saw it, but they didn't take it to heart until a white noise suddenly came from the earpiece in the car. After a while, Jiang Qing's anxious voice sounded to Brother Han, "There was a sudden blackout at the venue about 30 seconds ago. Sister Jing asked me to ask if there were any abnormalities outside?" Han Ning was stunned when he heard that. He felt that the other party had already sneaked in and was taking action. The three people in the car looked at each other. After thinking for a while, Zhou Zhan suddenly slapped his thigh. "Oh no, it was that cleaning truck." Zhang Ji also came to a realization. Han Ning thought for a while and immediately thought of something. He quickly replied to Jiang Qing on the other end of the headset, "Those thieves are already on the move. I'll chase after them and take a look. Zhou Zhan and Zhang Ji will be guarding outside." After that, Han Ning left the car and ran towards the alley on the left. Sure enough, he saw a cleaning cart in the alley, but there was no one next to it. Beside it was the outer wall of the auction house. The shortest window was about 3 meters from the ground. Although there was no suitable place to climb, it seemed that the thieves had entered from here. Han Ning didn't have time to think. He quickly climbed up the wall with his bare hands and kicked with his legs, successfully hanging onto the window ledge. Han Ning entered the corridor and observed his surroundings carefully. The thieves were indeed professional. There were no useful clues left at the scene. Han Ning thought for a while. After identifying the direction, he walked straight to the exhibition room where the mermaid's tear was stored. Chapter 11, Mermaid's Tear disappeared. Captured on the spot, Han Ning tracked the thieves all the way to the exhibition room. At this moment, there was already a cordon outside the exhibition room. Wang Jing and Jiang Qing were both inside. When Han Ning saw this scene, he thought that it was not good. It seemed like he had let those thieves have their way. The previously arrogant Jin Lin was now reprimanding a tall man. The strong man did not even dare to raise his head after being reprimanded by Jin Lin, due to the theft of Mermaid's Tear in the exhibition room and the fact that the electricity in the auction hall had been cut off for 30 seconds. Everyone could guess that this had something to do with the 100 Transformations Godly Thief team leader. Han Ning shouted outside the cordon. After receiving a response, he successfully entered the cordon area. "How is it? Did you find anything outside?" Wang Jing asked softly. The two people who were originally in the auction house must have done something. The 5 of them were probably well coordinated for the theft to be completed so quickly. "I just walked along the route they came from, and there were no traces at all." Han Ning said calmly. He had been prepared for the worst ever since he learned that the cleaning truck had entered the alley. The reason why the 100 Transformations Godly Thief had not been caught for so many years was mainly because of everyone's cognitive biases and the thieves' professionalism. While Han Ning and Wang Jing were still discussing the case, Jin Lin, who was done scolding, walked over angrily. "Are you Interpol useless? You can't even do something so simple. Why should we even waste taxpayers' money on you? Mr. Jin, please watch your words. If you have any complaints about our work, the headquarters opinion box is there for you to make a complaint. However, you are not allowed to insult the police officers for no reason. Please keep this in mind." Han Ning's gaze was cold as he quietly looked at the man who was cursing without restraint. He did not say anything heavy, but Jin Lin felt pressured from his gaze. After being stared at for a long time, Jin Lin finally lost in his imposing manner. He shifted his gaze away and kept mumbling something. Wang Jing was amazed once again. Han Ning was not like a newbie when it came to dealing with disputes. He was more like an old detective who had worked for many years. It seemed like he had his own set of principles when it came to handling matters. After sending Jin Lin away, Han Ning and Wang Jing continued to search for useful clues. However, at this moment, Ram's team followed the original plan and completed their theft. With the help of the cleaners, the 5 of them changed into bright and beautiful formal clothes and sneaked into the venue of the party. Everyone at the party was a tycoon from Hong Kong. The auction for Mermaid's Tear would begin soon, but none of them knew that Mermaid's Tear had been stolen. Han Ning and the other 2 didn't find any useful clues in the heavily guarded storage room, but Han Ning felt like he had already deduced how they did it. Han Ning, we're running out of time. The party is about to end because of the theft of the Mermaid's Tear. Those Fivia Euro. Wang Jing suddenly interrupted her thoughts. "Team leader, we still haven't found any conclusive clues." Han Ning frowned and shook his head. "However, if you trust me, let's arrest them first. We will definitely be able to obtain evidence after conducting the tests." Han Ning looked at Wang Jing and said firmly. Wang Jing had a conflicted expression on her face. She was afraid that she would alert the enemy, but at the same time, she was worried that she would miss a good opportunity. However, she was also a decisive person. Without much hesitation, she gritted her teeth and agreed to Han Ning's plan to capture them first. Remember, we only have 24 hours at most. It might be even less, Wang Jing added sullenly. After getting permission to arrest them, Han Ning, Zhou Zhan and Zhang Ji met at the gate. The three of them brought 4 police officers and stood outside the auction house. Once the 5 of them came out, they would immediately take them back to the police station. The moment they were surrounded by the police, everyone else had a certain amount of fear on their faces. Only Ram's expression remained unchanged as he got into the car in the interrogation room. Ram looked calm, his face still puzzled. He didn't even know when the police started targeting the 5 of them. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that he was brought back to the police station as soon as he left the auction house? Han Ning narrowed his eyes and looked at Ram, who was frowning. Should I call you Mr. Ram, or the 100 Transformations Godly Thief? As soon as Han Ning finished speaking, Ram's facial muscles twitched, but he quickly calmed down. Ram looked up and said, Mr. Policeman, I don't know what you're talking about, but please give me a reason why you brought me and my friends to the police station. Han Ning smiled without saying anything. He looked at Ram, who was still acting in front of him and was not in a hurry to continue interrogating him. On the other hand, Jiang Qing, who was taking notes at the side, looked at Han Ning's skillful manner with eyes full of admiration. Han Ning and Ram stared at each other for a long time. Eventually, Ram couldn't help but sigh. Officer, even if we smuggled in illegally, we haven't done anything else that was wrong. At most, you can only deport us. Han Ning nodded in agreement. The other party was indeed a highly intelligent criminal who knew about the severity of different crimes. Because Ram's team was brought back to the headquarters as soon as they left the venue, Han Ning believed that Mermaid's Tear was either with them or left at the auction house. As long as the item was found among them, they would not be able to deny it. Han Ning was impatient and continued to beat around the bush. They did not have much time. It was best for him to cut the Gordy and not enforce the other party to submit quickly. Han Ning looked up and stared into Ram's eyes as he started to narrate. 100 Transformations Godly Thief has been misunderstood from the very beginning. He is not a person at all, but a team. Han Ning stared into Ram's eyes, not letting go of any of his expressions. For the theft of the Mermaid's Tear this time, the 100 Transformations Godly Thief had already prepared in advance. They even went back and forth to the auction house to perfect their plan. Following Han Ning's explanation, Jiang Qing was completely dumbfounded. She had never thought that this case would be so complicated. First, the thieves disguised themselves as cleaners and secretly investigated the structure and security of the auction house. After knowing that there were many mechanisms in Mermaid's Tear's storage room, they arranged for another team member to work in the exhibition hall and cooperate with his companions outside to complete the power outage. After all, the auction house would need to take about 30 seconds to activate the backup power. During those 30 seconds, the traps and surveillance in the exhibition hall would be completely ineffective. No matter what the thieves did, they would not be discovered. After hearing Han Ning's story, Ram was shocked. He didn't expect Han Ning to be able to recount their complicated plan based on the information he had gathered recently. However, no matter how right Han Ning was and how surprised Ram was, it was impossible for Ram to admit it. Ram still hid his expression well. Ram's opponent this time was the most difficult one he had ever encountered since his debut. Chapter 12, High IQ Confrontation, Waiting for the Right Opportunity. After listening to everything Han Ning said, Ram simply smiled and shook his head. Officer, your analysis was quite brilliant. Your mind impresses me, but all this analysis was just your guess. As Ram retorted, the smile on his face became more obvious. It doesn't even make sense for you to accuse me of being the 100 Transformations Godly Thief. First of all, my friends and I were attending the cocktail party the entire night. There wasn't any time for us to commit the crime. Also, we don't have the Mermaid's Tear with us. Ram leaned back in his chair, pleased with himself. He seemed to be able to tell that Han Ning was helpless against him. Han Ning was about to continue questioning when he heard a knock on the door. The person who knocked seemed to be in a hurry and the interrogation was interrupted. Jiang Qing got up and opened the door. The police officer who came to pass the message told her in a low voice, "What? Mermaid's Tear was found in the manager's food box in the auction house?" The two people in the interrogation heard Jiang Qing's exclamation, shocked. Han Ning turned to look at Ram. Ram shrugged innocently. It was as if he was mocking Han Ning. See, I told you that although your mind is very impressive, you still can't do anything to me. Han Ning clenched his fists as he tried to think of a solution. Right at this moment, the shock on his face had yet to subside. Wang Jing came to the door of the interrogation room, pulled Han Ning aside and whispered in his ear, "There's an order from the higher-ups. If we don't have any evidence, we have to release them immediately. After all, the other party is an international figure. We can't go overboard. Otherwise, the impact will be bad." Han Ning frowned. The situation was beyond his expectations. Ram, this highly intelligent criminal, was even more difficult to deal with than the Arhat Chengxing. Even if Han Ning knew that all of this was the other party's scheme, he just couldn't find any evidence to confirm his guess. "Let them go first," Han Ning said helplessly to Jiang Cheng. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, "You failed to interrogate a highly intelligent criminal." The criminal dropped criminal study *6. Your technical attributes have increased slightly. You played mind games with a highly intelligent criminal, +1 IQ. Han Ning was not surprised. After all, he knew for a fact that Ram was a criminal. Ram and his friends were released simultaneously. After finishing the procedures, Ram walked towards Han Ning with a refined smile. As he walked past Han Ning, Ram could not help but whisper, "Officer Han, you should learn to differentiate confidence and arrogance." Han Ning looked serious. He was sure that his deduction was correct. Ram must have done something in a place he didn't know about for things to turn out like this. Seeing the ugly expression on Han Ning's face, Ram chuckled and left the headquarters with his friends. Jiang Qing angrily clenched his fists and complained to Brother Han, "This pest is too much. How dare he provoke you? Humph, this refined scum." Zhou Zhan and Zhang Ji were equally displeased. Han Ning was also very angry, but he knew that it was useless to be angry now. Anger only made people lose their minds. The fact that Ram said what he said to Han Ning before he left was enough proof that there was something very wrong with him. "Stop looking and come to the conference room." Wang Jing pulled a long face and called everyone in the corridor away to in the conference room. The team for the case at the Jiaside auction house had another meeting. However, this time, everyone's expression was lifeless, their faces full of dejection. In the conference room, Jiang Cheng and the other two were depressed. They were unwilling to let Ram and the others leave so easily. Han Ning remained silent and pondered quietly. "Han Ning, tell me what you think. After all, you have had the most contact with Ram in this case." Seeing that everyone was still in low spirits, Wang Jing placed her hopeful gaze on Han Ning. "I'm sure we didn't catch the wrong people. We just missed something. If not, they wouldn't have been able to escape." Han Ning thought for a while and said. Wang Jing nodded. She had seen the records of Han Ning's interrogation, and everyone knew how he reviewed the entire case. "Team leader, I have a request. I want to go to the tycoon Fu Xian's house and wait." Han Ning suddenly thought of the tycoon who had contacted Ram before. Ram teams would definitely make another move before leaving. They had already been monitored by customs, so they couldn't find another buyer. If they wanted to end things quickly, they had to find someone they were familiar with to sell their goods. Wang Jing looked at Han Ning's affirmative expression and thought about it seriously. She felt that it was a good idea. "Han Ning, it's already the third day today. Do you think that Ram and the others haven't been able to find a chance to come out?" Zhang Ji and Han Ning had been guarding the vicinity of Fushin's house. The tracker that they had placed on Ram had completely lost its effect. They had lost the means to track Ram after waiting for 3 days. Han Ning began to wonder if his plan had gone wrong. During these 3 days, Han Ning had been reviewing Ram's team's methods. After comparing the statements of others, Han Ning finally found evidence that he had missed in the team of the 100 Transformations Godly Thief. There was a middle-aged man who had been carrying a camera. He took a lot of photos that day. Hence, when Zhang Ji checked this middle-aged man's camera, he found something interesting among all the event photos. There was also a photo that coincidentally captured Ram and a tycoon who was wearing a watch. The time shown on the watch was exactly the time when the mermaid's tear had been stolen. Just like this, the 5 of them formed a perfect alibi. It was also because of this clear photo that the police could not convict them. Han Ning speculated that the photo must have been taken on purpose. Also, before the photo was taken, Ram must have also secretly adjusted the watch in the tycoon's hand to match the time of their crime. However, what puzzled Han Ning the most about this case was the final result. Ram and the rest had tried their best to successfully pull off this theft. Why did they not take the gem away but left it at the venue? The gem in the manager's lunchbox had been appraised and confirmed to be the mermaid's tear. Han Ning was puzzled. At this moment, a man walked into Fu Xian's villa. Han Ning recognized that it was Ram immediately. Zhang Ji's face was filled with excitement, and Han Ning's expression relaxed a little. His speculation was right. Han Ning, who had infiltrated Fu Xian's villa ahead of time and installed a listening device, confirmed that Ram was the one who had come. He immediately turned on the listening device and recorded their conversation. Zhang Ji's expression became more and more shocked as he listened. Han Ning, on the other hand, was enlightened. He completely understood that the identity of this 100 transformations godly thief was indeed just a cover. An hour later, Ram emerged from the villa, wrapped tightly. Han Ning walked over and smiled. "Mr. Ram, please come back to the headquarters with us. Your friends are already waiting for you in the interrogation room." Ram's face was dark. Chapter 13, Getting Caught, Attributes Increased, Outstanding Commendation. Ram never thought that this police officer would be so insistent that he kept tracking him. They had clearly reached the last step of their plan and were about to get away scot-free like the previous few times, but at this very last moment, they messed up. For the police to appear here, it meant that they must have obtained concrete evidence and were waiting for him to appear here. Ram pulled down the mask that was covering his face and snorted coldly. Without explaining anything, he got into Han Ning's car in the interrogation room of the headquarters. "I am glad to see you again here, my dear Mr. Ram," said Han Ning, who now looked very relieved. Ram looked at him with a gloomy face. He was no longer relaxed and indifferent. It was the same interrogation room from the last time. 3 days apart, the three of them sat at this table again. You don't have to worry too much, Mr. Ram. Your friends are all in the room next door with you," Han Ning teased. Ram's face darkened when he heard Han Ning's teasing. "By the way, do you have something you want to say before I start talking?" Han Ning asked with a smile. Luo Mu's face was cold and he didn't want to say anything. Han Ning didn't mind. Seeing that the other party had nothing to say, he decided to start speaking. As he reviewed the crimes of their thief group and analyzed their motives in depth, Ram's expression gradually changed. He knew that he had completely messed up this time. From the beginning to the end, this group of people were not here to steal the treasure at all. They were here to use the news of the treasure being stolen to scam others. They had gotten a fake master to make an imitation of the mermaid's tear in advance. The entire theft operation was just so that they could take a photo of the smug thief stealing the gem. With this photo and the media's coverage, it was enough to convince a tycoon that the mermaid's tear in their hands was real. Then, during the transaction, they would tell the tycoons that the theft had embarrassed the police, so it wouldn't be long before the police announced that mermaid's tear had been found. Then, they would tell the buyer that the fake mermaid's tear would be displayed, while the police continued to look for the real gem. By doing so, they would also get the buyer to agree to keep quiet and not reveal anything about the transaction. "I have to say, you're a criminal genius, Ram." Han Ning told Ram all of his deductions. "The whole thing is a perfect scam. The role of the 100 transformations godly thief was just a cover. From the beginning to the end, every case your team committed was not theft but fraud." Ram quietly listened to Han Ning's deduction. It was logical and reasonable. He couldn't refute it. He could only say unwillingly, "So what if I'm a genius? I still got caught by an insignificant police officer like you. If you were to join me, no one in this world would be able to find out about our plan." Han Ning looked at the conceited Ram and laughed in his heart. "You should learn to differentiate confidence and arrogance." This was the last sentence Han Ning said to Ram after the interrogation was over. He got up and left the interrogation room. Jiang Qing could handle the rest by herself. Just as Han Ning left the interrogation room, the system prompt sounded in his mind. "You have successfully interrogated a highly intelligent criminal. You have received an IQ *3. Han Ning did not check his interface immediately. Coupled with the various balls of light he had absorbed during the interrogation earlier, he had gained quite a lot this time. With Ram's confession, the other four no longer resisted and simply explained the crimes they have committed. Han Ning was not surprised that Ram was the mastermind behind everything. The so-called international thief that had troubled Interpol was finally caught as all the mysteries unraveled. Han Ning, who had played an important role in this case, had become a household name in Hong Kong. By now, the entire Hong Kong police force knew that the Interpol team had a legendary detective. After the incident ended, Han Ning finally had the time to check the attribute points he had obtained in this case. He clicked on the attribute panel and felt a headache from the series of system prompts. You interrogated a highly intelligent criminal and received attributes: criminal minds *3, profiling *6, logical reasoning *6. You interrogated a highly intelligent criminal and received attributes: interrogation *5, case analysis *5, investigative ability *9. You interrogated a highly intelligent criminal and obtained attributes: vision transfer *8, painting *6, magic trick *8. Your deduction attributes +5, investigative attributes +3, technical attributes +4. Han Ning's attribute points on the main panel also increased a little. Now, Han Ning could suppress most so-called geniuses with just his intelligence. After the assessment, Han Ning felt a sense of coolness in his mind. He even started mastering the various skills that he had obtained previously. The higher-ups of the headquarters had a deep impression of this new police officer. Because of Han Ning's outstanding performance, Superintendent Chen intentionally visited the office to praise him. The capture of the International 100 Transformations Godly Thief had brought pride to the Hong Kong police. The international thief that the entire world was looking for was caught in Hong Kong. This made the police officers on the other side of the ocean even more embarrassed. The follow-up of this case also came to an end. Superintendent Chen held a commendation ceremony for Team 3. In this case, Comrade Han Ning from Team 3 performed very well. Superintendent Chen stood on the conference room stage and said to Han Ning with a smile, "Due to Han Ning's outstanding performance in this case, the reputation of the Hong Kong Police Department has risen. Therefore, I am here to award him with the annual Outstanding Police Officer Award." Sergeant Chen took out a small medal from the box in front of him and waved at Han Ning. "Han Ning, come up." Under everyone's gaze, Han Ning smiled and walked towards Superintendent Chen. He stood in front of the stage and saluted his superior. After that, Superintendent Chen put the medal on Han Ning's uniform. Han Ning smiled brightly. In his previous life, he had worked hard for 3 years to obtain his first medal. He did not expect to obtain the first medal in the second month of work after being reborn. Han Ning turned around and saluted his 3 teammates. Everyone applauded and congratulated him from the bottom of their hearts. At that moment, the phone in the office suddenly rang. The faces of the colleagues in Team 3 changed. The detectives all felt extremely tense the moment the office phone rang. It was a feeling that only detectives would understand. Chapter 14, In Charge, Special Case Team. When Jiang Qing heard the phone ring, she immediately went to answer it. "Hello, Interpol Team 3. Then there was a 2-minute silence. When Jiang Qing returned to the conference room with a face full of surprise, her gaze swept across everyone before finally landing on Han Ning. "Little Qing, what's wrong?" Wang Jing frowned and asked. Han Ning was a little confused and guessed, "Did they mention me in the call just now?" The commendation ceremony was interrupted by a sudden call. Everyone looked at Jiang Qing curiously. Wang Jing and Superintendent Chen looked at each other, then urged Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing took a moment to compose herself before revealing what she heard over the phone. "The call just now was from the Chief Superintendent's office. This matter is related to Brother Han. There's a case that the higher-ups want Brother Han to be in charge of." After Jiang Qing finished her report, her expression gradually turned incredulous. "Oh my God, how long has Han Ning been working for? And now he's already leading his own team?" Zhou Zhan exclaimed. Zhang Ji and the others were equally incredulous. Superintendent Chen was deep in thought. "That's a good thing. Everyone knows how capable Han Ning is. We must seize this opportunity." In the conference room, only Wang Jing was not surprised that Han Ning was put in charge of a case. After all, she had already seen her junior's ability. "Yeah, I agree with this decision. Little Han is still very capable." Did they say anything else over the phone? Superintendent Chen acknowledged Han Ning's ability. Han Ning was also his subordinate. If he did well, he would benefit as well. "They didn't tell me the details. They just asked Han Ning to be in charge of this case." "It's an international case," Jiang Qing said excitedly. Everyone was shocked, including Han Ning. Although Han Ning knew that he had something to do with the phone call, he didn't expect to be put in charge of a case. An international case was a big deal. It seemed that Han Ning was really being taken care of by the higher-ups. The commendation ceremony ended with everyone's congratulations. After working with Wang Jing on a case, Han Ning was now put in charge of an independent international case. Basically, he had been promoted. 3 days later, at the Interpol department on the 6th floor of the Hong Kong Police Department, Han Ning knocked on the door 3 times and entered a large conference room. There were many people seated in the conference room. "Han Ning, come over." When Superintendent Chen saw that it was Han Ning, he immediately called him over. Han Ning walked straight to Superintendent Chen and Wang Jing. "Today is just for us to get to know each other and understand the situation of the case. There's no need to be so nervous." Superintendent Chen patted Han Ning beside him and said with a smile. After saying that, he turned around to face the people on his left and right. His expression instantly turned serious. "Everyone, this is Han Ning, the leader of the Hong Kong Interpol team. If you need anything, feel free to approach him." Sergeant Chen briefly introduced Han Ning. The 7 people on the opposite side had polite smiles on their faces as they looked at Han Ning. Han Ning looked around and had a preliminary guess about these people. Wang Jing knew that she wasn't the main character of this meeting. She had been watching silently from the side at everyone. I am Han Ning. I will be investigating this case with you. If you have any problems in Hong Kong, feel free to look for me. Han Ning introduced himself without any stage fright. Mr. Han, are you the only person in charge of this case? The person who spoke was a slender and handsome man. Han Ning looked at him doubtfully but didn't answer. The man didn't say anything as he was being stared at. He only felt the pressure on him getting stronger. Superintendent Chen, who was sitting at the head of the table, had a look of admiration in his eyes. After a while, the woman on the man's left coughed and explained, Officer Han, I'm sorry. Officer Park is not looking for trouble, nor does he have any intention of looking down on you. The policewoman smiled awkwardly and spoke fluent Chinese. Everyone was shocked to find out that this group of people had a translator with them. My name is Cui Enshi. I'm of mixed blood. My mother is from Shanghai, but I have never lived in China. However, my Chinese is pretty good. The other party was a woman. When she smiled, there were 2 deep dimples at the corner of her lips. At this point, Han Ning's expression also relaxed a bit. The female police officer could tell that Han Ning had not been offended. However, she did not expect such a young police officer to have such a strong aura. Seeing that Han Ning was no longer emitting a pressuring aura, she heaved a sigh of relief and continued talking. This is Division Chief Park of the Korean Interpol. He is the person in charge of this case. Cui Enshi introduced. At this moment, Section Chief Park, who had spoken first, also realized that his words had probably offended the young man opposite him. He was a little dissatisfied in his heart. In terms of position, he was higher than Han Ning. However, he did not dare to flare up because of the terrifying pressure that Han Ning had given him. Cui Enshi was the interpreter in the team. The atmosphere in the conference room became much better after she accepted the task of introducing the team. There were 4 people from the Korean side. Aside from Division Chief Park and Cui Enshi, the other 2 were young male police officers. One was Jean and the other was Zhang. There were only 3 people from the Thailand side. The leader was Ye Kai. Han Ning felt a little strange when he heard their names. The 3 of them were practically invisible the entire time. They did not take the initiative to speak or reply. Team leader Han, we have finished introducing our members. Where are your team members? Cui Enshi asked. Han Ning looked at Wang Jing and saw her nod in agreement. My team has gone to gather intelligence. If you need them, I'll call them over now. The team members for this case had been decided long ago. It was Zhou Zhan and Zhang Ji. Zhang Cheng would also be involved in odd jobs. A 4-person team was already more than enough. Han Ning's deduction skill was the most important thing here, if possible, of course. The case is still rather urgent. We hope to reduce the unnecessary meetings later. Han Ning nodded and sent them a message. All right, since everyone is here, let's officially start the meeting. Han Ning sat on the main seat and looked around at everyone. Superintendent Chen and Wang Jing had left long ago. After all, the 2 of them were not insignificant figures. There were a lot of things they needed to do. They knew that Han Ning had the ability to control the situation, so there was naturally no need for them to stay as Zhang Ji set up the feed, and Zhang Qing was ready to start taking notes. Cui Enshi walked to the stage in front of them and took the remote Zhang Ji handed him. The first case discussion began. We've already locked on to the target of this case, an international serial killer. This target is also the Great Han City serial killer, Li Chuanzai, from 15 years ago. Cui Enshi stood in front of the screen and started to introduce the case seriously. Chapter 15, Serial Murderer, Joint Pursuit by the 3 Countries. Cui Enshi's narration began, and there was no other sound in the conference room. Zhang Ji tapped on his computer and entered the information into the database, trying to find more information. Zhang Qing quickly recorded what Cui Enshi was saying. Li Chuanzai, male, 40 years old, from the Great Han City. Started killing people in Great Han City 20 years ago. Killed 23 women in 8 years. The age range of the victims is very broad. The youngest is only 13 years old, and the oldest is 71 years old. All the victims were raped and killed, and they were brutally sexually abused before they died. As Cui Enshi explained, the entire conference room fell silent. and everyone's faces turned grim. Li Chuanzai's cruelty far exceeded the standard of ordinary serial murderers. Han Ning felt that this person was somewhat similar to the serial murders cases he had worked on in his previous life. The murderers in both cases only targeted women, and they had the habit of covering the victim's face when they committed crimes. A murderer who was also a rapist was usually calmer, more meticulous, and more thorough than a murderer who only killed for pleasure. It was also not easy to track their traces. Li Chuanzai, for example, had committed crimes for 8 consecutive years without being caught once. He had even gotten married and had children like a normal person during these 7 years. There was no doubt about his mental strength. Han Ning even felt that he was deliberately giving the police clues in the last act. If he wanted, he could have probably continued hiding. If Li Chuanzai did not expose himself, this serial murder case would most likely become an unsolved case. Furthermore, this person had hidden himself too well. In the eyes of his friends and neighbors, he had always been a gentle, kind and successful man. During the investigation, the police did not hear anyone say anything bad about him. The last victim was killed 5 years ago. It was Li Chuanzai's sister Law. It was also because of this case that the Great Han City Police locked the suspect onto Li Chuanzai, who was the victim's brother-in-law, and linked him to the serial killer of the city. This led to a follow-up investigation and allowed this killer to finally surface. Li Chuanzai was prepared to be exposed after the crime and had already set up a smuggling route before the police found him. 5 years ago, after he had smuggled himself out of the country, the Korean police had lost all clues and could no longer find any information related to him until now. It wasn't until Li Chuanzai killed someone in Thailand that we discovered his tracks again. It has been 5 years since he secretly left Grand Han City. Choi and she paused for a moment to let everyone digest the information. Han Ning and Zhang Ji looked at each other. Then, Zhang Ji nodded, indicating that he had found Li Chuanzai's information in the database. After a while, Choi and she continued, Li Chuanzai killed a local tycoon in Thailand this time. The Thai police are very concerned about him. They contacted us when they tracked down Li Chuanzai and formed this international homicide investigation team. Choi and she's face darkened as she spoke. When our men arrived in Thailand, this guy was like a mouse. We were always one step too slow in our pursuit. In the end, we found out that Li Chuanzai was planning to sneak into Hong Kong. Moreover, we discovered that there seemed to be a hidden faction behind him. This faction would constantly help him escape and would even send him information about his victims, another hidden faction. When Han Ning heard this, he frowned and looked disgusted. Be it Butterfly or this new hidden faction, he was very resistant to these rats hidden underground. Regarding this hidden faction, I'm sorry, we didn't manage to find any effective clues. We only know that they are rather rich and powerful. They are well hidden. Han Ning ignored Choi and she's apology, yet he noticed that before the other party said her last sentence, she gave Division Chief Park a very obscure look. Han Ning's lips curled into a half smile as he stared straight at Choi and she, who was still standing in front of the stage, felt the pressure again. After keeping it together for a while, she started to sweat. Division Chief Park kept winking at her. Han Ning was even more certain now. What important information were they hiding? What else did they find out about this mysterious faction? Zhou Zhan looked at Han Ning with confusion. Since we will be working on this case together, I think it's best if everyone can be as honest as possible. Han Ning spoke slowly. The expressions of the 3 police officers from Thailand changed slightly. They were in disbelief. It was likely that the Korean side and the Thai side had already planned to hide this hidden organization's information before coming to Hong Kong. As for their motive, it was easy to guess. They wanted to use the advantage of information to catch the culprit before Han Ning did. Division Chief Park didn't understand Chinese, so he didn't know what Han Ning was talking about. He turned to Chue and she and waited for her to explain. As she explained, Division Chief Park's expression changed. After a long silence, he shook his head at Chue and she. Although Han Ning already found out that they were hiding something, he still didn't want to give up the information. Team Leader Han, I'm sorry. We really don't have any more information to give you. Choi and she nervously watched as she relayed Division Chief Park's message. Han Ning tapped his left index finger on the table. This was a habit he had when he was thinking. Zhou Zhan finally understood what Han Ning meant. Since that's the case, let's end today's meeting here. Since you guys have nothing else to say, then I can only wish everyone here the best of luck. Han Ning smiled brightly as he asked them to leave. Division Chief Han, we will need your cooperation for the next investigation. Choi and she became anxious when Han Ning asked them to leave. They had yet to discuss their next plan. We understand the case now. The information we have is enough for us to carry out the follow-up, Han Ning insisted. As for cooperation, I think it's unnecessary. Since you're not willing to cooperate with us by sharing the information, then you can work on the case yourself. Han Ning finished his last sentence coldly and left the conference room. The three people from his team followed behind him and left quickly. They left the conference room before Choi and she could even ask them to stay. Since they were already gone, they couldn't see Division Chief Park's furious expression. He only stopped cursing after being comforted by Choi and she. Brother Han, are we going to leave just like that? Jiang Qing asked softly from behind. What's there to be afraid of? They were the ones who didn't cooperate first. We're just giving them an eye for an eye. Zhou Zhan was the least afraid of trouble and said nonchalantly. It's fine. Don't worry about them. I think Zhang Ji probably found some information on that mysterious organization. We'll take care of the rest ourselves, Han Ning said calmly. Well, we only have a bit of their traces, so we'll still need some time to analyze it more carefully. Zhang Ji's words stunned Jiang Qing. After all, Jiang Qing didn't see any communication between the two of them in the conference room just now. Why did it seem like Han Ning knew about this? Zhou Zhan wasn't surprised at all. He continued to walk leisurely towards the office, only Jiang Qing was perplexed. Chapter 16, South Bay Details, Speculations Team 3 Office. Brother Han, tell me quickly, what kind of game were you playing with Zhang Ji? As soon as Jiang Qing returned to the office, she continued asking. Han Ning explained patiently since he had nothing else to do at this moment. It's nothing. Those guys just now hid some information from us. But Zhang Ji will be able to find out soon enough. According to what Cui and she said, I also deduced some information. Han Ning looked at Zhang Ji, who was still busy, and explained, what's important in this case is not the murderer Li Chuanzai. We need to focus on the purpose and background of the organization Li Chuanzai is part of. Jiang Qing nodded repeatedly. She was completely convinced by Han Ning's reasoning abilities. While Han Ning was explaining to Jiang Qing, Zhang Ji successfully hacked into Cui Enchi's computer and copied all the information regarding this case. Han Ning, it's done, Zhang Ji shouted excitedly. Come, let's talk in the conference room. Han Ning was very interested in the information they had just found. According to the information on the screen, Division Chief Park had indeed hidden a lot of important information. These people are really sly. They left out all the important details. Zhou Zhan pouted. Han Ning looked at the information and fell into deep thought. This organization that Li Chuanzai had joined reminded him of a woman in his previous life. Han Ning had also come into contact with a serial murder case, but in this case, she found out that the murderer was actually a woman. Moreover, this woman was also an organized criminal. Her goal was to kill for pleasure, and she also had a powerful organization backing her. Most of the people she killed were targets the organization had arranged for her. These people must have been targeted because they had been at odds with the organization called the Killers. They worked with cleaners. At that time, the case could only be traced back to the murderer and they couldn't find out anything about the organization. In the end, the police had no choice but to drop the case. Han Ning thought of the female murderer and Li Chuanzai's current situation. It seemed that there was a connection between the two. Brother Han. Ha! Jiang Qing suddenly shouted into Han Ning's ear, calling him back. You scared me. Why are you yelling? Han Ning complained. This isn't my fault. Everyone has been calling for you for a long time, but there was no reaction from you at all. Did you think of something? Tell us quickly. I'm quite interested in what's going on behind this case. Zhang Ji and Zhou Zhan briefly explained what had happened. Everyone looked at the information, but only Han Ning was in a daze. The two of them couldn't help but feel emotional when they saw Han Ning. Some people were indeed born to be police officers. With the same information, Han Ning was able to see the clues, but Zhou Hao was unable to discover anything. If Han Ning's guess was right, then the Li Chuanzai they were going to face next was an extremely dangerous person. When you looked at Li Chuanzai's information, didn't you find him very familiar? Han Ning looked at the three of them and said slowly, in the dossier, there's a case called Yao Mati serial murder. Although the case had been closed a long time ago, at the end of the dossier, there was a sentence that explained that there was more information to be found. When the new female assassin was arrested, she kept repeating how she felt when she killed someone and only mentioned the organization in bits and pieces. She mentioned the word I've, which I think has something to do with the organization behind her. Han Ning paused. Seeing that the three of them still did not understand, he could only explain in more detail. I think that the female murderer and Li Chuanzai joined the same organization back then. I have a feeling that by linking the two cases together and finding clues, we will have a chance to uproot this organization. Han Ning's words seemed to have opened a new door for the three of them. They hadn't thought of doing something like this before. The two cases that were so many years apart might actually lead to the same source. It had to be said that Han Ning was really observant. Even with the information from Cui Anshi's computer, it was still not enough. However, it did not matter. Han Ning had a feeling that as long as he could find out more about Li Chuanzai, he would be able to dig up everything he wanted to know. It's fine as long as everyone is aware of this organization. We still have to stick closely to Li Chuanzai. He's our breakthrough point. Han Ning clapped his hands to wake everyone up. Zhou Zhan, go and check if there are any illegal ships entering the port recently. Zhang Ji, continue to investigate the cases in Thailand in the past few years to see if there's anything special. The most likely location for this organization to hide is in the Golden Triangle. Han Ning arranged everything in an orderly manner while Jiang Qing stomped his feet anxiously. Brother Han, what about me? What should I do? Seeing Jiang Qing look at him with anticipation, Han Ning found it difficult to handle her. Well, you can just stay here. Help me find the dossier in the office. I want to find out where the source of this organization is. After distributing the work, the four of them went to busy themselves. On the other hand, Cui Anshi and the others were not doing so well. Anshi, what's the meaning of this Han fellow? We're the Interpol agents of the Great Han City and my position is much higher than his. How dare he treat me like this and disrespect a fellow division chief? After returning to the station arranged by the headquarters for the two special case teams, Division Chief Park immediately cursed at Cui Anshi. He was furious at Han Ning, but because his pressuring aura was too terrifying, Division Chief Park did not dare to vent his anger on Han Ning. Cui Anshi did not say a word and only bowed slightly. Her humble appearance quickly appeased Division Chief Park's anger. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him who he could yell at as much as he wanted to, Division Chief Park's pride, which had been shattered by Han Ning, instantly swelled up again. Although his expression was still very dark, he calmed down after yelling. The three police officers from Thailand still looked indifferent. They were only listening in on the conversation, but it was hard to tell what they were thinking. Ever since Han Ning humiliated them the other day, the members of the special investigation team from the two countries did not want to embarrass themselves by asking for help. Han Ning, on the other hand, was happy and relaxed. I checked the few ports where Li Chuanzai might have snuck ashore and found nothing suspicious. After 3 days of inspection at the port, Zhou Zhan was disappointed. He hesitated for a moment and said, however, I heard a rumor 3 days ago. In the middle of the night, a fishing boat from the faraway ocean tried to dock at the South Bay. However, it was too late and the harbor's staff refused. They said to stop first and wait for dawn to register before entering the harbor. Zhou Zhan paused for a second and looked at Han Ning before continuing. Then, the staff on night duty at the harbor said that the boat had stopped honestly when they told them to. But when we went to see it at dawn, the boat was no longer there. Everyone said that the staff must have seen a ghost and that there was no fishing boat at all that night. In the past few days, the people at the South Bay port have been treating this matter as a joke. Zhou Zhan looked at Han Ning, who was deep in thought, and did not disturb him. Looks like it's that ship. Li Chuanzai has probably already sneaked into the harbor. Han Ning muttered to himself. Zhou Zhan was shocked. How could this supernatural story be related to an illegal immigration? You have analyzed the case and received attributes: logic *6, case analysis *8, criminal minds *5, your reasoning attribute +1, investigation attribute +1. Han Ning gradually got used to the notifications that popped up from time to time. He was no longer like before, where he could not help but check every time he increased his attribute points. Chapter 17, Investigation, Restaurant, Chef. Han Ning ignored the system's information and shared his speculation. The fishing boat in the ocean that night was a stowaway. It was most likely arranged by the organization behind Li Chuanzai, and he probably switched boats midway. Then how did an ocean ship that was away from shore send people ashore? Jiang Qing asked curiously. They're not stupid. At that distance, they could just give him something to hold on to and he could easily swim to the shore. Besides, they could do it discreetly without causing any commotion. After hearing Han Ning's explanation, Zhou Zhan immediately understood how Li Chuanzai had gotten involved with the ghost ship. Then, their expressions turned ugly again. This person had already gone ashore, meaning that it was useless to investigate from the harbor. Then, where should they start? The two of them looked at Han Ning at the same time. We can basically give up on the harbor now. I think it's very likely that the other party has successfully gotten ashore, so let's change the focus of our investigation. Do you guys think Li Chuanzai knows how to speak Chinese? Han Ning suddenly smiled. Most likely not, Zhou Zhan said with uncertainty. Then, do you think this murderer needs to consider his livelihood before his mission begins? Han Ning continued to ask. Han Ning wasn't making wild guesses. According to Li Chuanzai's personality, this man was most likely the organization's cleaner and was responsible for killing all the people who were at odds with them. Since Li Chuanzai had sneaked into Hong Kong and did not speak Chinese, how was he going to spend his time before starting on his mission? It seems that our next move is already pretty obvious. Zhou Zhan, go and arrange for us to check all the Korean restaurants within a 5-kilometer radius of the ports. Focus on checking the restaurants near the South Bay Pier. Alright. Zhou Zhan agreed and left the office to get busy. What Han Ning needed to do now was to wait for news. Zhang Ji was still fighting with the firewall, and the vast information in the database was making him dizzy. As time passed, there was finally news of Li Chuanzai near the South Bay Pier. Some cargo workers at the pier had seen him appear there. After receiving the accurate news, Han Ning brought Jiang Qing to the South Bay Pier. There were 8 restaurants in the entire South Bay Pier area that were Korean, and only 3 of them were owned by Koreans. Brother Han, what's our mission today? After leaving the office, Jiang Qing dressed up like a female student. At this moment, she was asking Han Ning excitedly about the mission. Don't you usually say that you are a foodie? Then I'll bring you out to eat and drink on public funds today. Eat as much as you want. I'm just afraid that you aren't able to eat a lot. Han Ning was holding a huge glass of Hong Kong-style lemon tea. Wearing his usual clothes, he walked along the streets of the South Bay Pier with Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing looked at Han Ning suspiciously. Why don't I believe you? Although she muttered that she did not believe it, she still followed Han Ning along the streets excitedly. Han Ning's mission today was very simple. He needed to check all the restaurants owned by the 3 Korean families in the South Bay. In the first restaurant, Jiang Qing ordered a lot of food. He was picky about the taste of the food even though he finished all the food on the table. After Han Ning observed carefully, he ruled out the restaurant they were in and felt that there should be no problem. Then, they went to the second restaurant. This time, Jiang Qing ordered much less. Even after walking for a while and digesting his food for a short period of time, his digestion still couldn't keep up with the speed of eating. There was also nothing wrong with the second restaurant. Brother Han, what are your plans today? Can you tell me how many more restaurants we are going to? After leaving the second Korean restaurant, Jiang Qing couldn't help but ask with a bitter expression, there's only one left. If this last one isn't the one, then we can only wait for Zhou Zhan and Zhang Ji's news. Han Ning touched her stomach and drank his large cup of lemon tea. He was very full. Jiang Qing was somewhat resentful. She ate one dish after another almost seamlessly. Despite being a foodie, she still couldn't stand eating so much food in a row. Moreover, there were only so many Korean dishes and they were getting sick of them. The last restaurant was located at the end of the South Bay Pier. The restaurant was located in the corner of the old street. Without someone familiar leading the way, it was very difficult for them to find the shop. The two of them walked here slowly. Han Ning suddenly had a strong feeling that the person she was looking for was inside. He pushed open the wooden door of the old Korean restaurant. Han Ning looked around at the employees in the restaurant. Behind the cashier at the door was a middle-aged woman who should be the lady owner. This Korean food restaurant was not as it seemed from the outside. After entering, the interior was very new and spacious. It did not feel cramped at all. There were many customers in the restaurant. It was already past lunchtime, but almost everyone was seated. It seemed that business was much better than the previous 2 shops. It smells so good. Brother Han, this place is definitely more delicious than the previous 2. Jiang Qing suddenly became excited. Unlike Jiang Chang, who was attracted by the scent of food, Han Ning smelled the scent of the criminal as soon as he entered the restaurant. Han Ning quietly followed the attendant who led the way to his seat and sat down. The surrounding customers were all enjoying the pleasant feeling brought to them by the delicious food. Jiang Qing looked at the kitchen in anticipation and waited for her food. Since the target was not outside, it meant that he was probably in the kitchen. However, Han Ning still needed a reason to enter the kitchen. Just as Han Ning was thinking, the food that Jiang Qing had ordered was already on the table. Brother Han, quickly try it. I can tell from the smell that this restaurant is extraordinary. It's definitely a really good restaurant that no one knows about. Han Ning came up with a good idea after hearing that. If he wanted to know if there was anyone he wanted in the kitchen, he could just ask the person inside to come out instead of going in himself. Since there was no other way for the time being, Han Ning decided to take a gamble and muttered to Jiang Qing, "Put on a show with me after dinner." "Brother Han, you discovered something again?" Jiang Qing's eyes lit up as he said excitedly, "I think he's in the kitchen, so we have to think of a way to get the cook inside to come out. Otherwise, we'll have to wait outside the door." As Han Ning put food into Jiang Qing's bowl, he approached her and explained in a low voice. He was very experienced in pretending to be a couple with Jiang Qing. After receiving an affirmative answer, Jiang Qing nodded and suppressed the excitement in his heart, indicating that she could be entrusted with this task. Waiter. After eating, Jiang Qing began to carry out their plan. "Hello, ma'am. May I help you? Do you like the food?" A woman in a Korean suit came to the table and bowed respectfully with a gentle smile. There's no problem. I just feel that your food is too delicious and want to see the chef," Jiang Qing said with a smile. The attendant was in a difficult position. Perhaps it was because no customer in her restaurant had ever made such a request. She suddenly felt at a loss. "Just help me out. I really want to see a chef who is capable of making such good food. Also, look, there aren't many customers in the restaurant. It won't affect your business. Please, please." The attendant was still in a dilemma. Seeing that Han Ning did not say anything, she turned to look at the lady owner at the counter and realized that she was not there. In the end, under Jiang Qing's constant pestering and coquettish behavior, the attendant finally lost and was willing to help ask the chef in the kitchen. After their plan succeeded, Jiang Qing secretly made a victory gesture under the table. Han Ning smiled slightly, feeling a little amused. After entering the kitchen for a while, the service staff finally lifted the curtain. Following behind her were two men in Korean clothes and an apron. Han Ning's pupils constricted when he saw the man walking at the back. He had found him. "Li Chuanzai, you have successfully tracked the criminal and obtained investigation *7, anti-investigation *3. The system notification sounded in time. Chapter 18, A Wandering Murderer. Who is this woman?" Han Ning looked at the three people walking towards their table. Just now, there was a slightly plump middle-aged man in a clean and tidy chef's uniform behind the waitress. The person behind them both was a thin middle-aged man. His face was still somewhat plain. It was this man. This was the person he was looking for. Han Ning felt slightly excited. Han Ning hid his emotions well, despite looking at him several times. Li Chuanzai did not notice anything suspicious. "Sir, ma'am, this is our chef. The dishes that you think are very delicious were made by him," the waitress said respectfully after the three of them arrived at the table. Jiang Qing regained his senses and looked at the three people in front of him. However, when her eyes fell on the last man, she was stunned. The expression on Jiang Qing's face almost revealed their identities. It was all thanks to Han Ning's timely help. "Qing. Sorry, my girlfriend was just too surprised. She has always liked to eat Korean food, but I've never found a restaurant that suits her taste. We finally found a good restaurant today, so she couldn't help but be a little excited." Han Ning hurriedly yelled at Jiang Qing and immediately explained her loss of composure to the others, stopping her from blurting out the other party's name. Yes. I usually like to eat Korean food. I really think the food today is very delicious." When Jiang Qing heard Han Ning's words, she hurriedly continued. She had almost ruined their operation just now, and her expression was slightly unnatural. It's all right. It's my greatest honor for you to like my food." The fat chef standing in front answered happily. This was the first time he had encountered a customer who liked his cooking so much. He was also very proud of himself. Their conversation made Li Chuanzai, who was standing at the back, gradually calm down. The moment Jiang Qing spoke, Li Chuanzai had already acutely noticed that something was wrong and instantly tensed up. It was only because Han Ning's acting was too realistic and his reason was reasonable that he gradually relaxed. "Chef, you're too polite. Your food is too delicious." Jiang Qing looked at Han Ning, who had already entered a state of observation, and helped to make small talk with the fat chef after confirming that the two guests who insisted on seeing the chef did not know his identity. Li Chuanzai did not care what they said. He quietly stood behind in a daze until he was introduced to the front by the fat chef. "Here, let me introduce my assistant." Half of the reason why the dishes today were so successful was because of him. As the fat chef spoke, he pushed Li Chuanzai forward and whispered something to him in Korean. As expected, Li Chuanzai did not know how to speak Chinese. Unexpectedly, Han Ning didn't expect Li Chuanzai's cooking skills to be so good. Originally, he had only used this method to get the people in the back kitchen to come out. Han Ning had only wanted to try his luck, but he didn't expect that he would really find Li Chuanzai. The flash of disgust on Li Chuanzai's face was instantly captured by Han Ning. Because the other party couldn't speak Chinese, Jiang Qing only exchanged a few awkward pleasantries that were translated by the fat chef. The conversation between the two quickly ended. After confirming Li Chuanzai's location, Han Ning's goal was achieved. Despite the fat chef enthusiastically urging them to stay, the two of them left the restaurant. "Brother Han, should we call them immediately and ask them to come and capture him?" After leaving the restaurant, Jiang Qing immediately pulled Han Ning aside excitedly to tell him about the arrest. "No, we can't touch him yet. The smell of blood on this person is too strong and very dangerous. Let's not alert him first. I plan to follow him for a while. I want to find out more about the organization behind him." When Han Ning was in the restaurant, he had already planned ahead. Moreover, with the enhancement of the system during this period of time, Han Ning's various skills were no longer the same as before. "Brother Han, are you saying that we should follow them for a while?" Jiang Cheng revealed a puzzled expression and was faintly excited. "Not us, but me. Just me." Han Ning smiled and corrected her. "What? You want to follow that murderer alone?" "No, Brother Han, that is too dangerous. I think we should return to the station to report and directly capture him." Jiang Qing immediately retorted when she heard Han Ning's plan. However, Han Ning had become more confident now. With a few words, he persuaded Jiang Qing to return to headquarters to be on standby. As for him, he began to tail around the Korean restaurant where Li Chuanzai worked. Because the other party was too smart and cautious, Han Ning didn't trust others to follow him. From the beginning, he had planned to keep an eye on Li Chuanzai alone. Several days passed in a row. The man's life was rather regular. When the restaurant opened, he worked. When it closed, he still lived in the restaurant and never went out. He also rarely appeared, causing Han Ning to follow his regular rhythm of life. 5 days later, the sun rose. Han Ning yawned at the entrance of the restaurant and began a new day of stalking. Not long after, Li Chuanzai, who had wrapped himself tightly, walked out of the restaurant. Han Ning instantly became spirited. He knew that he could gain something today. Along the way, Han Ning used his skilled tracking skills to tail Li Chuanzai to the street park near South Bay. After arriving at the park, Li Chuanzai went straight to a bench with his back facing the park. He sat on one side of the bench and did not move. After that, Han Ning found a spot with a good field of vision and used the thief skill he had obtained from Ram to shift his vision and reduce his presence to a minimum. He quietly observed the man sitting on the bench and waited for at least 2 hours. Just as Han Ning began to doubt his judgment of Li Chuanzai's actions, the scene in his field of vision finally changed. From the bench that Li Chuanzai was sitting on in the distance, a slender woman with a gentle temperament walked over. Just looking at her made one feel happy. When Han Ning saw that woman, his heart trembled. However, he recovered in an extremely short period of time and focused his gaze. This woman was very dangerous. The woman held a dark-colored umbrella and walked leisurely towards the bench. She sat down casually on the bench behind Li Chuanzai. The two of them sat with their backs against each other, looking like ordinary strangers. Han Ning frowned. After the woman sat down on the bench behind Li Chuanzai, only the woman's side profile could be seen. Li Chuanzai's expression did not change at all. Han Ning stared at him for a long time and suddenly felt that there was something wrong with his expression. His lips were moving. He was communicating with that woman. Han Ning realized something was wrong the moment he noticed their actions. Therefore, he quickly took out his phone and took a picture of the woman's side profile from afar. The two of them chatted for only 5 minutes or so before the woman stood up and left. After the woman left Han Ning's field of vision, Li Chuanzai also left the park. Throughout the entire meeting, Li Chuanzai did not look in the woman's direction even once. Han Ning was full of doubts as he followed the guy back to the Korean restaurant. He felt that the other party would not take any action for the time being, so he drove back to the headquarters. He wanted to know the identity of the woman who had met Li Chuanzai. Chapter 19, Investigating UA, the terrifying truth. After staring at Li Chuanzai for such a long time, Han Ning finally figured out the other party's movements. He guessed that the other party would not take any action for the time being, so Han Ning simply left first. The kitchen of the Korean restaurant was a good place to hide. He expected that the other party would not want to go through the trouble of finding a new place, therefore, Han Ning drove back to the headquarters without worry, wondering what the other party's purpose for the meeting was. What kind of existence was that woman in the mysterious organization? Han Ning returned to the headquarters full of doubts. Brother Han, you're back. Jiang Cheng was pleasantly surprised to see Han Ning return. Ever since she was chased back to the headquarters that day, she had been worried about Han Ning every day. She only returned immediately because she knew that she would be a burden if she stayed with him. Little Qing, help me find Zhang Ji and Zhou Zhan. I have news to tell you guys. After saying this, Han Ning headed straight for the small meeting room. When Jiang Qing heard Han Ning's words, she guessed that there must be some good news. Otherwise, Han Ning wouldn't have such an expression. Half an hour later, Zhou Zhan finally returned to the headquarters. Since everyone is here, let's have a meeting. Han Ning looked calmly at the three members of the team. In particular, finding and monitoring Li Chuanzai all depended on Han Ning's personal ability. Zhou Zhan and Zhang Ji had not seen Han Ning in a long time since they split up. When the two of them heard that Li Chuanzai was already being monitored by Han Ning, they had expected this meeting to happen. As long as Han Ning found out anything, he would definitely have a meeting with everyone to share his findings and assign the next mission. Then can I stop monitoring those Koreans now? Zhou Zhan's tone was lighthearted. He was really tired of monitoring those Koreans who only went out for a walk and then returned to the hotel. Those guys didn't look like they were here to solve a case. Instead, they looked like they were here to travel on public funds. Oh, that won't do for now. We have to keep an eye on those fellows in the days to come. We can't let them get involved in our operation. Hearing Zhou Zhan's request, Han Ning pondered for a moment before saying his words instantly enlightened Zhou Zhan. Oh, so that's why you asked me to monitor them. I would have understood if you had told me earlier. Don't worry and investigate. You can leave the others to me. However, when we're about to take action, you have to tell me in advance. Don't make me guard that bunch of trash in the hotel from beginning to end. Seeing that frivolous expression on Zhou Zhan's face again, Han Ning knew that those fellows wouldn't be able to disturb his operation anymore. Back to the topic we were going to talk about today. Han Ning tapped the table lightly twice to gather everyone's attention. The most important thing for today's meeting is this. Zhang Ji, help me investigate a woman. Han Ning took out his phone and showed the photo taken in the morning at the park. The woman's profile was very clear. Zhang Ji connected Han Ning's phone to the data line, and the images on Han Ning's phone flashed one after another. Soon, the image of the woman froze on the screen. The buffer symbol on the left side of the screen was still spinning when Han Ning began to describe his experience of following Li Chuanzai to the park in the morning. Zhang Ji, focus on this woman first. I believe that they must have met before we found Li Chuanzai. Han Ning explained the main investigation direction as he waited. Brother Han, what do you think is the relationship between Li Chuanzai and this woman? Jiang Qing took the opportunity to ask, from what you said just now, Li Chuanzai didn't move his eyes at all during his meeting with that woman. If he doesn't look at people, how would he know that the other party is someone he wants to meet? Jiang Qing unloaded all his questions at once. I also want to know the answer to these questions. During the entire tailing process today, I didn't notice anything wrong with them at all. It wasn't until I saw Li Chuanzai's lips moving that I realized that the two of them were already communicating. Fortunately, I discovered it early. The woman got up and left just as I finished taking the picture. Han Ning explained in detail what he had discovered about the two of them. Zhou Zhan and Jiang Qing were also clueless and could not figure out what they were doing. Han Ning, besides this picture you took, I didn't see her appear in any of the cameras in the park. Zhang Ji's expression was slightly heavy. He had thought that that woman would be very troublesome, but he did not expect her to be so guarded from the beginning. Expand the search radius and screen all the cameras around the park first. Han Ning did not expect this woman to be so difficult to deal with. She had actually dodged all the cameras. She was too cautious. Zhou Zhan and Jiang Cheng were not new to work. They knew very well that such a skill to completely avoid cameras was not something that could be done with simple training. The only evidence now was the photo in Han Ning's phone. Everyone also realized that this woman's identity was definitely not simple. Zhang Ji did as Han Ning said and checked all the cameras around the park. Finally, opposite the south gate of the Central Park, at the exit of an old parking garage, a camera left behind the woman's stunning figure and a clear car plate number found her. The moment Zhang Ji saw this scene, he shouted excitedly, "Got it. Calm down. Next, check the registration information for this car and the travel records for the past 2 weeks." Han Ning ordered calmly, but his voice was clearly filled with joy. Zhang Ji found the registration information of this red Audi and said directly, "The owner of the car is Yu Wei. She's 30 years old and is a rather famous illustrator. She lived in Hong Kong for less than half a year." Continue. "What else is there?" Zhou Zhan asked anxiously. Zhang Ji looked at everyone in disbelief. "This woman just got married, and we're quite familiar with her husband. Do you still remember the last target of the 100 transformations godly thief from?" Zhang Ji was still in the mood to keep them in suspense, but Han Ning did not give him a chance to continue and directly answered, "That fat tycoon, Fu Xian, is her new husband, right?" After saying this, Han Ning frowned. He couldn't figure out why a rich man's new wife would want to meet a pervert murderer. What was their relationship? Han Ning, who was deep in thought back to what the people from Thailand and Korea had said when they first met. Li Chuanzai had already killed a tycoon before escaping from Thailand. Could this matter be related to the current situation? Han Ning pondered as he tapped his fingers on the table. Suddenly, a terrifying guess flashed in his mind. Han Ning felt a chill run down his spine. Zhang Ji quickly checked the relevant data on the accidental death of the rich man and the inheritance. As long as Zhang Ji's information was sorted out, Han Ning's terrifying guess would be confirmed. In the small meeting room, the atmosphere instantly tensed up because of Han Ning's words. "Brother Han, did you think of something?" The three of them knew Han Ning's habits very well. Seeing that he had figured something out, Zhang Qing and Zhou Zhan also became curious. "I have a feeling that my guess might be right." Han Ning organized his words and shared his guess that murderer is from that mysterious organization. He came to meet the rich man's new wife for no other reason than to discuss when to attack. After Li Chuanzai kills the rich man, his new wife will naturally inherit the rich man's inheritance. The meeting room was silent. Even Zhang Ji stopped what he was doing. 3 pairs of eyes were staring straight at Han Ning. If Han Ning's guess was right, what a terrifying trap this was. "Han Ning, the results are out." Chapter 20, Possessed Fu Xian? Captured directly? The heavy atmosphere in the meeting room was broken by Zhang Ji. After a rough investigation by Zhang Ji, everyone realized that the accidental death rate of the tycoons in Thailand was indeed abnormally high. Moreover, in the 5 or 6 Thai cases where the husband died, the final outcome was that the other party's new wife would inherit the inheritance. Han Ning realized that the wealthy Fu Xian was very likely their target this time, and Fu Xian's new wife must also be a member of the organization. "Han Ning, how is it? Are we going to catch him now?" Zhou Zhan asked solemnly. There were currently 2 main suspects in this case. One was Li Chuanzai, who the Korean authorities had been chasing for many years but had yet to capture. Another was Yu Wei, who had recently revealed her true colors. Both of these people could not fall into the hands of the Korean and Thai Interpol. Han Ning had only relied on a fragmentary piece of information to develop the case to this point. He could not let outsiders take advantage of him at the last moment. "Don't be in a hurry. If we capture him now, we won't have enough evidence. In the end, we still have to let him go. We should wait for the time being." "There's no need to be in a hurry. As long as we keep an eye on Li Chuanzai and find out when they will make a move, we can capture them before they make a move. After all, wouldn't it be better if we capture them together?" Han Ning decided to collect evidence first before capturing them. After all, the evidence they had on these 2 suspects was still too little. The International Crime Squad had ended their first meeting here. After the small meeting ended, Zhou Zhan left the headquarters and continued to return to the hotel to keep an eye on the Thai and Korean agents. Zhang Ji was arranged to collect information. He was also assigned to take turns with Zhou Zhan to monitor the Thai and Korean agents. After resting for a while, Han Ning still went back to continue monitoring Li Chuanzai. "Brother Han, are you still going back to the Korean restaurant?" Zhang Qing asked worriedly when he saw Han Ning sitting on his work desk tiredly. "I want to go back. However, I won't go back yet. I need to think about something else." Han Ning pinched his nose bridge with his left thumb and index finger and answered. Zhang Qing's eyes lit up. "If you want to go out, bring me with you." "Forget it, I'll go myself." Han Ning thought for a moment and felt that it was more convenient for him to act alone. "Take me with you. I still have some use." Think about it, if I go out with you, I can help you carry a bag or get a taxi. Alright, stop. I want to go to that tycoon's house. Go, Han Ning interrupted Jiang Qing's boastful words, isn't this perfect? It doesn't seem so formal if you bring me along. Let's go. We'll leave now after packing up. Hearing that she was going to Fu Xian's house, Jiang Qing pulled Han Ning out without giving him a chance to refute. Han Ning was already quite familiar with the way to Fu Xian's house. Even if he was unwilling, what Jiang Qing said still made sense. It was easier for others to let down their guard if he brought a girl along. Brother Han, wait. I'll ring the doorbell. The person who opened the door was still the same auntie as last time. After opening the door, she looked at Jiang Qing in front of her with a puzzled expression. She then glanced at Han Ning, who was standing behind, and her expression relaxed. She made way for the two of them to enter. Officer Han, please sit in the living room for a moment. I'll invite the master downstairs. The auntie helped Han Ning and Jiang Qing change into slippers and led the two of them to the living room. After they sat down, she turned around and went up to the second floor to call Fu Xian down. This was the first time Jiang Qing had come to such a magnificent room. She sat on the sofa in a slightly reserved manner, her eyes fixed on the cup of tea in front of her. Han Ning, on the other hand, was relaxed and content as he sat on the soft and moderate leather sofa. His eyes were empty as he pondered how to convince the other party to agree to help him with the case. Yo, Officer Han, what a rare guest. Han Ning was still in deep thought when he saw a short and fat man with a belly as big as a drum walk down the stairs on the second floor. The man was dressed in satin clothes and had gold accessories on his hands and neck. He looked rich from head to toe. Jiang Qing was dumbfounded when he saw the fatty who was slowly moving down the stairs. That woman called Yue was a great beauty, and she was actually willing to marry this fat pig in front of them. Now, how could she say that she had no ulterior motive for marrying him? Mr. Fu, long time no see. Han Ning naturally stood up and greeted the other party. They had already met once before. Although they did not have a deep relationship, at least they could still be considered as acquaintances. Officer Han, don't mention it. Why did you bring a beauty along today? Fu Xian came to the living room and chatted with Han Ning. He then noticed Jiang Qing beside him and asked. Han Ning politely introduced Jiang Qing to the other party and explained that Jiang Qing usually worked as a clerk in the office. He had brought her here today to let her gain some experience. After everyone sat down again, the auntie served everyone tea and left the living room, sending out a signal that they could start talking business. Mr. Fu, is your new wife home? Han Ning took a sip of tea and gently placed the cup down. My wife lives in a Seaview villa near South Bay. We rarely see each other. After all, everyone has their own things to do. At this point, Fu Xian looked at Han Ning in confusion and asked, Officer Han, you suddenly came to our house and asked if my wife was at home. What did she do? Fu Xian stared at Han Ning, trying to guess his intentions from his expression. The reason why I came today is indeed related to your new wife. Therefore, Han Ning told him about her meeting with the murderer and also told him his guess. Han Ning could tell that the other party was an extremely distrustful person. However, he did not expect him to trust that woman so much. Impossible. My wife is definitely not such a person. I would believe it if you said that she was involved in another matter, but what you said is absolutely impossible. Fu Xian retorted angrily after hearing Han Ning's story. Mr. Fu, calm down and look at the evidence I've gathered. Han Ning pulled out the photo taken on her phone, as well as the identity report Zhang Ji had found. Most importantly, it was the probability report of an accident happening to a tycoon in Thailand. At that time, his new wife was also in Thailand. It was only when Fu Xian finished reading all the reports that he was completely dumbfounded. That gentle, understanding, and young wife of his had actually lied to him from the beginning to the end. Fu Xian was silent for a long time before speaking solemnly. Officer Han, what are your plans? How do you want me to cooperate? Mr. Fu, first of all, thank you for being willing to help the police. We will take action on both sides. The police will keep an eye on Li Chuanzai. As long as you receive news of your wife, inform us immediately. Only then can we ensure your safety. After Han Ning finished explaining the follow-up plan, Fu Xian nodded and agreed to the police's plan. After the discussion was over, Han Ning stood up and bade farewell. leaving Fu Xian's residence with Jiang Qin. When the two of them returned to the headquarters, they happened to encounter the Korean Special Investigation Team led by Division Chief Park in the corridor. Seeing Han Ning approach, Chui and Shi hurriedly walked up from behind Division Chief Park to greet him. Team Leader Han. We were about to look for you. Then come to the meeting room first. Han Ning frowned. He had just made some progress, so why were these people here? In the small meeting room of Team 3, after everyone sat down, Chui and Shi was urged by Division Chief Park to quickly get to the main topic. Han Ning pretended not to see their small actions and waited calmly for the other party to speak. Team Leader Han, it's like this. We came to find you today to apply for an arrest warrant. Han Ning was puzzled as soon as he heard this. Chapter 21, Open Clues, Death Rate of Tycoons. Chui and Shi's request puzzled Han Ning. After all, Han Ning was well aware of the scope of this group of foreigners' daily investigation. Logically speaking, it was impossible for them to detect the traces of the culprit. They probably didn't even know who to capture, so why did they need an arrest warrant? Why do you want the arrest warrant now? Han Ning tapped his fingers on the table and looked at Chui and Shi. This group of people had probably discussed it in the hotel. This time, Chui and Shi didn't ask Division Chief Park about it and answered directly. Team Leader Han, after the last meeting, you refused to cooperate with us. We can only continue to investigate the case ourselves. Now that we have completely grasped the target's whereabouts, we can only wait for the arrest order to be issued before we take action. Chui and Shi explained as she gradually became complacent. When Jiang Qing heard that they had already grasped the target's whereabouts, her expression changed and she started to panic slightly. Her gaze landed on the man who was still sitting calmly at the head of the table. After a moment of thought, Han Ning realized it was inevitable for this to happen. According to the trajectory of their actions supplied by Zhou Zhan, it was only a matter of time before they searched the South Bay. After all, they were searching through all the Korean restaurants. I refuse. You can't capture anyone for the time being. You guys can go back for now. I won't apply for the arrest warrant at this moment. Han Ning thought things through and directly refused their suggestion. His plan was not to capture Li Chuanzai so quickly. He still needed to rely on this murderer to catch a big fish. Chui and Shi did not expect Han Ning to refuse directly. After a moment of shock, she transferred the message to Division Chief Park. Do you know what you're saying right now? It's fine if you don't cooperate with us on the case. However, now, you're already becoming a hindrance. Do you know that? If Li Chuanzai runs away again, will you be able to bear the responsibility? After Division Chief Park heard Chui and Shi's words, he was instantly furious. His dissatisfaction with Han Ning had reached its peak. He slammed his hands on the table in front of him and shouted at Han Ning in Korean. Han Ning couldn't understand the Korean language and was only bothered by the noise. He silently pondered when the system could send him a language skill. Did he just say a bunch of nonsense or was it useful? Translate it for me. Han Ning looked at Chui and Shi and interrupted her. Forget it, forget it. Don't bother translating. Just tell Division Chief Park that we won't be applying the arrest warrant for the time being. You guys can return to wherever you came from. With that said, he waved at Jiang Qing and left the small meeting room. Division Chief Park was furious. After informing Jiang Qing, Han Ning left the office. After a while, Jiang Qing saw Division Chief Park angrily leave Team 3 with his 3 subordinates. The 3 police officers in the back were still unhurried and leisurely. Their request for an arrest warrant had been rejected, but it did not seem to affect them at all. And she, where was Zhang Sir's office previously? We'll go over immediately. We can't do anything to that Han guy, so we'll let his boss deal with him. Division Chief Park spoke in Korean to Chui and Shi beside him. The resentment in his tone made the 3 Korean police officers feel a chill on their backs. Han Ning had not had a good rest for a long time. Taking advantage of the fact that the matter had temporarily come to an end, he returned to the dormitory to rest. As he was sleeping soundly, he was woken up by an ear-piercing ringtone. The uniqueness of his profession allowed him to develop a habit. Without any delay, he quickly answered the call. Hello, Han Ning, come to my office immediately. Before he could speak, the other party hung up the phone with a single sentence. Han Ning looked at the number and realized that it was his superior, Superintendent Zhang, who had called just now. Thinking back to what had happened before he left the headquarters, he immediately understood that Division Chief Park had complained to his boss. Han Ning figured out what was going on and quickly got up to wash up before rushing to the headquarters. By the time he arrived at Zhang Sir's office, Wang Jing was also inside. She was chatting with Cui Yanxi in Division Chief Park while Superintendent Zhang was sitting behind his desk reading documents. Sir. Han Ning knocked on the door and entered the office. Behind the desk, Superintendent Zhang finally put down the document he had been reading for nearly an hour. Wang Jing secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Division Chief Park, on the other hand, was acting in a pretentious manner. Han Ning, come in quickly. There are so many people waiting for you to explain. Superintendent Zhang's expression was solemn. He looked angry, but those who were familiar with him knew that he was not really angry. Han Ning did not panic at all and looked at his two superiors calmly. Division Chief Park's smug look was simply not worthy of his attention. After all, they didn't know that Han Ning had more evidence. Officer Zhang, look, this is your team leader Han's attitude. With such a completely uncooperative attitude, how can he work well? I led my subordinates and found the criminal with difficulty. Now, he doesn't even approve the arrest warrant. I think Division Chief Han just doesn't want us to catch the criminal before him. He's already hindering the investigation. Such a person is not suitable to be left in charge of this case. You should consider changing the team leader. Before Han Ning could speak, Division Chief Park couldn't help but become excited when he saw that Han Ning was still as calm as before. Cui Yanxi translated while Division Chief Park was complaining. Everyone present understood what he meant immediately. Superintendent Zhang couldn't help but frown and look at Han Ning with slight displeasure. Han Ning, explain to me what Division Chief Park is talking about. When Division Chief Park saw Sergeant Zhang's expression, he knew that Han Ning was about to suffer and couldn't help but become cocky. Wang Jing, who had taken in everyone's expressions, became even more disgusted with this despicable Division Chief Park. I naturally have my reasons for not agreeing to capture the other party now. Han Ning glanced at the smug Division Chief Park and continued, I have been tailing Li Chuanzai for a while now, but I haven't made a move. It's because there's a big fish behind him. I want to use him to dig out all the people behind him, including that so-called mysterious organization. As soon as Han Ning said this, the people from Thailand and Korea also understood what he meant. They were dumbfounded. Moreover, I already have further evidence. I've also arranged for the next operation to be carried out. That murderer won't be able to escape. I'm also confident that I can dig out the organization behind him. Han Ning knew that in this situation, he had to provide some evidence, so he might as well reveal the clues. Impossible. How could you have found the target before us? Absolutely impossible. Officer Zhang, he is lying. And you even say you have found the organization behind him? That's even more absurd. After Division Chief Park heard Han Ning's clues, he found it even more unbelievable and tried his best to deny it. Wang Jing pondered and looked at Han Ning with bright eyes. She remembered how the cases Han Ning worked on were always of a huge scale. Superintendent Zhang pondered for a moment and was in no hurry to refute Division Chief Park's words. He turned to look solemnly at the young man he thought highly of and asked, Han Ning, this isn't a joke. Are you sure? Han Ning didn't explain further. He took out her phone and showed the picture of Li Chuanzai and Yue. After that, he handed the phone to Superintendent Zhang to check. I took this picture when I was tailing Li Chuanzai. I've also checked the woman he was meeting with. The two of them are very likely members of the same organization. Coupled with the abnormal increase in the number of rich people's accidental deaths in Thailand in the past 2 years. Almost every half a year or so, a tycoon in Thailand would die in an accident. After that, the tycoon's wealth would be inherited by his new wife. The time of these cases basically matches the time this woman lived in Thailand. In addition, this woman named Yue has been in Hong Kong for less than half a year. Her current identity is the newlywed wife of the wealthy Fu Xin. Combined with the evidence we have now, my guess is very likely to be true. With the evidence in front of them and Han Ning's analysis and explanation, no matter how unbelievable everyone was, they could not refute. Chapter 22, Working Together, Suicidal Plan. After Han Ning finished speaking, the office fell silent. Perhaps it was because the news was too shocking and everyone still needed some time to digest it. At this moment, Wang Jing's shock towards Han Ning had reached its peak. She couldn't help but wonder how many more hidden talents Han Ning had. Where did he learn all his abilities at such a young age? From the moment Han Ning told him about the clues he had discovered, the shocked and unbelievable expression on Section Chief Park's face had not disappeared. Even now, he was still trying his best to find loopholes in his words and try to refute Chui, and she didn't even know when she started looking at Han Ning with worshipful eyes. The young male police officer in front of her was constantly emitting a fatal attraction to her. Superintendent Zhang was analyzing in his heart how likely Han Ning's plan would succeed based on the clues he had. Han Ning stood calmly at the side, waiting for his boss's final decision. He believed that his current evidence and analysis was enough to make Superintendent Zhang stand on his side. After all, the other party must know better than him which case had the most benefits. As expected, Superintendent Zhang did not make him wait for long before he made his final decision. How about this? Since Han Ning is already ahead of everyone in the investigation, I think we should do as he says. There won't be any objections, right? As Superintendent Zhang spoke, his eyes were fixed on Division Chief Park. The other party was pressured and resisted for a while. In the end, he did not say anything to refuse. Han Ning, tell me your plan. Next, you'll take action with Division Chief Park and Agent Ye Kai. After obtaining a satisfied answer, Superintendent Zhang continued to arrange the follow-up operation. Next, Han Ning, you're in charge of coordinating the overall situation, mobilizing the personnel, and formulating the plan. You'll be in charge of the specific personnel. After saying that, Superintendent Zhang handed over the main seat and let Han Ning arrange the rest. Han Ning calmly explained the plan he had planned for his team without any arrogance. He did not look smug at all. Originally, our team already has enough manpower. However, since Zhang Sir said that you guys should participate, we'll leave it at that. There was nothing wrong with Han Ning's tone, but his words made Division Chief Park feel deeply humiliated. Originally, Zhou Zhan and Zhang Ji had been assigned to monitor the group of people in front of them and collect information about the people related to the case. Now, Zhou Zhan could stop monitoring them and monitor Yu Wei instead. The Korean and Thai sides also each assigned an officer to monitor Fu Xian's newlywed wife. While Zhang Ji was collecting information, he had also brought another 2 agents from the 2 countries to protect Fu Xian in disguise. After all, no one knew if they had other accomplices. The remaining Division Chief Park and Chui Enshi, as well as the captain of Ye Kai, followed Han Ning to monitor Li Chuanzai's restaurant. Originally, Han Ning didn't want to bring Chui Enshi along because the situation at the Korean restaurant was more dangerous and he had higher requirements for the people following her. However, because Division Chief Pu said that he needed someone to translate for him and Chui Enshi was also confident in herself, Han Ning reluctantly agreed to bring her along. Superintendent Zhang saw that the follow-up arrangements had been completed, so he let her leave to handle the case. After all, everyone had seen how capable Han Ning was. This time, Division Chief Park had suffered greater losses by complaining to Superintendent Zhang. Now, Han Ning had full authority over the case. Originally, Division Chief Park had wanted to make things difficult for Han Ning and discussed him in the process of monitoring Li Chuanzai. Unexpectedly, however, Han Ning did not seem to care at all. As long as Division Chief Park showed any hostility, Han Ning would stop bringing him along. On this day, the 4 of them were in a daze as they were squeezed in the surveillance car. There were 4 people in the car, but 3 of them had different nationalities. Chui Enshi, who was acting as a lubricant, was mentally and physically exhausted by the various small conflicts over the past few days. She had already given up on trying to ease the relationship between Division Chief Park and Han Ning. When Li Chuanzai walked out of the Korean restaurant, which was a rare sight, Han Ning instantly sat up straight and observed his actions closely. Team leader Han, Chui Enshi reminded Han Ning. The target waved his hand and called for a taxi. It seemed like he was going somewhere far away. I know. Don't rush me. Han Ning responded and started the car to catch up with the taxi. The few of them followed Li Chuanzai to the abandoned car park in South Bay. It was not easy to track them in a car there, so Han Ning asked Chui Enshi to guard the car while the remaining 3 continued to track on foot. Originally, Han Ning thought that Division Chief Park was just an embroidered pillow. He didn't expect that he still had some level of business ability. What surprised Han Ning the most was that Li Chuanzai's purpose for coming to the abandoned car park in South Bay was only to drive a small truck that was on the verge of being destroyed. After Li Chuanzai drove the truck away, Han Ning took some effort to find his location again. Li Chuanzai drove the small truck into the nearby forest and hid it. By the time they found the car again, Li Chuanzai was no longer in the forest. Han Ning had observed this place before. It was about 3 kilometers away from the junkyard. It was located in a remote location and was surrounded by a mountain road. The road conditions here were not considered good, but at the end of this mountain road was a private art museum. Han Ning frowned and pondered why Li Chuanzai parked the vehicle here. At this moment, Han Ning's phone notification sounded. My wife just called me and asked me to go to the Tomorrow Art Gallery in the South Bay suburbs to watch an exhibition. The sender was Fu Xin. He had made a promise with Han Ning that as long as Yue contacted him, he would immediately inform the police. Han Ning's gaze focused on the name of the art gallery in the information. He suddenly recalled that this was the name of the private art gallery on the mountaintop. Return to the headquarters immediately. We're having a meeting. Han Ning asked Cui Enshi to drive back to the headquarters immediately. The moment he saw the information, many things overlapped in his mind. Did you receive any new news? Division Chief Park and Han Ning had been monitoring Li Chuanzai for so many days and had some understanding of him. When Han Ning received the information, his expression instantly turned ugly. He knew that the news he received just now was not good news. Yue contacted Fu Xian to meet in 3 days. The location is at the art museum on this mountaintop. Han Ning didn't hide the news. Everyone still had to act together after this, so there was no need for him to hide it. Division Chief Park, Yakai, and Han Ning were able to communicate in English quite smoothly. The other two weren't idiots either. After connecting the clues they had just tracked and the news Han Ning had received, they quickly realized that the two of them must be related. Why did Li Chuanzai hide a scrap truck? To cause a car accident? Then how are they going to complete the accident? Yakai questioned. If that's the case, it's too dangerous. If there's a car accident on a mountain road like this, it'll be very difficult for that Li Chuanzai to escape. If Yue was really a member of the organization, could it be that Li Chuanzai wants to kill her too? Division Chief Park was also puzzled, unable to figure out their next plan. They want to create a real car accident. Han Ning tapped his thigh and said calmly, this is a suicidal plan. Perhaps the person who was abandoned by the organization wasn't Yue but Li Chuanzai. The people who die in this car accident will only be Li Chuanzai and Fu Xin. Division Chief Park and Yafei were dumbfounded by this bold guess. Yue will become the final survivor of this car accident. After Fu Xian's death, his inheritance will be completely inherited by his new wife, and no one will suspect this woman. Han Ning's words made the two people in the back and Cui Enshi, who was driving, feel their bodies go cold as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Chapter 23, The Last Encounter. Begin arrest. After Han Ning finished guessing, the car fell into an extreme silence. The four of them returned to the headquarters with different thoughts. As for the others, they were closer to the headquarters. When they received Han Ning's news, they rushed back to the headquarters. By the time the four of them returned to the meeting room, everyone was already waiting. I think everyone already knows about the news. Everyone should know what's going on in this case, right? Han Ning looked at the people around the meeting table. It was precisely because they knew the ins and outs of this case that their expressions darkened. There's a high chance that this organization is responsible for the accidental deaths of the tycoons in Thailand. More importantly, where did that woman go after inheriting so much inheritance? We still don't know much about this organization. What is their goal? Why do they want so much money? We also don't know much about the exact distribution of their personnel and the internal hierarchy of their members. This is extremely disadvantageous for us. Han Ning's analysis made everyone's expressions become even more grave. In this small meeting room, the atmosphere was so stifling that it was almost suffocating. In the silent atmosphere, a sudden burst of music sounded. Zhang Ji hurriedly took out his phone and turned off the sound. What's going on? Zhou Zhan looked at Zhang Ji and asked, there's news. My informant spying on Yue said she just left. After saying that, Zhang Ji looked at Han Ning in confusion. Hearing this news, Han Ning frowned and tapped the table with his left index finger, thinking about why Yue was out at this time. We should have left some people behind to continue following Li Chuanzai just now. This meeting isn't as important as keeping an eye on the target's whereabouts. Division Chief Park seemed to have found an opportunity to attack Han Ning, his expression faintly excited. When the others heard Division Chief Park's complaints, no one chimed in. They only looked down on Division Chief Park's posterity. Zhou Zhan, you and I will take 2 teams and split up. We'll set off immediately to the South Bay Central Park. You will guard the parking garage at the south gate. Han Ning had a flash of inspiration and connected the entire case. The effect of attribute points being added was vividly displayed at this moment. Everything was completely revealed in his mind. The two of them will definitely meet again before making a move so that they can confirm the time to make a move. We'll leave immediately. The others will return to Fu Xian's side to protect him. Remember to hide your whereabouts. Han Ning quickly finished arranging the rest of the operation. Everyone led their teams and split up. Soon, only Division Chief Park was left in the meeting room, sitting in his original spot dumbfounded. When everyone left the meeting room, they all subconsciously avoided him. They all quickly rushed to their respective missions. Fortunately, Han Ning didn't think for long in the meeting room. When everyone arrived at the destination and were in position, Zhou Zhan's voice sounded from the walkie-talkie on the car. Han Ning, Yue has come out of the parking garage and is entering from the south gate of the park. Do you need to continue following him? The voice transmitted through the radio was slightly distorted. Han Ning thought for a moment and answered in no need. You guys stay in the car. That woman is too vigilant. If you follow too closely, you'll easily be exposed. Li Chuanzai has also appeared here. I'll follow him. Last time, I followed him and was more familiar with the terrain of the park. After saying this, Han Ning put on his Bluetooth earphone and got out of the car, leaving Chuanchi and Yakai in the car as backup. Just like the last time, he followed Li Chuanzai from afar and arrived near the bench in the middle of the park. I've arrived at the designated location. Both targets have appeared. Last time, Han Ning had taken a good location and could clearly see their movements. The only pity was that he could not see their faces well. As Han Ning monitored their meeting, he analyzed that they must have met today to prepare for the operation that would happen 3 days later. If they did not cooperate well, it was very likely that they would not be able to achieve the effect they had originally planned. The most likely outcome of this car accident was that Yue was injured and sent to the hospital while the other two died on the spot. After all, only Yue could inherit Fu Xian's inheritance. However, there were also instability factors. If they didn't figure out the exact location of this car accident, how they planned to create it, and when the time for the car accident would be, these details might cause things to unfold in another direction. Team Leader Han, how's the situation over there? Chuanchi's anxious voice sounded from the earpiece. Same as before, the targets are pretending to be strangers. In addition, Li Chuanzai might not know Yue's appearance. Han Ning responded to the other party in a low voice. After 2 observations, he could basically confirm that Li Chuanzai had never seen Yue before. In the 2 times that they met, Yue would only slowly appear after Li Chuanzai was in position. Throughout the entire process, Li Chuanzai did not move at all and also looked straight ahead. This time, they had met for a slightly longer time. The distance was too far, and Han Ning could only faintly see Li Chuanzai's slightly parted lips. This meeting lasted for nearly 10 minutes or so. In the end, Yue still stood up and left first. Zhou Zhan, be careful. Yue has left the bench. Drive and follow her later and see where she goes. Han Ning reminded that Li Chuanzai's whereabouts were very easy to guess. It was most likely that he would return to the Korean restaurant directly. Team Leader Han, should we follow them? After Han Ning returned to the car, Chuanchi immediately pointed at Li Chuanzai, who had gotten into a taxi by the roadside. Follow them. Han Ning quickly got into the front passenger seat and buckled his seatbelt. After receiving an affirmative answer, Chuanchi immediately followed the taxi out of Central Park. Team Leader Han, what's our next plan? After the surveillance car caught up to the taxi, Agent Yakai, who was sitting in the back, couldn't help but ask. Han Ning pondered for a moment and revealed his plan. Let's just capture him. If we really wait for Li Chuanzai to take action, it will be too risky for us. Han Ning pinched his glabella with his left hand and slowly exhaled. But if we don't let them take action, we won't be able to capture that woman. Agent Yaquan retorted excitedly. After learning that Yue was most likely involved in the death of the tycoons in Thailand in the past 2 years, Yazi figured that Yue was the person he wanted to capture the most. No, we can't let their plan be implemented. There are many details of this plan that we don't know about. It's too uncontrollable. Since we've already captured some clues, there will definitely be a way to capture them. We have to ensure Fu Xian's safety and capture Li Chuanzai first. Han Ning said firmly. He immediately contacted Zhou Zhan and informed Jiang Qing of the upcoming operation plan. He requested the station to send people to provide support. 3 groups of people gathered towards the Korean restaurant. Chapter 24, Inescapable Net. Unrestrained Han Ning asked Cui Yanxi to drive the car to follow the taxi Li Chuanzai was in. He was talking to Jiang Cheng and arranging what to do next. Yes, go and apply for an arrest warrant from Zhang Sir right now. Then arrange for a team to go to the restaurant and lie in ambush. We're following this guy right now. Han Ning ordered Cui Yanxi to follow as he arranged the next mission for Jiang Cheng. Seeing that the taxi was not heading back to the Korean restaurant, Cui Yanxi and Yakai were puzzled. It was not until Han Ning hung up the phone and knew that he had finished making arrangements for tonight's operation that Cui Yanxi asked, "Team Leader Han, what do you think the target is doing now?" Han Ning had long thought of the other party's destination and spoke without thinking. He's going to the mountain road to see the truck he hid. He's probably going to investigate the agreed-upon location. As soon as Han Ning explained, the two people in the car suddenly understood. No wonder the people of the Hong Kong General Administration said that Han Ning was a natural-born criminal police officer. His talent was unparalleled. When Cui Yanxi first learned about these rumors, no one believed it. However, during the time they were working with him, Yakai and Yanxi had already believed those rumors and even thought that he was more powerful than what the rumors said. The three of them drove and followed Li Chuanzai all the way to the forest where the small truck was hidden a few days ago. Just like before, Han Ning followed the target alone and watched the other party carefully check the car. Han Ning was glad that they had restored the scene to its original state after investigating last time. Otherwise, they would have been exposed. Li Chuanzai carefully checked the surroundings of the car where he hid it and cleaned his traces along the way. After leaving this forest, he directly returned to the restaurant. Team Leader Han, what should we do next? Yakai still refused to give up. Compared to capturing the murderer inside, he wanted Han Ning to capture Yue, the woman who had killed many tycoons in Thailand and swept away countless wealth. Our people should be arriving soon. We'll start deploying when it gets dark. Everyone has to be in place. Han Ning already had a detailed plan for tonight's capture. After everyone was gathered, the operation would begin as soon as the sky darkened. Almost at 6 in the morning, Jiang Qing called Han Ning. Brother Han, the person you want has already arrived at South Bay. We didn't dare to get too close. What should we do next? Fu Xian needed someone around him, so Han Ning did not let Zhang Ji participate in the capture tonight. After all, he was indeed not very skilled at such operations. However, Han Ning never expected Jiang Qing to come alone. He had never asked her to come wait with everyone. I'll go find you. After saying this, Han Ning left the surveillance car and walked towards the street where Jiang Qing was currently located. Because Zhou Zhan had followed Yue to the Seaview Villa in South Bay, he was somewhat far from the area of the Korean restaurant. He was still on the way and was expected to make it before the operation. Why are you here? The operation tonight was no joke. The first thing Han Ning said when she saw Jiang Qing was to reprimand her for rashly coming to the front lines. I came to give you an arrest warrant. Besides, I'm also a member of the team. Why can't I come? Jiang Qing retorted childishly, leaving Han Ning speechless. As the two of them were in a deadlock, Han Ning caught a glimpse of Division Chief Park behind her with a gloomy expression. He suddenly remembered that someone seemed to be missing from the operation this afternoon. Only when he saw the other party did Han Ning realize that Division Chief Park, who had argued with him, was missing from the car. However, Han Ning did not care about the other party's emotions. He ignored him and directly planned for tonight's operation. Since Jiang Qing was already here, it was impossible for her to return easily. He could only ask her to stay away when he acted. He had already investigated the terrain around the restaurant and had figured out the direction to escape. Han Ning was very vigilant against the cunning Li Chuanzai. He had surrounded the restaurant and set up an inescapable net. This time, Li Chuanzai will definitely not be able to escape. In order to prevent him from using ordinary people as hostages, Han Ning even asked Jiang Qing to bring the officers to a nearby shop in advance and tell everyone about the police's actions tonight. He told everyone to end their business as soon as possible and to close the door and not go out. The commercial street of South Bay was filled with short old houses. With Han Ning's skills, it was easy for him to escape from such a place, be it from the ground or from the roof. Therefore, whether it was the roof or the ground, Han Ning had calculated everything. Everything was now ready. Zhou Zhan arrived at the restaurant just after dark. Everyone was present. Once the restaurant's business ended, the capture operation would begin. In order to ensure that the police would find out about the situation in the restaurant as soon as possible, Jiang Qing sneaked into the restaurant when Han Ning wasn't paying attention. Coincidentally, the female attendant remembered Jiang Qing and welcomed her warmly. After Han Ning realized that Jiang Qing had disappeared, he was very anxious. After all, the other party was a girl. Although she was a police officer, she was only an administrative staff member who had just joined the police force. When he found out that she had gone missing, Han Ning kept calling her, but Jiang Qing never answered. It was only when he received Jiang Qing's message that he found out that she had already entered the restaurant. His heart, which had just calmed down, instantly tensed up again. Cui and she knew what Han Ning was worried about and volunteered to enter the store to take care of Jiang Qing. Han Ning didn't want to agree at first. However, because women who could become police officers were too opinionated, Han Ning couldn't help but agree. In the end, he allowed the two of them to dawdle until they became the last customers to leave the shop. Because his own people were in the store, Han Ning was somewhat uneasy. He looked at her watch frequently, afraid that something would happen inside and he wouldn't be able to save them in time. It was soon 10 p.m., but they still hadn't come out. Han Ning was getting more and more anxious. After waiting for another 10 minutes, just as Han Ning was about to give the order to barge in, Jiang Qing and Cui and she walked out of the restaurant side by side. Jiang Qing gestured obscurely in Han Ning's direction, indicating that he could take action. Because the surrounding shops had received the police's warning in advance, they had all ended their business early. The entire street was silent. Li Chuanzai tidied up the kitchen as usual. After that, he threw the leftover kitchen trash into the trash pile at the back door with another chef. When he was throwing the trash, he acutely sensed that the surrounding atmosphere was not right. He immediately ignored it and only faintly used the person beside him to cover his figure. The police officers lying in ambush were prepared to capture him at any moment, but they could not find a chance to start. Han Ning, who was blocking the front door, waited for a long time. There was no sound from the back door, and there was also no sign of anyone at the front door. He was puzzled and felt that something was wrong. It was not until the female attendant at the restaurant left after work that Han Ning knew that he could not wait any longer and ordered everyone to take action together. After searching carefully, he found that Li Chuanzai was no longer in the restaurant. He couldn't even find any traces of the other party. Han Ning, what should we do? How did we lose him? Zhou Zhan asked anxiously. Han Ning frowned and quickly pondered about the current situation. Zhou Zhan will first expand the search range with the officers. We'll spread the search with the restaurant as the center. Search in teams and don't act alone. The other party is very dangerous. After giving the order, the surrounding police officers began to split up and search in an orderly manner. Han Ning was still thinking. According to the arrangements just now, it was impossible for Li Chuanzai to escape, but how did the other party disappear? After thinking for a long time, the police officers around the restaurant scattered. Suddenly, Han Ning saw the trash pile beside him and thought of a way for the other party to disappear under the siege of many police officers. Han Ning didn't call for anyone else and ran towards the trash pile at the back door alone. This trash pile was at the end of the alley at the back door of the restaurant. Han Ning did not enter the alley but hid in the shadows at the entrance. Not long after, he sensed a careful black figure coming out of the alley. After the other party entered his attack range, Han Ning quickly attacked. With a single move, he subdued the other party and instantly captured him. After handcuffing the other party, he pressed the still confused Li Chuanzai back to the police car at the entrance of the restaurant. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Zhou Zhan, bring everyone back. I've already captured the target. Han Ning used the walkie-talkie in the car to call back the police officers who had left. It didn't take long for everyone to return one after another. When they saw Li Chuanzai, who was handcuffed to the police car by Han Ning, they were all surprised. Damn Euro Han Ning, you're amazing. When Zhou Zhan heard from Han Ning, he was still in disbelief. However, when he returned, he couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 25, Cold Weapons Encyclopedia. Interrogating Li Chuanzai. When everyone returned to the surveillance car one after another, they couldn't help but be shocked. Originally, it was already very absurd for Li Chuanzai to disappear in front of everyone. However, during the short 10 minutes when everyone left to look for him, Han Ning had actually managed to capture him. This was even more absurd and had an even greater impact on everyone. Jiang Chang and Cui Anshi were the first to come out of the restaurant. They were both women and had long been protected in the back. When they heard the news from Han Ning on the walkie-talkie, they were both shocked. Brother Han, you're really godlike. You actually managed to capture him. Jiang Qing said excitedly to Han Ning the moment he arrived. Apart from surprise, Cui Enchi's eyes were filled with worship and admiration. Behind the two women stood Division Chief Park, whose eyes were filled with shock and whose face was filled with jealousy and resentment. However, no one cared about his feelings. Han Ning was complimented by his colleagues and was still calm. Just now, during the capture process, the system prompt sounded. However, he did not listen carefully. Now, he only wanted to quickly pack up and get back to the headquarters. He wanted to see what kind of attributes this vicious murderer would bring him. After Jiang Qing explained to the boss of the restaurant and the fat chef, the two of them were still terrified and uneasy. When they thought of how long they had lived with such a fierce murderer, the two of them couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. The two of them held Jiang Qing's hand and thanked the police for their timely capture. They were both afraid. Withdraw. Everyone has worked hard tonight. Go back and rest early. Leave the rest to our Interpol. After all the team members returned, Han Ning also announced to everyone that they would go back to rest. On this night, the commotion in the old city area of South Bay finally ended, and now, Han Ning and the others needed to interrogate Li Chuanzai. The matter regarding his organization was the main event of this operation. The people from the International Investigation Team boarded their cars in groups, and Zhou Zhan and Han Ning followed the car that was escorting Li Chuanzai back. Li Chuanzai, who had been subdued by Han Ning at the entrance of the alley, was in a daze. Before he could figure out how he was captured, he was escorted back to the police station. After all, the organization did not remind him that he was targeted by the police. He was puzzled by how the police discovered his whereabouts. In the car, Han Ning finally had the time to open his system interface to check what he had gained from capturing Li Chuanzai. Since it had been a while since Han Ning last opened the system, Han Ning was surprised when he saw his total stats. He still remembered the data when he first obtained the system. Now, his data could be said to have improved quite a bit. Name, Han Ning. Job, Interpol Officer. IQ, 112. Combat, 90. Activate details, Reason, 59. Activate details, Investigation, 67. Activate details, Technique, 38. Activate details, Special Talent, none. Han Ning was silently calculating how much he had improved after his experiences with the cases. After comparison, he realized that he had the most increase in his technique attributes. It increased by a total of 6 points. After opening the details, a series of notifications sounded in his mind. You have successfully captured a highly intelligent and dangerous criminal. The other party has dropped a special attribute skill. Your technical attributes have been increased. You have successfully captured a highly intelligent and dangerous criminal. Attributes obtained: Vision Transfer *8, Killing Method *8, Ceramic Art *8, your investigative attributes +1, technical attributes +3, a new special attribute skill, the Cold Weapons Encyclopedia. When Han Ning saw this new attribute, his eyes lit up. He subconsciously tapped on the new attribute skill. Immediately after, he felt that many methods to use cold weapons had appeared in his mind, as well as relevant information. He never expected that he would get such a good thing after capturing Li Chuanzai. Han Ning had only received firearms training in the police academy and did not know much about cold weapons. Now, this attribute skill had made up for his weakness. After checking, Han Ning closed the system interface. Through the rearview mirror, he looked at Li Chuanzai, whose hands were cuffed to the car. After obtaining the new attribute skill, he could tell at a glance that the other party was hiding an extremely exquisite dagger-shaped weapon at his waist. Zhou Zhan, search his waist and body. After Han Ning finished speaking, surprise flashed in Li Chuanzai's eyes. All of a sudden, Zhou Zhan asked in confusion. Because of his trust in Han Ning, he had already started to act obediently. The interior of the carriage was small, and Li Chuanzai's hands were even cuffed. Zhou Zhan easily took out the dagger he had hidden by the side of the car door. Gosh. Han Ning, do you have X-ray vision? How did you know he was hiding this thing? Zhou Zhan was very curious. How did Han Ning know that the other party was hiding a weapon? After his last weapon was taken away, Li Chuanzai's expression instantly became dispirited. I discovered it by chance just now. Han Ning's calm appearance made the two people in the same car admire him greatly. They praised him in their hearts. Han Ning was a truly capable person without having any arrogance or impatience. Back at the headquarters, Han Ning and Jiang Qing were in the specialized interrogation room of the Interpol. Han Ning was the main interrogator while Jiang Qing recorded notes. The other members of the investigation team in the monitoring room were all gathered here to watch Han Ning's interrogation. including Superintendent Zhang and Wang Jing, who had received the news. Jiang Qing looked at Han Ning in confusion before turning to look at Li Chuanzai. She found it strange that the two of them were still silent. Han Ning did not speak because he was conflicted about what language he should use to interrogate the man opposite him. After all, the other party probably did not understand Chinese. Han Ning was not proficient in English either. "Brother Han," Jiang Qing whispered, "what language do you think I should ask him?" After Han Ning finished asking, Jiang Qing was stunned. She had forgotten about this. The criminal opposite her did not speak Chinese, speak English. He should know how to speak it. There are many places in Thailand where people speak English. Han Ning nodded. Although he wasn't fluent in English, he was still capable of interrogating a criminal. "What's your name?" Li Chuanzai looked up when he heard the question and responded in fluent English with a wooden face. "Li Chuanzai. How did you find out I was still in the alley just now?" After confirming that the other party's English was quite good, Han Ning organized his words and continued to interrogate him. "I was observant and I used my brain." "Tell me about the organization behind you." Han Ning had no intention of explaining anything to him. He interrogated him directly. "I don't know what organization you're talking about." The muscles in Li Chuanzai's mouth twitched slightly, but he quickly calmed down. Han Ning acutely captured the other party's expression. It was normal for the other party to be stubborn. Han Ning calmly took out his phone, took out the picture of him and Yue meeting twice, and showed it to the other party. The moment Li Chuanzai saw the photo, his expression became uncontrollable. "This is just a coincidence. I don't know this woman." There was a trace of trembling in his voice. Han Ning did not directly expose his guilty conscience and pressed forward step by step. "Whether it's a coincidence or not, the police have their own judgment. The police will also be able to find out how you managed to sneak into the harbor as well as the accidental death of the tycoon you and your organization caused in Thailand. Usually, when it comes to such so-called secret organizations, as long as we capture some clues, there will be a way for us to uproot all of you. Even if you don't tell me, I'll bring the woman in the photo back and interrogate her." Han Ning's tone was calm, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. Li Chuanzai felt tormented hearing his words. He had no feelings for the organization behind him other than fear. Han Ning's words made him waver slightly. Perhaps the police could really capture them all in one go. Moreover, in this operation, Li Chuanzai vaguely sensed that the organization was about to give up on him. If he was captured by the police, he would at least have a chance to survive. After an indescribable silence in the interrogation room, Li Chuanzai seemed to be deflated as he leaned back in his chair. "I'm only the lowest level member of the organization. My job is only to kill. All those who stand in the way of the organization are people who have to be dealt with. I kill people when I receive a mission. This is my job." As Li Chuanzai explained his work in the organization, Han Ning also learned more about the structure of the organization known as Pious. Chapter 26, Pious, Welcoming Rose. Li Chuanzai paused for a moment and continued. "This organization's name is Pious. It's an organization that aims to accumulate wealth. I don't know what boss's codename is. According to the internal hierarchy of the organization, the boss is the saint, Pious?" Jiang Qing exclaimed and interrupted Li Chuanzai's story. Han Ning frowned slightly. "Little Qing, don't affect the interrogation." Han Ning's slightly serious tone made Jiang Qing feel wronged. "Sorry, brother Han, I'll be careful." During the interrogation, Han Ning wasn't in the mood to care about the other party's feelings, indicating that Li Chuanzai could continue. Han Ning could tell that this organization was only the tip of the iceberg. The word pious first appeared in Latin. It was a word that emphasized privacy and doing as one pleased. There was also another hidden meaning that very few people knew. Loyalty, however. To whom was this loyalty directed to? This was something worth investigating. The purpose of the organization is only money and nothing else. The most common method of obtaining money is to inherit it legally. The internal hierarchy of the organization is very clear. Those with lower statuses are absolutely not allowed to participate in the actions of the higher-ups. They are also absolutely not allowed to spy on the higher-ups. This is a huge taboo. Li Chuanzai's English was quite fluent. He looked at Han Ning and said, "In the organization, people like us are known as executioners. We mean to execute those who get in our way. When accepting missions, we are not allowed to have any contact with the messenger. Otherwise, both of us will be killed. That's all I know. You guys have only touched the tip of the iceberg of this terrifying organization. There is still a lot you don't know." At this point, Li Chuanzai stopped talking. There were already balls of light on the ground beside him. Han Ning stood up and circled the interrogation table. "You have interrogated a highly intelligent and dangerous criminal. Attributes obtained: criminal minds *3, profiling *6, logical reasoning *6. You have interrogated a highly intelligent and dangerous criminal. Attributes obtained: vision transfer *8, ceramic art *6, woodworking *8. Your deduction attributes +2, technical attributes +2, slightly improved." After absorbing all the balls of light on the ground, Han Ning's mind was submerged by another notification sound. "Then, according to what you said, you actually don't know the true identity of this saint. And you don't even know this woman called Yue in the photo?" Ever since Li Chuanzai started confessing, he seemed to have given up on resisting. It seemed as if he was willing to give up any information he had. No one in the organization knows the true identity of the saint. They only know that the saint is a woman. Every time she appears, she would wear a mask or hide behind someone. No one has ever seen her true appearance. The woman in the picture is codenamed Rose, one of the 12 believers. What else do you know? That's all. I'm just an assassin at the bottom of the organization who obeys orders. I don't know much. Han Ning saw that his expression was not fake. It seemed that he had already told her everything he knew. "All right, that's it then. Let's get someone else to come in." After saying the last sentence to Jiang Qing, Han Ning stood up and left the interrogation room. After handing Li Chuanzai to Division Chief Park and Agent Ye Kai, those two continued to interrogate him. This guy had committed many crimes in both countries. "Hey, you guys can capture all the people in the organization, right? They won't have a chance to attack me, right? If they know that I've been arrested by the police, as long as they get the chance, I'll definitely be killed." Seeing that Han Ning was about to leave the interrogation room, Li Chuanzai, who was previously sitting quietly on the chair, suddenly shouted excitedly at him. The fear and panic in his words were clearly sensed by everyone. Although this guy was a scum, the police indeed could not let him be killed casually. "Don't worry, that organization won't have a chance to kill you." With that, Han Ning left the interrogation room. "Zheng, sir." Han Ning knew that everyone was waiting in the monitoring room. After leaving the interrogation room, he headed over to Division Chief Park and Agent Ye Kai rushed in as soon as Han Ning left the interrogation room. They also wanted to let the guy explain all the cases he had committed. Superintendent Zhang had seen Han Ning's interrogation process and knew the case very well. After confirming that there was indeed a secret organization behind Li Chuanzai, he was even more convinced of Han Ning's judgment. "Han Ning, we know the exact situation. What do you plan on doing next?" Hearing his superior's question, Han Ning revealed his plan without hiding anything. "We'll capture her directly." 3 days later, Yue asked Fu Xian to go to the Tomorrow Art Gallery to watch the exhibition. Originally, they planned to cause a car accident halfway up the mountain to kill Fu Xian, but the assassin had already been captured by us. By that day, if nothing happened, she would definitely figure out what's going on. It would be safer for us to capture her directly. Han Ning did not hesitate and directly applied for approval for the operation in 3 days. Superintendent Zhan was naturally willing to believe Han Ning's judgment. After all, this young man had indeed created several miracles and accomplished what many old police officers could not. "Have approved the operation in 3 days. Han Ning will be in full command." "Yes." After agreeing, Han Ning called Fu Xian in front of everyone. "Mr. Fu, I'm Han Ning." "Officer Han, good evening. Do you have any specific arrangements for the next operation?" Fu Xian's slightly anxious voice could be heard. When he received his new wife's invitation, the panic in his heart was indeed indescribable. He had finally received a call from the police and was naturally anxious to know their arrangements. "Yes, the rest of the operation has been arranged. As agreed, you'll drive straight to the police station after picking up your wife." After the matter came to an end, Han Ning set up the follow-up plan. Division Chief Park, Agent Ye Kai, and the others also found out about the crimes Li Chuanzai had committed as they had wished. It was rare for Han Ning to have 2 days of leisure. Finally, the day that he had agreed to meet Fu Xin arrived. Officer Han, I'll be at the police station in 10 minutes. In the morning, Han Ning received a message from Fu Xin and immediately brought Zhou Zhan downstairs to welcome him. A luxury car without a license plate slowly stopped in front of the police headquarters. The gentle woman sitting in the front passenger seat looked at the fat middle-aged man beside her with confusion. Honey, why didn't you park the car properly? Aren't you here to do something? The fat man in the driver's seat wiped the cold sweat that had appeared on his forehead for no reason. He unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the car door. It's all right. Let's get off first. After getting out of the car, Fu Xian saw the surrounding police officers and the patrol officers who were walking towards him and heaved a sigh of relief. Turning around, he saw Han Ning walk out of the building with a few police officers in casual clothes behind her. Officer Han Ning nodded at Fu Xian. He immediately saw the woman who had just gotten out of the front passenger seat. The door had yet to close. Rose, welcome. Yue thought silently how nice it would have been if the young police officer in front of her had called out her name instead of her code name. Until she was handcuffed, she still had that gentle smile on her face. Chapter 27, Rose defending herself. Horrifying truth. After handcuffing her at the entrance of the police station, Han Ning let Jiang Qing bring her into the interrogation room. He still needed to calm Fu Xian down before going upstairs. Mr. Fu, if you have nothing else to do today, please stay in the police station for the time being. I might need your help for the upcoming interrogation. After all, the two of you are still legally married. Fu Xian wiped the cold sweat that had appeared on her forehead for no reason. He only knew to nod in agreement and no longer had the ability to think on his own. Zhangji, bring Mr. Fu to the rest area upstairs to rest for a while. Today's interrogation will take some time. Seeing that Fu Xian was still in a state of shock, Han Ning simply arranged for Zhang Ji to take care of him for the time being. The car blocking the door was driven to the parking lot by Han Ning's colleagues. Han Ning looked back at the badge hanging on the door and muttered to herself solemnly, whether you're a human or a ghost, I'll dig you out. With that, he walked towards the interrogation room. Yue was brought into the interrogation room by Jiang Qing. Throughout the process, she had that iconic gentle smile on her face. She did not look like she had done anything wrong and did not even try to explain herself. Jiang Qing cuffed her to the chair in the interrogation room and retreated, leaving her alone in the room. Just like when Han Ning was interrogating Li Chuanzai, the outside of the monitoring room was filled with people. Wang Jing and Superintendent Zhang were very concerned about the case that Han Ning was investigating. After all, they still needed him to find out the true identity of this mysterious organization. The scene of Yue sitting alone in the interrogation room looked quiet and beautiful, like an oil painting. Wang Jing found it hard to think that she was a criminal. We don't have any concrete evidence now. How are we supposed to capture this woman? If that brat surnamed Han fails to interrogate her later, I want to see how he ends up. When that happens, everything will be over. Division Chief Park looked at Yue on the other side of the glass and cursed softly. Yes. Chief Park is right. That Han guy is just a little luckier than us. He's not as experienced as Chief Pu. The two male Korean agents finally immediately pounced on the chance to flatter their boss. Hearing that his words were acknowledged, Division Chief Park's expression became even more smug. And she saw everything and felt disdain in her heart. However, she did not show it on her face at all. After all, she still had to work under the other party after returning to Korea. These foreign agents all spoke in their own country's language. Superintendent Zhang and Wang Jing didn't understand them. However, just by looking at Division Chief Pu's expression, they knew that the other party wasn't saying anything good. When Han Ning entered the interrogation room, the discussion in the monitoring room stopped. Jiang Qing brought the documents with her. When she returned to the interrogation room, Han Ning had already sat down and the interrogation had officially begun. Yue, that's your real name, right? Han Ning began to interrogate her casually. It's my real name. What's wrong, officer? Did someone commit a crime with my name? Yue's answer was very reasonable and flawless. No, this is just part of the process. After all, there are always some criminals who like to use all kinds of fake identities. We're also trying to avoid arresting the wrong person. Han Ning smiled and explained, that's true. It's quite common for the police to arrest the wrong person. Yue gave Han Ning a hard time. The conversation between the two seemed calm and ordinary. In reality, however, they were choosing their words carefully to attack each other. Only an inexperienced young officer like Zhang Qing failed to understand what they meant. I in the monitoring room, Wang Jing couldn't help but frown. She could sense how troublesome the woman inside was. Ms. Yu, you are an illustrator, right? Right, I am somewhat famous. No wonder. Artists always have the most unique temperament among the crowd. They can always be easily found. Thank you for the praise. If Officer Han wants to learn too, I can introduce you to a teacher. It's never too late to learn art. The battle between the two caused Zhang Qing's mind to be unable to keep up. She only mechanically recorded what they said. Then I'll have to thank you first. If I have the time in the future, I'll ask for the contact of that teacher. It's just that I don't have much time recently. After all, I still have to fight your organization later. I'm afraid I won't have the time. Don't you agree, Ms. Yu? After saying that, Han Ning carefully observed the other party's expression. As soon as he finished speaking, Yue's expression instantly became unnatural. Although it was only an instantaneous expression, Han Ning still caught it. Tell me, why would an ordinary illustrator like you meet up with a murderer? Yue did not respond to Han Ning's words and just looked at him silently, and you even met him twice in a short period of time. Can you give a reasonable explanation for this? Han Ning looked straight into the other party's eyes. Even though she remained silent, the expression on her face still made her seem nervous and panicked. What you're saying is only speculation. You have no evidence. Yue was silent for a long time, her voice trembling slightly. Hearing this, Han Ning did not explain. He only took out the photo of her meeting with Li Chuanzai and showed it to her. When she saw the photo, Yue revealed an incredulous expression. At this moment, Han Ning pursued, this person's name is Li Chuanzai. We've already brought him back and interrogated him. He has already told us about you. Yue felt as if she had been struck by lightning, unable to retract the shock on her face. At this moment, Han Ning was in no hurry to continue asking. He knew that the other party was struggling internally. Silence. After an unknown period of time, Yue suddenly placed her cuffed hands on her face and slowly told her story. I didn't want to, I just want to draw in peace. Why is it so difficult? Yue's voice was filled with helplessness and unwillingness. Tell me everything you know. As a pawn, it is meaningless for you to hide information. Han Ning felt a little suffocated. The people in this organization were probably not simple. My motive for getting close to Fu Xian is very simple. You should already know that. That's right, it's to inherit his inheritance. How did you plan on inheriting it? Zhang Qing could not help but ask. She could sense that this beautiful woman in front of her had a very rich and tragic past. Han Ning was displeased with Zhang Qing's interruption and glared at her, but it was useless. Zhang Qing did not look at him. With different wealthy targets, the organization will develop different methods of killing. What I needed to do was to successfully attract the attention of the tycoon and get them to marry me. Of course, during this process, the organization will also help arrange for opportunities for me to encounter the target. They also provide me with all kinds of information to make things more convenient. The operation of the organization will only be carried out after a thorough plan is made. There will never be any evidence left behind. The killer is responsible for creating accidents. After my husband dies, I will naturally inherit the inheritance and then exchange all the fixed assets for cash and hard currency. After that, I'll hide my identity for a period of time and wait for the organization to find the next target. After coming up with a plan, they'll inform me of the next operation. The next time I appear, I'll have a new identity and name. Yue's story shocked everyone present. No one expected this organization to be so organized and premeditated when it came to committing crimes. This was a well-developed criminal industry chain. Han Ning frowned. In other words, there must be a bigger conspiracy behind this organization. Moreover, the power behind them was definitely not small. Chapter 28, Psychology Attribute. Smiling as Yue spoke, she removed her hands from her face and looked at Han Ning in deep thought. She could tell that it was all thanks to this young police officer that they were able to capture her as well as the murderer. Silence fell in the interrogation room again. Han Ning saw another ball of light fall out from the other party's side. Everyone watched as Han Ning stood up and walked around the interrogation table. They understood that this interrogation was about to end. You have successfully interrogated a highly intelligent criminal. Attributes obtained: psychology *9, painting *6, your deduction attributes +3, technical attributes +1. Han Ning opened the newly obtained psychological attributes and found that all the relevant psychological skills and knowledge had been added to it. The relevant knowledge was reconstructed in Han Ning's mind. He felt that his understanding of psychology had deepened. As time passed, Han Ning gradually understood the rules of the system. As long as he obtained the main skill attribute point, the related branch attribute points would be allocated. After that, all the knowledge would be reassembled in his mind, allowing him to have a deeper understanding. After absorbing all the balls of light on the ground, Han Ning sat back on the chair and started to interrogate with a different approach this time. Tell me how you joined the pious organization. Before Yue could finish his story, the layer of fog on the surface of Pius had just dissipated a little. However, there was now an even thicker layer of fog, waiting for Han Ning to remove it. Han Ning still needed to continue uncovering the truth. Hearing this, Yue's emotions suddenly fluctuated a little. She spent some time trying to calm herself down. Actually, I don't really want to talk about that experience again. It was the darkest time of my life. If possible, I hope to seal it in my memories forever. Speaking of this, Yue was completely lifeless. She sat on the chair lifelessly. I'm sorry. Although it's very immoral to pick at someone's scars, I have no choice but to do this for this case. Han Ning looked at the depressed Yue and could not help but feel sorry for her. However, in order to completely uproot Pius, he could only ruthlessly tear open her scar. Yue glanced at Han Ning and Jiang Qing opposite him. There were no special emotions on their faces, and they looked as if they were doing a routine job. It made her feel a little better. She sorted out her words and slowly told her story. About 15 years ago, on a night before the middle school examination, I was sexually assaulted by my stepfather. My biological parents were severely ill at that time and had to rely on my stepfather to pay a high medical fee. I didn't dare to publicize it and endured it. Unexpectedly, Yue's first sentence stunned Jiang Qing, and an indescribable disgust rose in Han Ning's heart. After that, my mother didn't last for long and died in the hospital. From then on, I completely lost hope in my life and lived my life in a daze. I could only rely on sex to earn money. After that, a director wanted to invite me to film. I believed him and accidentally drank the red wine that the director had roofied. Not only was I raped, but I was also filmed. From then on, I completely lost my freedom and was forced to join the organization to work for it. After Yue finished speaking, she felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. After telling them of her past, she didn't seem to feel as bad as she expected to. However, everyone sitting there fell silent. No one expected this elegant and gentle woman in front of them to have such a broken past. Just as everyone was immersed in the sorrow of Yue's story, according to your experience, I think the remaining 11 believers have similar experiences as you. Pius probably recruited the others in the same way, right? Han Ning calmly analyzed that Yue's experience was indeed very tragic. However, in his previous life, he had seen too many girls who had fallen into a lost path because of various tragic circumstances. He knew very well that the only thing he could do now was to eliminate the so-called organization to prevent more girls from being led astray in the future. Although Yue and the others had also experienced misery, their crimes were still crimes. They deserved sympathy, but their mistakes should not be tolerated out of pity. You have successfully interrogated a highly intelligent criminal, psychology *3. During the interrogation, small balls of light fell from the other party's body. Han Ning absorbed them one by one, and almost all of them were attribute fragments of psychology. Yes, according to what I know, that's indeed the case. Yue was stunned for a moment before she answered. Perhaps she didn't expect Han Ning to ask the next question so calmly. After hearing her story, Han Ning rubbed his chin and connected the information he had as he thought about the current situation. By the way, can you tell me more about the organization? Yue fell into deep thought, thinking about what she had yet to say before adding, in Pius, the boss is the saint, and her codename is Smiling K. Below her are the 12 believers. Our codenames are named after the representative flowers of the 12 months. The representative flower of April is Rose, so my codename is Rose. Is there anything special about Smiling K? Han Ning asked. Apart from being mysterious, there's nothing special about her. Every time she appears, she always wears a smiley face mask and never shows her face to anyone. We only know that she's a woman. Yue thought for a moment and answered. She paused and continued to explain. Smiling K usually comes up with the plan to kill the target. She also cleans up the aftermath if anything goes wrong. Hearing this, Han Ning knew that this so-called cleanup referred to killing those who had failed the mission. Whether it was actors or killers, everyone was just a pawn in Smiling K's hands, and Yue seemed to be deep in her memories as she recalled the darkest period in her life. From the moment I joined the organization, I only remember a dark long corridor and a partition room that was more than 1,000 square meters. That place didn't look like a concentration camp. Instead, it looked like purgatory. There are many rooms along the corridor that are separated from each other. From the initial torture chambers to the training rooms that came after, everyone gradually became numb to their existence. They even began to accept how the pious organization would carve marks on their bodies. And at the end of that corridor is the mastermind Smiling K. At this point, Yue completely fell silent. She looked the same as when she first entered the interrogation room, except that she was now a little less angry. Han Ning finally connected the entire story of the case. Pious, this specialized wealth collection group, must have some huge secret hidden behind it. After successfully seducing the tycoon through the 12 believers under her control, Smiling K would assign the killer to create an accident as she took all the wealth from the tycoon. However, the identity of the cleaner had yet to appear. These cleaners were specially assigned to deal with those who had failed the mission. This was a large-scale criminal organization with a clear goal and cruel methods. The leader was extremely mysterious and cautious. Yue, how do you usually communicate with Smiling K? Han Ning asked. Chapter 29, Waiting for the Call. Reporting the case. Yue was not surprised by Han Ning's question. It was only natural for him to ask for the contact method. Smiling K was abnormally cautious. Her every communication instance would leave no traces. We usually contact each other on the phone. It was always Smiling K who contacted me. No one in my organization could contact her. Every time K contacted me, she would use an overseas phone. There's no way to trace her. Yue looked helpless. It was true. Smiling K had always communicated this way. She would always suddenly appear in Yue's life like a ghost. Han Ning rubbed his chin and pondered about what to do next. How often do you guys contact each other? Han Ning continued to ask. There's no fixed time. K doesn't usually contact us unless it's absolutely necessary. Yue thought for a moment and frowned slightly, recalling her previous contact with K. When was the last time she contacted you? Han Ning couldn't help but be in a dilemma. The difficulty of the Smiling K was simply beyond his expectations. The last time she contacted me was 3 months ago. She assigned me a new mission to approach Fu Xin. Yue thought for a moment and added before Han Ning could ask him another question. K knows everyone's whereabouts and mission progress. She knows that my latest assignment is about to end, so she'll probably contact me in the next few days. Hearing this, Han Ning had a plan in her heart. His next move would depend on Zhang Ji's ability. By the way, do you know the area where K often moves around? I don't know. All I know is that she usually holds a meeting in a bar called the Bamboo Bar. It's a bar in Thailand and we've been there 3 times. I'm not sure if that bar is her activity area. After hearing Han Ning's question, no matter how Yue thought about it, she could only think of the area in Thailand where the meetings were held. However, she couldn't be sure if that was K's activity area. Actually, the first time I met K was at that bar. That was the first time I walked out of that corridor after completing my training. I got into a car and it took me a long time to get there. My eyes were covered for the entire process. It took very long for me to arrive, so I wasn't able to remember the route. When we met, the other party was still wearing a mask, so I couldn't tell her appearance at all. However, from her figure, I could tell that she was a woman with a very sexy figure. Her skin condition was very good and it didn't seem like it was only well maintained. There was a high chance that she was younger than me. Yue revealed all the information he knew with a relieved expression. She knew that the crimes she had committed were unforgivable by the law, but it didn't seem like a bad thing if she could escape from case control. In the interrogation room, Han Ning was still thinking. Zhang Qing had been sitting in a daze for a long time because she was too shocked. That's it. Yue will be temporarily locked away. We'll monitor her phone and wait for Smiling K to contact us. Han Ning handed the rest of the matter to Zhang Qing to handle. He stood up and left the interrogation room. When he returned to his office, Zheng Sir and Wang Jing were already waiting for him. Zhang Ji brought Fu Xian to complete the procedures and sent him out of the police station. Division Chief Park and the others were also waiting with Agent Yakai and his men. What they were about to discuss was not a simple capture operation. Han Ning, everyone is here. Tell me what you think first. How do you want to investigate next? This case has a lot of implications. You have to think carefully before acting. Superintendent Zhang sat at the head of the table and said solemnly. He had thought that it would be a simple case, but he did not expect it to end up becoming such a huge case. Then I'll tell you what I think first. Han Ning took over. Zhang Ji, are you able to track the location of the overseas phone with your technology? Zhang Ji did not expect to be the first to be called out. He thought for a moment and answered firmly, we can track it, but it will take more time. How long will it take? It'll take at least 3 minutes. Zhang Ji pondered for a moment before Han Ning received an affirmative answer. He nodded and continued, from the information Yue gave us, the Smiling K is too cautious. If we want to capture her, ordinary methods will definitely not work. Her contact with Li Chuanzai was done through a middleman. We'll put that aside for the time being. We'll mainly rely on Yue to figure out the location of Smiling K. Han Ning's thoughts were clear as he analyzed the situation bit by bit. Whether we can catch Smiley K's tail will depend on whether Zhang Ji's skills are strong enough. The possibility of Smiley K contacting Yue in the past few days is very high. You have to seize the opportunity and find out the other party's location. Han Ning looked at Zhang Ji as he said this. Zhang sir, I want to apply for a video call with the Thai and Korean side. We will connect the situation and tailor our next plan of action. The criminal organization this time can basically be confirmed to be an international large-scale money-making organization. Han Ning looked solemnly into the eyes of his superior. Sure, I approve. It would be fine if the criminal was hiding in Hong Kong. But if she is outside the border, we indeed don't have any effective methods to capture her directly. Wang Jing, go make the arrangements. Contact them and see if you can arrange a video conference. After hearing Han Ning's plan, Superintendent Zhang arranged for Wang Jing to contact the Thai and Korean side directly and immediately start the meeting. After all, no one knew when Smiling K would contact Yue. Han Ning praised his superior's ability to act. It was a good thing that their next action was decided as soon as possible. While waiting, Division Chief Park had already urgently contacted his superior. He wanted to tell his superior what had happened before Han Ning could report the case. Chui and she watched coldly as Division Chief Park's expression changed from anxious to complacent. She felt even more disgusted. This man had probably taken the credit again and gained some benefits from his superior. This was why he looked so different. The same went for Yakai. However, he had reported the matter to his superior truthfully and did not hide any of Han Ning's contributions. He explained that the reason why they were able to capture the members of the pious organization this time was mainly because of Han Ning. Han Ning sat quietly by the side, waiting for Wang Jing to do her job. I've contacted them. Zhang sir, just go to the meeting room. It's already been prepared. Almost an hour later, Wang Jing returned and asked everyone to change rooms to continue the meeting. Therefore, the first international conference for this case was held between the three countries. The person in charge of the Thai side was a sturdy black man. With a single glance, one could tell that he was a person who persisted in exercising all year round. His expression was very serious, and one could reasonably guess that the other party was a relatively strict man. The person in charge of the Korean side was the opposite. His skin was white and thin, and he was a young man with a thick scholarly aura. Under the gentle smile on his face, there was an unconcealable arrogance in his bones. Next, the person in charge of this case, Han Ning, will introduce the case to everyone. After the three leaders exchanged pleasantries, Superintendent Zhang turned the topic to Han Ning, indicating that he could get to the main topic. Han Ning didn't show any signs of fear. He began to sort out the case from the moment Li Chuanzai entered the harbor to the point where Yue was lured out. In the end, he also revealed Yue's confession and the exposed information regarding the secret organization. However, he did not reveal his own guesses. After hearing Han Ning's report, the sergeant of the Thai side was extremely shocked. When Han Ning was explaining the case, he tried his best not to mention his role in it. However, Yakai had reported to the sergeant in advance and had told him about the important role the young police officer played in the case. He compared the reports of the two of them in his heart and realized that without Han Ning, it was impossible for this case to be investigated to such an extent. This middle-aged man, who had been a detective for 10 years in Thailand, instantly acknowledged Han Ning. However, as Han Ning continued to talk about the case, the expressions of the people from the Korean side gradually became worse. Chapter 30, International Special Group, Fake News Plan. I didn't see you mention the roles of the others in your report, Officer Han. Isn't it a bit biased for you to report the case like this? Seeing that Han Ning had finished his report and had not mentioned their contributions from beginning to end, the young chief police of the Korean side couldn't help but question. Everyone present could not help but be stunned. The shameless style of these Koreans was really similar. Han Ning couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. What was he talking about? One shouldn't mix in personal feelings when reporting the case. Wouldn't it be fine if he just reported the case without giving credit? Also, Division Chief Park and the others had not been able to help out in Hong Kong and even hid information. How shameless must they be to ask for credit? When Division Chief Park heard that his superior had indeed believed his report just now and was now on his side, his expression instantly became smug. Chui and she wanted to open her mouth to explain several times, but Division Chief Park's warning gaze was fixed on her. She could only give up helplessly. She realized that she had to find a way to transfer away after returning to Korea. She absolutely could not work with this hypocrite again. Superintendent Zhang was about to defend Han Ning, but the young man had his own thoughts and spoke first. Ojing, sir, the Korean side has nothing to do with the follow-up case anymore. According to the rules, shouldn't we remove them from the team? Han Ning's words were direct. After all, since they had a deep grudge against him, Han Ning didn't mind sending them back to where they came from. In any case, the following case had nothing to do with them anymore. They no longer had a reason to stay after Li Chuanzai's successful capture. Wang Jing was the first to react. Han Ning's meaning was very clear. He wanted to send them away now that they were no longer connected to the case. She secretly turned her head and forced down the corner of her lips that were curled up high. That's true. The connection to the Korean side ended after we captured Li Chuanzai. Superintendent Zhang thought for a moment and understood Han Ning's intentions. He then answered the question. The two of them asked and answered in unison. Division Chief Park and his superior in the video instantly panicked. The pious organization was a huge case. If they were kicked out of the special investigation team just like that, no matter how great their results were, it would have nothing to do with them. This was unacceptable. This case started with Li Chuanzai's case. It has always been closely related to the Korean Interpol. So what if Li Chuanzai is now captured? The Korean Interpol still deserves to participate in the case. The young chief police officer could not help but roar in anger. However, everyone present had already seen the other party's true appearance. He was just a hypocritical person, and no one took his words to heart. Sergeant Kuan Ta, do you think it's appropriate for the Korean side to withdraw from this case? Superintendent Zhang ignored the Korean chief's defense and directly asked Detective Kuan Ta of the Thai Interpol. I think that's very reasonable. After all, we're the ones involved in the next case. Sergeant Kuan Ta smiled. He had already disliked these Koreans when they were working with them in Thailand. Now that the Hong Kong side had the intention to kick them out of the team, he was more than willing. Superintendent Zhang and Sergeant Kuan Ta had reached an agreement to kick the Korean side out of the team. No matter how the young chief police cursed, the two of them remained unmoved. Division Chief Park was so angry in the meeting room that his face flushed red. However, he did not dare to say a word while Han Ning's cold gaze was fixed on him. Seeing that the two of them had made up their minds to kick them out of the team, the chief police knew that the decision was irreversible and stopped struggling. They only raised another condition. The Korean Interpol wanted to extradite Li Chuanzai back to the country after the pious case was over and then put him on trial. The Hong Kong Interpol did not mind this. After all, Li Chuanzai had not committed any crimes in Hong Kong yet. The people in Thailand were originally extremely unwilling to do so. After all, Li Chuanzai had caused many accidents in Thailand. During this time, many people had died, and there were even many wealthy people with high statuses that were killed. However, in the end, Sergeant Kuan Ta relented. The pious organization that he had to deal with next was the most important. In the end, he decided to let them take the killer back to Korea. After the restructuring of the special investigation team was settled, Division Chief Park left the meeting room with his men. The Korean chief police officer in the video also left the meeting immediately after Superintendent Zhang discussed with Sergeant Kuan Ta. They decided to reorganize the special investigation team and welcome the more complicated cases with more enthusiasm. 2 days later, Han Ning received news from Superintendent Zhang that the new international special investigation team had already been reconstructed. They had also assigned an additional elite member to join the team. This would also reduce Jiang Qing's chances of being moved to the front lines. Now, the Interpol had a shortage of manpower. However, they still temporarily transferred an elite detective known as Guan Feng. Han Ning was rather familiar with this name, although the two of them had never worked a case together in her previous life. This person's name had always been passed around among the police. Thus, Han Ning had naturally heard of him. Back then, when he had just joined Interpol, Guan Feng's name had already spread throughout the team. Not only was this person skilled, but he was also not simple-minded. His analysis and control of the case were incomparably precise. After learning that it was Guan Feng who had joined his team, Han Ning was overjoyed. He was about to gain a powerful helper. From the information Yue revealed, much of the information regarding the pious organization is very clear. The only thing that puzzles me is this smiling K. The information I know is too little. After Guan Feng entered the group, he quickly got along with everyone. Their personalities were similar, and the four men in the group got along very well. Did anyone find anything after analyzing the information? Han Ning asked. Even though they only gathered for a few times, Smiling K has always held meetings with the 12 believers in Thailand. Could it be that the lair of this organization is located in Thailand? Zhou Zhan suggested. I have the same idea. According to the current information, the probability of their lair being in Thailand is the highest. Guan Feng agreed. Zhangji marked out the known gathering places on his computer. Through large data calculations, he came up with a hypothetical activity range of Smiling K.as expected. It was in the most chaotic red light district of Man City in Thailand. Although this is only a hypothetical range, I think there's still a high chance of it being true. Thailand is close to the triangular area, after all. That's where the criminals live. In my opinion, if Pius chooses to gather, it would be the most reasonable place. Han Ning concluded. Everyone agreed. Even if we figure out their lair, is there anything we can do other than wait? Zhou Zhan asked the question that everyone was thinking about. After all, waiting for K to contact them was too passive. Moreover, after Yue and Li Chuanzai were captured, their plan might not work as expected. After a while, K would definitely realize that something was wrong. If their operations don't go as planned, K would definitely discover something. Basically, we will be exposed in advance. When that happens, we will definitely have a worse chance of capturing K. After Guan Feng finished speaking, he looked at Han Ning. This police officer opposite him was even younger than him and had only joined the police force for less than 3 months. Despite that, he was already an elite police officer that everyone in the headquarters knew about. At this moment, their discussion had reached a bottleneck and they could only rely on Han Ning to give good suggestions. Everyone fell silent. Han Ning was also thinking about how to deal with this problem. How about this? We'll first release the fake news that Fu Xian was severely injured in a car accident and that his new wife, Yue, is about to inherit his entire inheritance. Then, we'll get K to contact us. As soon as Han Ning finished speaking, everyone was shocked. That's right. Even if they can't complete their plan, we can help them complete it. Han Ning, your brain is really godlike. The other three were surprised by Han Ning's plan and couldn't help but praise him. Guan Feng also became more convinced of his leadership. Chapter 31, K's Location, International Case. Everyone felt that Han Ning's plan was very feasible. After carefully discussing the details, the four of them split up and began to set up. Mr. Fu, I'm Han Ning. Han Ning was in charge of telling Fu Xian the plan. In the team, only Han Ning and Fu Xian had some contact. In the following plan, we hope that you can cooperate with the police to film a scene of a car accident. We'll create fake news of your death caused by a car accident. Then, in the next month, we hope that you'll try your best not to appear in front of people. Fu Xian's role in Han Ning's plan was very important. If the news that he was still alive after fake news was spread, all of the previous efforts would be in vain. Moreover, it would even affect the follow-up plan to capture the Smiling K. After hearing Han Ning's powerful analysis of the connections, Fu Xian hurriedly said that she would definitely follow the police's plan and cooperate well. However, he also requested that the police ensure his safety throughout the filming process. After that, the police would also have to be responsible for his safety. Han Ning agreed to his requests. These were their responsibilities after all. After the fake news plan was prepared, Han Ning gathered people and began to implement it. Within a day, the news of Fu Xian, a Hong Kong tycoon, dying in a car accident spread throughout Hong Kong. The news also mentioned how Fu Xian's newlywed wife would inherit all of his assets. When Han Ning saw that the plan had been successfully completed and the effect was quite good, he felt a little more at ease. He believed that K must have already received this news. In a large room decorated in European style in Thailand, two fair, tender, and extremely well-proportioned legs were extended on a coffee table. The owner of these legs was wearing a bathrobe and leaning lazily on the soft leather sofa behind her. There were several up-to-date newspapers on the empty seat beside her. The one in her hand was the Hong Kong Daily. The plan had been completed as Han Ning had expected. Now, all they could do was wait. Yue Wei and Li Chuanzai were also currently imprisoned at the headquarters. These two people were related to their next plan and could not be transferred for the time being. Ever since the day of the interrogation, after hearing Yue Wei's story, Jiang Qing had great sympathy for her and had taken care of her a lot these days. On this day, Han Ning was in a daze as he looked at the character connection map he had drawn on the whiteboard. Suddenly, his phone rang. "Brother Han, come quickly, K is calling." After the news of Fu Xian's fake death was released, Zhang Ji had been staying at the place where Yue Wei and Li Chuanzai had been imprisoned, afraid that he would miss K's call. After receiving the news, Han Ning hung up the phone and quickly rushed towards Yue Wei. "How is it?" As soon as he arrived, Han Ning asked Zhang Ji anxiously. It was Li Chuanzai's phone that rang just now. It was to arrange a retreat route for him, not K. Zhang Ji explained awkwardly. When Li Chuanzai's phone rang just now, he was so nervous that he thought it was K calling and hurriedly called everyone over. "However, I've already located the messenger. He's in Hong Kong." Just as Zhang Ji was reporting the current situation to Han Ning, the other three members of the team also arrived. "Should we attack first and capture this messenger?" Guan Feng looked at Han Ning and asked. Han Ning thought for a moment and said, "Let's not move for the time being. We'll act together after we find K's location to avoid alerting the enemy. The other party has arranged a retreat route for Li Chuanzai on the phone just now. The route is still in South Bay. Even Li Chuanzai's passport was prepared for him. The other party probably wants him to leave by sea. We'll just control South Bay first." After thinking about it, Han Ning came to a conclusion. The others also found it reasonable and agreed. Just as they decided on what to do, Yue Wei's phone suddenly rang. The few of them looked at each other and Han Ning handed the phone to Yue Wei. After Zhang Ji's fingers quickly worked on the keyboard, he nodded and indicated that Yue Wei could answer. "Hello." The moment Yue Wei picked up the phone, everyone fell silent. "Rose, how close are you to getting inheritance?" A voice that had been processed by a voice changer sounded from the other end of the line. Without any nonsense, the other party asked directly. Han Ning looked at Yue Wei questioningly, and the other party nodded to confirm that the call was indeed from K. Zhang Ji was already doing his best to track them. Han Ning looked at the screen and realized that it would still take some time. She motioned for Yue Wei to delay for a while longer. "Rose, answer me." It took some time for Yue Wei to communicate with Han Ning. The caller soon got impatient and urged, "Sorry, I was a little absent-minded just now. I still need some time to get the inheritance. The procedures are a little complicated." Yue Wei explained, "Why is it taking so long this time?" The voice on the other end of the phone sounded slightly angry. "Sorry, I'm already dealing with it as soon as possible. I just need to take a bit more time for the procedures to be completed." After Yue Wei finished speaking, there was a short silence on the other end of the phone. "Fine, then I'll give you some more time. Rose, you should know what Pius is capable of." The other party's tone returned to normal. Zhang Ji still needed a minute. Seeing that the other party was about to hang up, Han Ning hurriedly gestured to Yue Wei. "Right, K." In order to prevent the other party from hanging up immediately, Yue Wei hurriedly shouted for the other party, "I have one more thing to tell you. After dealing with this inheritance, I need to report to you in person." Knowing that the other party did not hang up, Yue Wei directly told her the excuse Han Ning had given her. "Why can't you just tell me over the phone?" "No, this matter is related to the organization. I have to tell you in person." The other party was silent for a long time. Zhang Ji indicated that the location had been located. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At least this show was not wasted. See you at the old place in a month. After saying this, the other party hung up without giving Yue any chance to react. Originally, they thought that the other party would not agree to Yue's request to meet. Yue and Han Ning did not expect that the other party would actually agree to meet before the call ended. Zhang Ji had already successfully locked onto the other party's location. Even if this meeting hadn't happened, the special investigation team would have made their next move. However, since the other party had agreed to meet, they had to make good use of this matter. Where is that old place she mentioned? Han Ning asked, and the other three finally calmed down. Locating the other party's current location was only the first step. If I'm not mistaken, she should be referring to the bar that we usually gather at, the Bamboo Bar. Yue thought for a while and gave an uncertain answer. It seemed that Han Ning's speculation was correct. Then when you meet, do you have a secret signal or a symbol for you to identify each other? Han Ning remembered that she had said that no one had seen Kei's true appearance before. Then how was he supposed to confirm the other party's identity when Yue was not around this time? There's an extremely bright red spider lily tattoo on Kei's right shoulder. Kei had requested for all the believers to get a tattoo of their corresponding flower on their left shoulder. Kei herself also has a tattoo. Although she has agreed to meet me now, I can't guarantee that she will be the one to meet me. As Yue spoke, she even pulled down her shirt to reveal the tattoo on her left shoulder. Han Ning carefully recorded the pattern of the tattoo. The matter had come to an end for the time being. Han Ning led the 4 people from the special investigation team to capture the middleman who had contacted the killer. However, the other party was just an outsider and the team did not find any useful information. After reporting the progress of the case to Superintendent Zhang, Han Ning applied for permission to head to Thailand. The team was prepared to capture Kei in another country. Chapter 32, The Bamboo Bar. Lady owner. The meeting room was silent for a moment. Koen Ta was also thinking about the feasibility of the plan that Han Ning had suggested. Han Ning was in no hurry. After he finished speaking, he sat back down and waited. Ong acted in the same way as yesterday. Even during the meeting, he still took good care of Yakai. Will follow your plan, Han Ning. If you need anything, just ask Yakai. After thinking for a long time, Koen Ta agreed with Han Ning's plan. Guan Feng heaved a sigh of relief under the table. Although he had guessed that the Thai side would not refuse this plan, he still felt uneasy when the other party was hesitating. Then thank you very much for your trust and help, Sergeant Koen Ta. Hearing that the other party had agreed, Han Ning hurriedly thanked him. The matter had basically been settled, and the meeting had ended. Now, it was time to act according to plan. Everyone in the meeting room stood up and left. 2 days later, at the bar street where the Bamboo Bar was located, a man that was more than 180 meters tall, had slender limbs, a healthy body, and white skin walked down the street. He was a young man who was pleasing to the eye. He had a pair of dark sunglasses on his face and was holding a coconut with a small opening at the top. He was also wearing a flower-patterned shirt that matched the style of Thailand, beach pants, and flip-flops. The man walked leisurely on the street. His casual and lazy appearance attracted the attention of most women on the street, regardless of their age. The faintly discernible abs under the white singlet, as well as the sturdy chest muscles that gave people a sense of security, were constantly emitting strong male pheromones towards the surrounding women. Isn't Han Ning's clothing too exposed? I don't think it's appropriate, Zhou Zhan said bitterly in a 9-seater car parked by the roadside. Yeah, that's right. Too much exposure. It's damaging to our image as Hong Kong police. Zhang Ji nodded in agreement. Is he supposed to wrap everything up? Don't forget that this is a bar street. I think you guys are just jealous of Brother Han's figure. Hearing their sour words, Zhang Chang hurriedly defended Han Ning. You can't say that. I think they're just worried about the image of the Hong Kong police. Guan Feng couldn't help but join the conversation. To be honest, he was rather envious of Han Ning's capabilities and good looks. As for Han Ning's figure, he didn't think that it was any better than his cough. You guys know that I can still hear you guys, right? Suddenly, an awkward voice sounded from the loudspeaker in the car. Zhang Qing felt that this voice was extremely sexy and alluring. Han Ning, who was walking leisurely on the street, suddenly couldn't handle the discussion coming from her earpiece. He originally didn't think that there was anything wrong with his attire, but after hearing what they said, he felt a little uncomfortable. According to the plan, Han Ning needed to go to the Bamboo Bar alone to investigate. Originally, the person walking on the street should have been Zhou Zhan. However, at the end of the meeting, Zhang Qing said, "You're not as handsome as Brother Han and you won't be able to get any useful information at the bar. It's best not to embarrass yourself." After being dealt a heavy blow by her words, Zhou Zhan was dispirited for a while and decided not to go. The wind chime on the bar door sounded as Han Ning pushed open the door. In the afternoon, there were not many guests in the bar. Han Ning entered the room and looked around. Guests were sitting in small groups, not disturbing each other. Apart from a bartender standing inside the bar counter, there was no one else. Han Ning hesitated for a moment and walked straight to the bar counter. Of course, it was best to ask the shopkeeper for information. "A glass of mojitos, thank you." After sitting down, Han Ning ordered a drink from the bartender. The other party didn't say anything and only nodded. The bartender pushed the brewed cocktail in front of Han Ning. A beautiful and alluring woman in slightly revealing clothes pulled out the chair beside Han Ning. "Handsome, do you mind if I sit next to you?" The woman smiled charmingly at Han Ning, as if she was deliberately letting her body lean towards him. Han Ning turned to look at her and immediately saw her rounded tan breasts. Despite thinking that he had good willpower, Han Ning was still instantly stunned on the spot. It was only when he heard a heavy cough from his earpiece that he regained his senses. "I don't mind." Han Ning hurriedly looked away, feeling somewhat ashamed. "Lady owner, what do you want to drink today?" The bartender's question gave away the beautiful woman's identity. "Margarita." "Handsome, why are you drinking alone? How old are you?" After saying that, the woman and the bartender immediately turned to look at Han Ning. The woman's eyes were especially charming. "I'm here to travel. I was just wandering around nearby. I thought your place looked good, so I came in." The loss of composure just now made him somewhat uneasy. After calming down, he had already recovered his original calm and responded casually, "You're traveling alone in Thailand? No wonder you ended up strolling on this street." The woman laughed. Han Ning's answer had already stirred up her imagination. Then, under Han Ning's occasional cooperation, the woman's impression of him increased rapidly. She did not doubt the words of this young and stylish man at all. Seeing that the timing was right, Han Ning went straight to the point and asked the other party, "By the way, and do you keep track of the special customers in your shop?" Han Ning's question made the smile on An's face instantly change. "Don't misunderstand. I want to help my friend find out about someone." Seeing the other party's expression, Han Ning immediately explained. He also became more vigilant against Anne and realized that this woman was not simple. From the looks of it, the trust that Anne had shown him just now was greatly reduced. "Last time I came to Thailand, my friend was drunk. He was at a bar on this street and saw a woman before she left. My friend fell in love with her at first sight, but because she was drunk at the time, he couldn't do anything. I happened to be free during this period of time, so I came to Thailand again to see if I could find that woman." He's also asking around in other bars. After Han Ning finished making up his story, Anne's expression returned to normal. She did not find any flaws in Han Ning's story and believed it. Such romantic stories were extremely common in all the bar streets in Thailand, so Anne did not doubt it. "On account of your friend's infatuation, tell me about that woman's characteristics. I'll see if I recognize her." And raised her eyebrows at Han Ning and asked, "Thank you so much. If he could figure out the identity of that woman, my friend would be overjoyed." That night, he was drunk. He only remembered that it was a girl in a red dress. There was a bright red spider lily tattooed on her left shoulder and her face. In my friend's memories, the other party seemed to be wearing a mask. He happened to see the other party taking off the mask halfway. Han Ning told him what he knew about Kay's characteristics and then looked at Anne with anticipation. "Your friend is quite infatuated." How could he be so infatuated after only seeing half of her face? And teased as she thought about the woman who matched Han Ning's description, without making Han Ning wait, and suddenly thought of someone. "I do remember someone who fits your description, but I don't know if she has a red spider lily tattoo. This woman comes to my place 3 or 5 times a year. She usually comes at a fixed time." After hearing Anne's description and comparing it to the K and the information he knew, Han Ning realized that the woman she was talking about was very likely to be K. Chapter 33, Lock onto K. Begin the investigation. Han Ning rubbed his chin. After comparing the information in his mind, he confirmed that the woman Anne was talking about was very likely to be K. If he had more information, he would have been able to be more certain. Han Ning continued to ask, "Do you remember the last time that woman came?" "Last time? About a month ago, after and recalled, Han Ning started to compare the time. If the time she gave was accurate, then K would have been in Thailand when they captured Yue. If so, the possibility that the pious headquarters was in Thailand was very high. Did anyone follow her when she came last time? Han Ning continued to ask with a cautious expression of anticipation, as if he was afraid of hearing bad news that would cause her friend's love to die. No, she came alone. At first, I didn't recognize her, but after she put on the mask, I realized. Oh, so it's her. That's how I felt. And spread her hands helplessly. So you saw her face last time? Do you still remember what she looked like? Han Ning asked. I remember. I have to say, she's really a beauty. She's so breathtakingly beautiful. Han Ning's eyes flickered with surprise. That won't do. If she's really so beautiful, I wonder if my friend still has a chance. Han Ning pretended to be worried, making him feel that this young man was indeed a loyal friend. Do you have cameras in your shop? Do you think you can find surveillance footage from the last time she was here? No, the surveillance cameras in the store will be cleaned automatically once every 15 days. Her record is already long gone. If your friend has a body like yours, he could be worthy of her. And sized up Han Ning and said suggestively with just one glance, I could tell that she's no ordinary person. Without a good face or figure like you, he would at least have to come from a rich family. Otherwise, your friend probably won't stand a chance. As she spoke, she took advantage of Han Ning's surprise and touched his face before smiling. Han Ning was very sensitive to the way and looked at him. He could see the undisguised desire in the other party's eyes. During the conversation between the two of them, Han Ning had been careful to avoid physical contact. He did not expect that she would actually take advantage of his moment of carelessness, making him somewhat depressed. However, since Han Ning had already obtained the information he wanted, Han Ning only responded with a few more words before leaving his temporary contact information in Thailand. He also agreed to Wen's invitation to see him again, and left the bamboo bar as if he was fleeing for his life. The passion the other party displayed for him was somewhat unbearable. When he returned to the car, Zhou Zhan and Guan Feng greeted him with a chorus of teasing. Even Zhang Ji and Yakai couldn't help but tease him. Han Ning was a little embarrassed by their antics. In the end, it was Jiang Qing who helped him resolve the situation so that the others wouldn't misunderstand. The investigation mission had been completed, and the commercial car slowly drove towards the police station. The atmosphere in the car was relaxed, and everyone was laughing. Han Ning's honey trap worked rather well. The information he obtained was very useful. There were still a few days left, enough for the investigation team to investigate K further. In addition, Ong's attitude surprised Han Ning. Originally, this guy only cared about Yakai and took care of him. He never expected that after everyone went out on this mission and returned to the police station, this guy would take the initiative to pour water for Han Ning and even smile brightly at him. Officer Han, have some tea. The special investigation team was preparing for a meeting. Ong was a new member of the new team assigned in Thailand. Originally, he only wanted to curry favor with Yakai, but now, he even started to target Han Ning. Han Ning was somewhat surprised and looked at him in confusion. The others also looked at Ong in surprise. Everyone, don't be surprised. Ong only worships the strong. He admires capable people more. Yakai explained for him when he saw everyone's confusion. The change in Ong's attitude was only a small interlude before the meeting. After the meeting officially began, everyone became serious. Next, we can confirm the direction of our investigation. From the news given by the lady owner of the bamboo bar, we have confirmed that Kay did appear in the bar a month ago. She was an extremely beautiful woman who appeared in the bar that day in a red dress. Han Ning analyzed, since we can roughly confirm the other party's appearance, we'll mainly investigate the surveillance cameras next. It would be best if there are still records of the bar's surveillance footage. However, since the footage has been removed, we'll investigate the footage of the street surveillance cameras. I believe that if Kay really did appear in the bamboo bar a month ago, there would definitely be surveillance cameras that captured her figure on the nearby streets. In that case, I'll immediately apply. There are still 3 days until the agreed time to meet. We have to lock onto the target as soon as possible. To the special investigation team, time was everything. This meeting divided everyone's work properly and everyone immediately entered a working state. They had to lock onto K before the agreed time arrived. Checking the surveillance cameras was a rather complicated and boring matter because there were many cameras around the bar street. In order to not miss K's figure, they had to expand the scope of their investigation. The time needed to investigate was also relaxed to 10 days. It was a lot of work, but no one complained. After reminding everyone that Yue was very good at hiding from cameras and K was probably the same, Han Ning urged everyone to be careful when checking the videos. Otherwise, they would miss K's figure easily. Machine number 3, stop. Rewind a little, more, fast forward a little. Han Ning suddenly instructed the police officer in front of machine number 3. Everyone was attracted to him and stopped what they were doing. They surrounded him and stared at the surveillance camera that Han Ning was focused on. I found her. It's her. Han Ning pointed at the woman frozen on the screen. Because of the quality of the footage, her face was not very clear. Based on the outline, Han Ning could tell that she was indeed a great beauty. The red dress on her body also indicated that he had found the right person. If one observed carefully, they could even see the mask in her left hand. It's her, it's her. Quick, zoom in on that woman in the red dress. The police officer who was operating the machine immediately did as ordered. After some operation, the screen froze on the beautiful woman in the red dress. Quick, go to the database to compare. I want to know all the information about this woman in the shortest time possible. After Yakai got K's photo, he excitedly got Ong to retrieve the woman's information. Ong quickly went to get K's information with the order, Han Ning, you're too skilled. We searched for 2 days and still weren't able to find her. You're the best. After Ong left, Yakai turned to look at Han Ning and praised. The worship in his eyes was the same as when Ong looked at him. Don't praise me, don't praise me. She just happened to appear on the machine I was looking at. You guys would have done the same if it happened to you. Han Ning waved his hand while waiting for Ong to return with the information. Everyone surrounded Han Ning and praised him. Officer Han, Superintendent Yakai, we found K's personal information. Ong rushed into the office with a few thin pieces of paper in his hand. Chapter 34, Arrested in Advance, Failed Operation. Everyone focused their attention on Ong. Officer Han, Detective Yakai, come and take a look. This woman's identity is very extraordinary. When he handed the A4 paper with K's identity to Han Ning, the excitement on Ong's face had yet to fade. Han Ning was really not used to his enthusiastic appearance. It was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had been idolized by someone. Kuching. Isn't this the famous psychologist? Yakai was shocked. The name on the information was rather famous in Thailand. No, Ong, are you mistaken? Are you sure you didn't print it wrongly? Yakai could not believe it. He did not look carefully at the surveillance footage just now. Now that the information was in front of him, he felt that it was impossible. Detective Yakai, I'm also very shocked, but according to the surveillance footage, the person who appeared is indeed the psychologist, Kuching. Ong's explanation did not let Yakai down. Han Ning, Guanfeng, and the others were puzzled by Yakai's reaction. From the looks of it, this Kuching should be quite famous in Thailand. Calm down first. Explain to us who this person is? Zhou Zhan asked curiously. Say, if you knew about Dr. Ko, you would know why we're so shocked. Yakai only remembered to explain to Han Ning after Zhou Zhan's reminder. Dr. Kuching is a famous psychiatrist in Tai City. She's kind, rich, and generous. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also a famous philanthropist who has helped many children from poor families. Not long ago, she just held a charity ball to raise funds to build a school for the children in the slum. How could a kind person like her be K? Yakai became more and more excited as he spoke. He was unwilling to believe this result. After hearing Kuching's story, Han Ning also felt that the other party was a kind person. However, criminals often had 2 faces, so he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. Ong, are you sure? Looking at the unbelievable Yaguan, Ong nodded helplessly to indicate that he had not made a mistake. Yakai seemed to have lost his strength and instantly became dispirited. If this famous Kuching is really K, then she's just too bold. Guanfeng sighed. Since we know the other party's true identity, wouldn't it be easy to find out where she is? What are we waiting for? Let's just go and capture her. Zhou Zhan was a man of action. No matter what happened, he would always act first. The others agreed with the idea of capturing K directly and began to discuss how to capture her next. Han Ning fell into deep thought. He had a feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint it. His thoughts were interrupted by his companions who were discussing fervently. After interrupting everyone's discussion, the others remembered that Han Ning had not spoken since just now and looked at him. I just think it's safer to wait until the agreed time to capture her. This time, no one agreed with Han Ning's opinion. After all, he only felt that something was wrong, but he had no concrete evidence. In the end, he did not insist. Since everyone felt that it was better to capture her directly, he would cooperate. Thailand was a place with a lot of nightlife, but the liveliness was also divided into regions. Tonight's impromptu operation was led by Yakai. Although Han Ning was the leader of the special investigation team, the local police officers were still in charge of the operation in Thailand. Team 1, be careful. Guard every entrance and exit of the residential area. No one is allowed to enter or leave after the operation begins. Team 2, prepare to break in. After making arrangements for the operation, the members of the special investigation team were all gathered in the surveillance car. The location of this operation was a villa near the sea. The people living inside were all either rich or noble and had a certain social status. The psychiatrist Kuching lived in a certain villa here. Han Ning did not check out this area in advance and did not know the terrain here. He only quietly watched Yakai lead the way a move. When the agreed upon time for the operation arrived, Yakai ordered the operation to begin. The members of the two teams acted according to the scheduled mission. The moment the lights in the target villa were turned off, a 5-man team rushed in. There were no accidents during the entire capture process. The police officer easily brought out the owner of this villa. Han Ning looked at the beautiful woman in her pajamas with a blank expression and subconsciously frowned. It had gone too smoothly, making him feel unreal. The woman who was captured was immediately brought into the car by the police officer without any explanation. Retreat. Although Yakai also found it to be surprisingly smooth, he believed that this operation was too sudden and K completely failed to react. Before leaving, Han Ning stared at this villa for a long time and found nothing. Just as he was about to leave, he turned around and saw that there seemed to be someone standing on the balcony of the villa and watching them move. Without waiting for him to take a closer look, the figure turned around and entered the house, pulling the curtains closed. Han Ning's heart jumped. Somehow, he felt that the figure just now was very important. Han Ning, let's go back. After everyone got into the car, Zhang Ji saw that Han Ning was still standing outside and shouted. Being interrupted again, he was helpless and could only get into the car to leave. However, he refused to give up and looked at the balcony again. The figure did not appear again. Back at the police station, although it was already midnight when the operation ended, Yakai was excited and planned to carry out the interrogation overnight. This time, Han Ning stood in the monitoring room and watched the ongoing interrogation. Dr. Kuching, I really didn't expect that you were only acting like a good person this whole time. Yakai found it hard to calm down. Even though he had already captured the other party, he was still unwilling to believe that the other party was K. The woman's confusion grew stronger. She looked at Yakai's regretful face and did not know what to say. Stop pretending, Kuching. Or should I call you the leader of the pious organization, K? We already know your background. You can't hide it anymore. Yakai pressed his hands hard on the table and leaned forward in an attempt to pressure the woman opposite him. The situation was in a deadlock for a long time. Yakai felt that he was about to lose his composure. Kuching, who was opposite him, still had a blank expression, but she had at least spoken. I think you caught the wrong person, detective. After Yakai heard this, his body relaxed. It was a good thing that she was willing to speak. As long as she was willing to speak, there was always a way for the interrogation to continue. Do you still want to deny it? K, do you think we captured you for no reason? But you did capture the wrong person. The K you're talking about isn't me. And I've never heard of that organization. No matter what Yakai said, the other party would always say the same thing. After 2 hours of struggling, the two of them still did not come to a conclusion. At this moment, Han Ning was frowning so hard that his brows could kill a fly. His feeling that something was wrong was getting stronger and stronger. Chapter 35, Hong Kong Call, K's game. Han Ning knocked on the glass. Yakai noticed it and stood up to leave the interrogation room. As soon as he went out, he bumped into Han Ning. Sigh, this woman is too stubborn. How can she still keep up the act? It's been 2 hours and she's still not willing to confess. Yakai started complaining when he saw Han Ning. He had no idea what to do with the woman inside. I don't think she's lying. She looked calm and sincere from beginning to end. She wasn't pretending. What? You mean we really captured the wrong person? Han Ning was interrupted by Yakai. Yes, I think we did catch the wrong person. When you go in later, you should mainly ask about the situation of the owner of the villa on the left of her house. Han Ning's words confused Yakai even more. Although he did not understand what he wanted to know about the situation of the owner of the house next door, he could no longer do anything about the woman opposite him. At this moment, Yakai could only listen to Han Ning's orders. Yakai returned to the interrogation room. This time, he asked another question. As expected, Kuching had said more. The owner of the villa next to mine should be a woman. She lives in seclusion and very few people have seen her. Sometimes, she would leave for half a month. No one knows her exact identity or work. Kuching carefully recalled her neighbor's matter. As she spoke, she gradually frowned. She realized that her neighbor seemed to be overly mysterious. She didn't even know what the other party looked like. You must have captured the wrong person. My neighbor is your true target, right? After Kuching finished speaking, Yakai's expression changed. Since Han Ning asked about the neighbor, did it mean that he had already discovered that something was wrong? We'll ask the questions here. The police don't need outsiders to tell them what to do. Dr. Kuching, you better be telling the truth. I'll leave things here for now. You can leave after we confirm your innocence. After saying that, Yakai stood up and left the interrogation room. His mind was filled with what Han Ning had told him just now. He urgently needed an explanation from the other party. In the office, the members of the special investigation team sat by the table dejectedly. After all, they had rushed around at night for nothing. It was very likely that they had captured the wrong person. Han Ning, do you have an idea? Did you find anything from the information you told me to ask? Yakai sat for a while and asked Han Ning, before I left just now, I saw a figure on the balcony of the house next to Kuching's villa. This figure had been watching our every move. After discovering that I was watching, the figure entered the inner room and did not come out until we left. Han Ning told him what he had seen. When he confirmed that he had captured the wrong person tonight, he had a very bad feeling. My intuition tells me that the figure is very important to this case. Everyone fell silent after hearing Han Ning's words. Guan Feng pondered for a moment before he spoke. Do you think there's such a possibility? Could that figure be related to K, or could it be that the owner of the house was actually K? But it doesn't make sense. The woman who appeared in the surveillance footage is Kuching. Zhou Zhan questioned. Actually, there's also the possibility that K and Kuching look very similar. It's very likely that K didn't have any identity information recorded in the system's facial recognition mistook Kuching for K. Zhang Ji's hypothesis enlightened everyone. No one had thought of this possibility before. After hearing Zhang Ji's hypothesis, Han Ning's thoughts became clear. If the hypothesis was true, K had always been active in Thailand using Kuching's identity. Even if her face was exposed, the only information the police could find was Kuching. Because she lived close by, she could immediately tell if anything happened next door. The capture last night must have alarmed her, and there should be no more traces in that villa now. One night was enough for her to erase her traces in that house. The discussion quickly ended and dawn had already begun to break on the horizon. There were less than 12 hours left until the meeting time that they had originally agreed on with K. After an ineffective night of torture, everyone in the special investigation team was very tired. Most importantly, they had captured the wrong person and suffered a huge blow. Then will K still go to the bar as planned for today's meeting? Ong asked carefully. Everyone was silent. No one knew, and even Han Ning was in a dilemma. Alright, everyone should rest first. Pack up and eat breakfast before returning to discuss. Han Ning looked at the exhausted group. In order to prepare for the upcoming operation, he decided to let everyone go and relax. Around 10 in the morning, the various departments in the police station were busy. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded downstairs. The bustling noise downstairs returned to normal after a while. Not long after, a police officer that Han Ning had never seen before rushed in with a letter in his hand. Yakai was still asleep when Han Ning took the letter. The other party did not understand Chinese or English, so the two of them could not communicate. Because of this, Han Ning let the other party leave. Opening the envelope, Han Ning's expression changed drastically. Han Ning, what's wrong? You look awful. Guan Feng woke up after the young police officer left. He saw Han Ning's expression change and asked curiously. Han Ning did not speak and only handed the letter in his hand. Guan Feng took the letter and Han Ning's phone rang at the same time. Brother Han. Bad news. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Qing's heavy voice sounded. Go ahead and speak. I am curious to find out if my guess is right. This morning, Kay called Yue again. We're completely exposed. She already knows that Yue has been arrested by the police. Han Ning was not surprised to hear the news. From the letter just now, he already knew that all his previous plans had to be overturned and restarted. I understand. It's fine. You guys watch over her carefully. I'm worried that Kay will send people to silence her. The call was quickly hung up. Han Ning and Guan Feng looked at each other and saw dense worry in each other's eyes. It was not impossible for an organization like Pius to silence a person in the police station. After all, there would always be traitors and suicidal scum everywhere. Get up, we're in big trouble. Han Ning woke up all the people who were still sleeping and showed everyone the letter in his hand. Everyone knew what would happen next. This is a warning letter Kay sent to the police. It's also a provocation. The figure I saw last night is most likely Kay herself. Han Ning's words made everyone fall silent. They had been too arrogant yesterday and did not take his words to heart, resulting in the current outcome. As for the game of cat and mouse mentioned in the letter, what do you guys think? Han Ning could no longer care about what others thought. Kay's challenge had made him angry. Now, he only had one thought in mind, and that was to capture that woman as soon as possible. Chapter 36, Hong Kong Call. Kay's game. Han Ning knocked on the glass. Ye Kai noticed it and stood up to leave the interrogation room. As soon as he went out, he bumped into Han Ning. Sigh, this woman is too stubborn. How can she still keep up the act? It's been 2 hours and she's still not willing to confess. Ye Kai started complaining when he saw Han Ning. He had no idea what to do with the woman inside. I don't think she's lying. She looked calm and sincere from beginning to end. She wasn't pretending. What? You mean we really captured the wrong person? Han Ning was interrupted by Ye Kai. Yes, I think we did catch the wrong person. When you go in later, you should mainly ask about the situation of the owner of the villa on the left of her house. Han Ning's words confused Ye Kai even more. Although he did not understand what he wanted to know about the situation of the owner of the house next door, he could no longer do anything about the woman opposite him. At this moment, Ye Kai could only listen to Han Ning's orders. Ye Kai returned to the interrogation room. This time, he asked another question. As expected, Kuching had said more. The owner of the villa next to mine should be a woman. She lives in seclusion and very few people have seen her. Sometimes, she would leave for half a month. No one knows her exact identity or work. Kuching carefully recalled her neighbor's matter. As she spoke, she gradually frowned. She realized that her neighbor seemed to be overly mysterious. She didn't even know what the other party looked like. You must have captured the wrong person. My neighbor is your true target, right? After Kuching finished speaking, Ye Kai's expression changed. Since Han Ning asked about the neighbor, did it mean that he had already discovered that something was wrong? We'll ask the questions here. The police don't need outsiders to tell them what to do. Dr. Kuching, you better be telling the truth. I'll leave things here for now. You can leave after we confirm your innocence. After saying that, Ye Kai stood up and left the interrogation room. His mind was filled with what Han Ning had told him just now. He urgently needed an explanation from the other party. In the office, the members of the special investigation team sat by the table dejectedly. After all, they had rushed around at night for nothing. It was very likely that they had captured the wrong person. Han Ning, do you have an idea? Did you find anything from the information you told me to ask? Ye Kai sat for a while and asked Han Ning, before I left just now, I saw a figure on the balcony of the house next to Kuching's villa. This figure had been watching our every move. After discovering that I was watching, the figure entered the inner room and did not come out until we left. Han Ning told him what he had seen. When he confirmed that he had captured the wrong person tonight, he had a very bad feeling. My intuition tells me that the figure is very important to this case. Everyone fell silent after hearing Han Ning's words. Guan Feng pondered for a moment before he spoke. Do you think there's such a possibility? Could that figure be related to Kay, or could it be that the owner of the house was actually Kay? But it doesn't make sense. The woman who appeared in the surveillance footage is Kuching. Zhou Zhan questioned. Actually, there's also the possibility that Kay and Kuching look very similar. It's very likely that Kay didn't have any identity information recorded in the system's facial recognition mistook Kuching for Kay. Zhang Ji's hypothesis enlightened everyone. No one had thought of this possibility before. After hearing Zhang Ji's hypothesis, Han Ning's thoughts became clear. If the hypothesis was true, Kay had always been active in Thailand using Kuching's identity. Even if her face was exposed, the only information the police could find was Kuching. Because she lived close by, she could immediately tell if anything happened next door. The capture last night must have alarmed her, and there should be no more traces in that villa now. One night was enough for her to erase her traces in that house. The discussion quickly ended and dawn had already begun to break on the horizon. There were less than 12 hours left until the meeting time that they had originally agreed on with K. After an ineffective night of torture, everyone in the special investigation team was very tired. Most importantly, they had captured the wrong person and suffered a huge blow. Then will Kay still go to the bar as planned for today's meeting? Ong asked carefully. Everyone was silent. No one knew, and even Han Ning was in a dilemma. Alright, everyone should rest first. Pack up and eat breakfast before returning to discuss. Han Ning looked at the exhausted group. In order to prepare for the upcoming operation, he decided to let everyone go and relax. Around 10 in the morning, the various departments in the police station were busy. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded downstairs. The bustling noise downstairs returned to normal after a while. Not long after, a police officer that Han Ning had never seen before rushed in with a letter in his hand. Yakai was still asleep when Han Ning took the letter. The other party did not understand Chinese or English, so the two of them could not communicate. Because of this, Han Ning let the other party leave. Opening the envelope, Han Ning's expression changed drastically. Han Ning, what's wrong? You look awful. Guan Feng woke up after the young police officer left. He saw Han Ning's expression change and asked curiously. Han Ning did not speak and only handed the letter in his hand. Guan Feng took the letter and Han Ning's phone rang at the same time. Brother Han. Bad news. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Qing's heavy voice sounded. Go ahead and speak. I am curious to find out if my guess is right. This morning, Kay called Yu Wei again. We're completely exposed. She already knows that Yu Wei has been arrested by the police. Han Ning was not surprised to hear the news. From the letter just now, he already knew that all his previous plans had to be overturned and restarted. I understand. It's fine. You guys watch over her carefully. I'm worried that Kay will send people to silence her. The call was quickly hung up. Han Ning and Guan Feng looked at each other and saw dense worry in each other's eyes. It was not impossible for an organization like Pius to silence a person in the police station. After all, there would always be traitors and suicidal scum everywhere. Get up, we're in big trouble. Han Ning woke up all the people who were still sleeping and showed everyone the letter in his hand. Everyone knew what would happen next. This is a warning letter Kay sent to the police. It's also a provocation. The figure I saw last night is most likely Kay herself. Han Ning's words made everyone fall silent. They had been too arrogant yesterday and did not take his words to heart, resulting in the current outcome. As for the game of cat and mouse mentioned in the letter, what do you guys think? Han Ning could no longer care about what others thought. Kay's challenge had made him angry. Now, he only had one thought in mind, and that was to capture that woman as soon as possible. Chapter 37, Cat and Mouse Game. Face to face with Kay, everyone in the meeting room was silent. Apart from thinking about Kay's provocation, they did not have any other thoughts for the time being. What is the purpose of this game she set up? Guan Feng was still the person who was most enthusiastic in the discussion. When everyone was silent, he was the one who broke the silence, and she even restricted the time. Who were the three tycoons she captured? Zhang Ji immediately questioned. He was not good at case analysis since data analysis was what he was best at. According to the time limit stated in the letter, the game will end at 6 in the afternoon. When should we start our operation? Zhou Zhan maintained his usual style. If he could take action, he wouldn't just sit in the office and wait. What should we even do? I still have no idea, Ong softly questioned when he heard the other party's words. Usually, when it came to case analysis, he would not have his own thoughts and would just listen to the arrangements. Aya, my head is about to explode. Han Ning, tell me, what should we do next? Everyone spoke one round, and Yakai still did not have any clues after listening to everyone's opinions. After yesterday's failure, he still had not recovered and was afraid to make a decision. Han Ning sighed. He didn't know what to do next. He could only take the warning letter from K again and read the game rules over and over again. The letter did not contain specific information about the 3 games she had mentioned. It only asked the special investigation team to go to the King's Road first and find clues to the next game among the parade. Another thing was that they could not use their police identities to participate in the game. This meant that they would have to lose the convenience brought by their police identities. Zhang Ji, stay in the office. No matter what method you use, find out the owner of the villa next to Kaching's. After thinking for a long time, Han Ning finally began to make arrangements. So Zhou Zhan and Guan Feng, the 2 of you will act in pairs. Yakai, you can pair up with Ong. The remaining 2 will stay behind to help Zhang Ji investigate. Try your best to find out K's true identity. I think there must be a lot of information we leaked from the surveillance cameras. We can only hope that there are clues to K's movements. After Han Ning finished setting up, everyone now had a direction and were no longer dispirited. Everyone, put on your earphones. Those who are going out, don't be rash when you encounter enemies. Report to each other in time. Let's move. Yes. The discussion lasted for a long time. There were only 5 hours left until the end of the game. The members of the special investigation team left the police station without even eating lunch and began to work separately. Han Ning acted alone and was more mobile. He was prepared to support the other teams at any time. When the 5 people who went out arrived at King's Road, they realized that today was the annual Loi Krathong Festival of Thailand. There was a celebration on the street, and it was extremely lively. There were too many people gathered, which was extremely disadvantageous for Han Ning and the others to search. Guan Feng, Yakai, did you guys find anything? Han Ning walked through the crowd and asked through his earpiece. He was eager to find out if the 4 people who had squeezed into the crowd from 2 other directions had noticed anything. Not yet. We're almost approaching the Buddha statue in the middle. Zhou Zhan and Guan Feng walked from the end of the road to the middle. They were about to reach the place where they had agreed to meet. I've already arrived at the Buddha statue. I didn't discover anything. Han Ning frowned. He walked around the entire parade but did not find anything. 5 minutes later, the 5 people in 3 groups met under the Buddha statue. This shouldn't be the case. According to the notification, we should have already arrived. Why isn't there anything? Yakai guessed. Han Ning was also very puzzled as he carefully observed the Buddha statue in front of him. Han Ning, look at it. Is there a piece of paper stuck to it? Zhou Zhan's observational ability was indeed the strongest. No one noticed the A4 paper stuck to the back of the Buddha statue's head. Only he saw it. That's the one. Take it off. After spending some effort to take down the piece of paper, they found out that it was indeed K's hint. The next step was to split the team and continue the game in 3 directions. Han Ning frowned. How did the other party know that they were split into 3 groups? Ong and I will go to this bomb shelter. That place is somewhat remote. It'll be difficult for you to find it. After looking at 3 places, Yakai chose the furthest and most remote place. Then Zhou Zhan and I will go to this Muay Thai boxing club. We should be able to find it. After saying this, Guan Feng looked at Han Ning and waited for his permission. Then that's it. I'll go to the 4-faced Buddha temple. Everyone must be careful. I keep feeling that something is wrong. K will definitely not play games with us obediently. After Han Ning finished speaking, the group parted again. On the way to the agreed-upon location, the more he thought about it, the more Han Ning felt that something was wrong. After turning the car around, Han Ning went straight to the bamboo bar. Han Ning realized that this so-called game was nothing more than a trap set by K. Even if all 3 games were won, it was very likely that no one would be saved. Zhou Zhan, Yakai, where are you guys? We're at the entrance of the Muay Thai boxing club. What happened to Han Ning? We're still a short distance away. The news of the other 2 teams came through the earpiece. Han Ning heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally caught up and hurriedly said, "Don't go. The game is K's trap. I don't know what's waiting for you inside, but it's definitely not a good thing. All of you should come to the bamboo bar right now. I'm rushing over. After informing the others, Han Ning arrived at the street where the bamboo bar was located. All the other bars nearby were normal, except for this one. Compared to usual, besides being cold and cheerless, it seemed a little bleak. After staring at the door of the bar for a while on the opposite street, he decided to go in and take a look. He had to take a look at the tiger's den. After all, it was hard to say what was going on inside. Han Ning pushed open the door. The bamboo bar was indeed very cold and empty despite it being 5 o'clock. In the past, it would be lively at this time, but today, there were no guests at all. Only a long-haired woman in a red dress was sitting at the bar. And was sitting in a chair in the corner, and the bartender was shivering beside her. Behind the two of them stood a burly man with a gun in his hand. Taking in the situation in the room, Han Ning was about to make his next move when he felt a hard pillar-like thing touch the back of his head. He knew what it was. To show that he was harmless, he raised his hands to the left and right of his head. The man behind him searched his body and confirmed that he indeed did not have any weapons on him. Then, the man pushed his gun towards Han Ning's shoulder forward and motioned him to move forward. He could see 8 armed bodyguards in the bar, but he wasn't sure if there were any others that were hidden. Moreover, the other party had a hostage. Han Ning realized that he really couldn't escape, so he could only listen to what the other party wanted to do. First, to Officer Han, come and sit. There's no need to be so formal. Leave. Officer Han is harmless now. The woman sensed Han Ning coming behind her and said softly. Chapter 38, The Last Game. The mouse is destined to get caught. When Han Ning heard the woman's words, he knew that she had no intention of doing anything to him. Therefore, he calmly pulled out the chair beside her and sat down. Can I have a glass of orange juice? I haven't had a sip of water after rushing around outside for the entire afternoon. I'm a little thirsty. Han Ning turned to look at the trembling bartender in the corner. The bartender looked at the armed men standing motionless. Without the woman's permission, he did not dare to move. After a while, the woman beside him chuckled and said, "Let him come over." The bartender came to the bar nervously, shivered, and prepared orange juice for Han Ning before being forced to go back to. And Officer Han is indeed not an ordinary person. You can still be so calm in such a situation. Should I say that you're too bold, or is your trump card making you fearless? The woman looked at Han Ning beside her with interest. I don't have any trump cards, but I have to admit that I'm bold. No one has ever said that I'm timid since I was young. Han Ning answered casually. From his expression, no one could guess that the two of them were on opposing sides. If one observed carefully, they would still be able to tell that he was on guard. The muscles in his entire body were secretly tensed, ready to fight at any moment. By the way, how should I address you? Kaching isn't your name, right? Should I call you K? Just call me K. As for my name, you'll know it if you win. Kay, who was dressed in a red dress, suddenly smiled, as if she felt that Han Ning was very interesting. Alright, then let's delay our self-introduction a little. Han Ning shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. He turned around and carefully looked at Kay beside him. This face was indeed very similar to Kuching's. If the two of them were completely unrelated and had never had plastic surgery, he could only sigh at the wonder of the world. Am I beautiful? Officer Han, are you falling in love with me at first sight? Why are you staring at me like that? Kay realized that Han Ning was staring at her face and couldn't help but tease him. If her identity hadn't been exposed and this handsome young man opposite her wasn't a police officer, she wouldn't mind starting a relationship with him. Very beautiful. I don't think it's love at first sight. I just think that this world is really magical. You and Kuching look almost identical, but your temperament is indeed completely different. Han Ning touched his chin and analyzed seriously. One look and you can tell that Kuching is a very obedient girl. She grew up obediently and lived her life. Her beauty is gentle, but you, Han Ning paused and sized up K. The woman was also interested and generously displayed her body curves in front of the man. Your beauty is extremely invasive, like a red spider lily that grows on the shore of the Three Roads River. It's flirtatious and full of evil. It makes one unable to take their eyes off you. Han Ning's explanation made Kay laugh non-stop. She had never thought that she would be judged like this. Let's get back to the topic at hand. Why did you lure me here alone? It can't be just to hear me praise you, right? After the two of them chatted for a while, Han Ning switched topics to talk about something more relevant. Of course not. Your praise was an unexpected gain from today. To be honest, I didn't even know if you were going to show up. In any case, you'll realize that you've been tricked after completing the 3 games. If that did happen, then you won't have the chance to speak to me like now. Since you can come, it means that my prediction of you is still very accurate. Your intelligence is still much better than your trash subordinates. Han Ning didn't refute Kay's praise, nor did he interrupt her. He just listened quietly. I've thought about it. I decided that if you can come to the bamboo bar, I'll give you another chance. Before noon tomorrow, you still have one last chance to save those 3 fat pigs. If you didn't show up today, then I would have left them to fend for themselves. Anyway, if you did end up playing the games, you might have even died. When Kay said the last sentence, she looked into Han Ning's eyes. When their eyes met, Han Ning saw seriousness in the other party's eyes and knew that his judgment was right. This woman was indeed ruthless. If he had been a step late, Zhou Zhan and Guan Feng would have been injured or killed in the Muay Thai boxing club. Then what do you want to do with this last game? What happened in the past was not important. Han Ning only wanted to know what Kay wanted him to do next. With the current situation, Han Ning had no chance to resist and could only move forward according to her request. According to the 3 games today, I want you to deduce the location of the 3 pigs. If you can save them before noon tomorrow, it will be your victory. If not, I win. Han Ning knew that if he lost, those 3 tycoons would die, and even the members of the special investigation team could get killed. Alright, Officer Han, I really enjoyed our conversation today. But that's all for now. Your subordinates will be coming over soon. Kay finished the wine in his cup and stood up to leave. Tie up Officer Han and the 2 over there. We're leaving. Han Ning didn't resist and was obediently tied up. He watched Kay leave the bamboo bar from the back door. Officer Han, I look forward to our next meeting. Han Ning watched the woman leave and only smiled without saying anything else. After everyone left the bar, Han Ning's expression was extremely ugly. And tried to talk to him with a serious expression a few times but failed. The last time they met, Han Ning was still a sunny boy. However, this time, Han Ning had become a young police officer who was facing terrorists. This made her somewhat at a loss. Not long after Kay left, Zhou Zhan and Guan Feng arrived. After that, Ye Qianong also arrived. Han Ning didn't want too many ordinary people to be involved in the case too much, so he brought them back to the police station. In the police station, the special investigation team held an emergency meeting again. Han Ning repeated the conversation between him and Kay to everyone. According to the game and the day, they had deduced the hiding place of the 3 tycoons. No one had any clues and they did not have much time left. Han Ning, who had not slept for the entire night, was thinking about the relationship between the game and the location. It was not until late at night that everyone fell asleep. Han Ning stared at the whiteboard in front of him that was filled with connections and gradually fell asleep. After dawn, the first person to wake up was Ye Kai. Looking at the sleeping members, he couldn't help but sigh. This case was the most troublesome one he had encountered since he was a police officer. Seeing that time was flowing away bit by bit, everyone was still unable to solve Kay's riddle. This was until Han Ning had a flash of inspiration and deduced the answer. Those 3 tycoons are trapped on this uninhabited island by the sea. Han Ning pointed at a small island on the map that was very close to the coast. With only 2 hours left, Han Ning and the others began to move. When he rescued them, he realized that besides being locked up, the 3 tycoons had not suffered any substantial injuries. Han Ning became vigilant. It was unlike Kay to let them save someone so easily. Oh no, this is Kay's plan to lure the tiger out of the mountain. When we were saving them, she was already on her way to escape. On the way back to the police station, Han Ning suddenly thought of something and shouted anxiously, "Quick, besides the 3 cars that have to return to the police station, everyone else, follow me to the airport immediately." Seeing Han Ning's anxious expression, the others knew the seriousness of the matter. If Kay got away just like that, it would be impossible to catch her again. Along the way, sirens sounded as the police cars rushed towards the airport with the members of the special investigation team. On the way, they encountered Kay's subordinates who were ambushing them, but Han Ning ignored them. His mission was to capture Kay and bring her back. The others were left behind to fight. Han Ning continued to pursue with Yakai and finally successfully blocked K on the flight that was about to take off. It seems that it was unnecessary to say goodbye yesterday. Look, we meet again so soon. Han Ning panted heavily and said to K with a smile. Chapter 39, Interrogation, System Explosion. On the plane that was about to take off, Han Ning successfully captured K.A.S. for the subordinates who were intercepted on the way. The police had won this gunfight at the cost of the lives of 3 police officers. The enemies were all killed. Zhou Zhan's arm was injured by the bullet, while Guan Feng's skin was slightly injured. In the interrogation room, Han Ning and Yafei were interrogating together. You should be able to tell us your name now, right, K? Han Ning, the main interrogator, spoke first. Since Officer Han wants to know so badly, then I suppose there's no harm in telling you. After all, we agreed on this. Even though she was escaping, the woman in the red dress still smiled beautifully. Kuching. Han Ning was slightly stunned. She didn't expect K to really be called Kuching. You and that psychiatrist were completely unrelated. We just look alike. Kuching knew what Han Ning was curious about. Without waiting for him to ask, she started talking. When I discovered her, I was also shocked. After all, Kuching looked too similar to me. Even our names were the same. Then, I investigated everything about her and realized that she really had nothing to do with me. Just because of these coincidences, you used her identity to live in Thailand for so long? Ying asked. That's right. I used her identity to live in Thailand. Her identity is still very useful. Under normal circumstances, there won't be any trouble. At this moment, Kuching was rather relaxed. His confident attitude made Han Ning very puzzled. What's your reason for creating Pius? Han Ning stared straight into the other party's eyes and asked, You should know that Pius is a money-making organization. Isn't the reason why I established this organization obvious? Kuching asked in confusion. No, this isn't your real reason. The real reason has to do with the person behind you. What was his motive for making money? Han Ning retorted. Ke Qing's pupils constricted before she instantly recovered. I created Pius myself. The person you're talking about doesn't exist. That's not right. You know very well what the word pious means. So don't try to lie to me and tell me it's about faith. You know, I'm not that gullible. Han Ning was prepared for her explanation. Yakai could no longer keep up with their conversation. He could not say anything and could only sit and wait. Officer Han, it's best not to get to the bottom of things. I quite like you and don't want you to die young. I was the one who created Pius, so stop being curious. Kuching's words were very sincere. For a moment, Han Ning did not know how to continue his interrogation. At this moment, the system suddenly appeared. You have interrogated a highly intelligent special criminal. Attributes obtained: IQ +1, Criminal Minds *3, Profiling *6, Logical Deduction *6. You have interrogated a highly intelligent special criminal. Attributes obtained: Interrogation *5, Case Analysis *5, Investigation *9. You have interrogated a highly intelligent special criminal. Attributes obtained: Vision Transfer X8, Drawing X6, Magic Trick X8. Your deduction attributes +5. Investigative attributes +3, technical attributes +4. The rewards came suddenly. Because he was quite close, the system prompt sounded in his mind right after Han Ning saw balls of light appear, but the surprise was far from over. You interrogated a highly intelligent special criminal. The other party has dropped a special attribute skill. Your technical attributes have been increased. Han Ning temporarily stopped the interrogation and opened his special attribute skill of firearm proficiency. Han Ning was excited. Last time, he had obtained the Cold Weapons Encyclopedia. This time, he had obtained the firearm proficiency during the interrogation. If he learned another combat proficiency in combat, his strength would simply be maxed out. After exiting the system, Han Ning continued the interrogation. After being silent for a long time, Kuching's expression did not change at all. From beginning to end, she was so calm, as if she did not care about the legal outcome. What does Pius want so much money for? As Han Ning spoke, he brought the conversation back. He firmly believed that Kuching was definitely hiding something. To enjoy life, of course. Money is used to enjoy all kinds of luxuries in life. I look up to those hypocritical social elites. Enough, you are really bad at lying. I don't know why you're so afraid of talking about the person behind you, but please stop using such a crude lie to brush me off. Han Ning's expression was serious as he exposed her lies again and again. Hi, Han Ning, why are you so stubborn? I already said that the investigation on Pius will end with me. After saying this, Kuching looked straight into Han Ning's eyes and did not intend to make things easy for him. The atmosphere in the interrogation room was frozen. Kuching hoped that Han Ning's investigation would end with her, but Han Ning insisted on getting to the bottom of it. The others in the monitoring room followed Han Ning's interrogation. No one noticed On's expression. There's a stronger organization behind Pius? Or perhaps there's a mysterious figure with a deep background? Han Ning guessed as he stared at her expression, trying to figure out the truth based on Kuching's micro-expressions. You don't want me to continue investigating because the figure behind you is so powerful that it's omnipresent. Do they have something they can use against you? You're worried that people other than yourself will be implicated. Enough. They don't have anything on me. From the moment my identity was exposed, my fate was decided. From the moment I was captured by you, I was already a dead woman. Han Ning was shocked. Although it didn't sound like a proper answer, it had actually revealed a lot of information to him. At least he was certain that the power behind Pius was so great that they even had hidden forces in the police. The shocked Han Ning muttered, "Butterfly." Yakai, who was beside him, did not hear it clearly. On the contrary, Kuching, who was opposite him, instantly became excited. Not butterfly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kuching regretted them and was even more shocked. Why did Han Ning know about the butterfly organization? In the monitoring room, Ong's expression darkened. The word butterfly affected not only the two inside, but also him. No one noticed that Ong had already secretly left the monitoring room. Han Ning was shocked when she heard the word butterfly coming out of Kuching's mouth. He didn't expect that he would be right. Silence fell in the interrogation room. After a long time, Kuching spoke up. Han Ning, stop asking. I won't say anything. I'm telling the truth when I say that I like you. You're still young and have a lot of time ahead of you. Drop it and endure it. After Kuching finished speaking, she turned to Yakai. I want to apply to end this interrogation. I'll admit to all of Pius's crimes. You guys don't have to interrogate me anymore. Just pack up your statements and bring them to me to sign. Before Yakai could figure out what was going on between her and Han Ning, Kuching had already confessed. Since the prisoner had already confessed, there was no need for them to continue interrogating her. Yakai respected Kuching's wishes and ended the interrogation. On the way to transfer Kuching to the prison, Kuching looked at the long corridor under the sunlight and felt that it was no different from a path to hell that led to the other side. Bang! A sudden gunshot shattered the silence on the road. Han Ning watched helplessly as Kuching fell on the ground in front of him. Red blood gradually seeped out of her chest, looking extremely like a red spider lily blooming on the shore of the Three Roads River. He looked at the woman lying on the ground, whose eyes were gradually losing their vitality, before finally regained his senses. Turning his head to search for the direction of the gunshot, he saw a figure in a black baseball cap fleeing in the opposite corridor. Chapter 40, Undercover. The butterfly appears again. When Han Ning saw the fleeing figure, he was the first to react and ran after the other party. The other members behind him were flustered and did not know what to do when they saw the sudden death of Kuching. Han Ning stared fixedly at the figure that was fleeing at full speed. If he continued to chase like this, it was very likely that he would lose the other party. After chasing out of the police station, he looked around and decided to change his route before continuing chasing. As he recalled the back view he had seen just now, he inexplicably felt that it was very familiar, like someone who had been by his side recently. Han Ning followed the roof of the house around the police station. Not long after he ran and jumped, he saw a man rushing through the crowd. After increasing his speed and calculating the distance, he jumped down from the roof. There was a slight deviation in his landing spot, and he landed behind the other party. Han Ning reacted quickly. He stretched out his hand and pulled the man's shoulder before pushing him to the ground heavily. Because of the inertia, the man in the cap was unexpectedly pushed onto the ground. Ong. Han Ning saw the face of the other party clearly. It was actually On. Shock was written all over his face. He had never expected it to be this young police officer from Thailand. Ong, who had fallen to the ground, no longer had a smile on his face. Instead, he looked cold and ruthless. How could it be you? Why did you kill Kuching? Did you have a grudge against her? After asking 3 questions, Han Ning still did not get a single response. Ong seized the opportunity to jump up from the ground, aiming at Han Ning's stomach. While Han Ning was still in shock and could not react, Ong used his elbow to firmly push Han Ning back. During the gap, he quickly ran towards the crowd. Han Ning endured the discomfort in his abdomen and stood up to continue chasing. When Han Ning descended from the sky just now, the people on the street consciously avoided him, afraid that they would be swept into trouble. Han Ning began his pursuit again. With his powerful body, Han Ning caught up to Ong again. Qin Zhu threw him to the ground again. Answer me. Ong, who was pinned to the ground by Han Ning, was unable to move. As he struggled, his clothes were torn apart, and an extremely abstract butterfly tattoo was exposed near his chest. Han Ning was thunderstruck, knowing that he had been exposed. Ong stopped hiding and quickly counterattacked Han Ning, wanting to kill him with his gun. Sensing the extreme danger, Han Ning took the gun from his hand. The two of them fought. Ong knew that he was no match for him after losing his gun. Taking advantage of the chaos, he punched Han Ning in the stomach again and fled without looking back. This time, Han Ning failed to find any traces of Ong in the crowd and could only give up. Only after seeing the other party's tattoo did Han Ning finally understand. However, why did Ong expose himself when he was so well hidden? It must be because Kuching had said the word butterfly in the interrogation room just now. It seemed that Ong directly belonged to the butterfly organization, while Kuching, or rather, Pius, was only a subsidiary to the butterfly organization. Pius was supervised by Butterfly Dai in his previous life. Han Ning had died because of the butterfly organization. In this life, the butterfly organization had appeared early on in his life. He did not know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. When Han Ning returned to the police station, Kuching's corpse had already been sent away. Everyone in the special investigation team was sitting in the office with their heads down. Han Ning, did you catch him? Who was the one who shot him? How dare he be so arrogant? Everyone saw that Han Ning had returned. His clothes were in a mess, and there were some bruises on his face. They knew that a battle must have happened just now. Han Ning looked at everyone and remained silent. He took out the gun on his belt and placed it on the table. When everyone's attention was on the gun, Yakai asked curiously, by the way, did anyone see Ong? I feel like I haven't seen him in a while. It was only when Yakai brought this up that everyone recalled that Ong had disappeared at some point and had yet to appear. I don't know. He seemed to have disappeared during the interrogation. Zhang Ji recalled for a while before saying uncertainly, the person who fired just now was Ong. After I chased after him, because he was too familiar with the surrounding terrain, he still escaped in the end. I only managed to take back this gun. After Han Ning finished speaking, everyone had the same incredulous expression. How could it be Ong? Impossible. Ong has been in the police station for 5 years. I taught him personally. Yakai felt that it was unbelievable. Although the usual Ong seemed to be fawning over him, he knew that the other party was just grateful to him. Han Ning, are you sure it was Ong? Zhou Zhan was slightly surprised. He had a good impression of that black-skinned brat. Han Ning didn't say anything but nodded. He was focused on thinking about the butterfly organization and had no time to care about anything else. Everyone was puzzled as to why Ong had shot Kuching. Now that Kuching was dead and Ong had escaped, they didn't know how to get their questions answered. Although Kuching was a criminal, she had been killed by a police officer before she was even put on trial. The impact of this incident was still rather negative, especially after Ong's actions. In a fit of anger, Kuan-ta had ordered for the arrest of Ong in Thailand. Ke Ching's death ended the investigation of Pius. With Yue's help, the remaining people in the organization were quickly captured and brought to justice. As for the cleaners, killers, and other related personnel, many of them had escaped. However, this case had also come to fruition and had come to an end. When the case ended, Lee Chuanzai was brought back to Korea for trial by Division Chief Park.as for Yue Euro under Jiang Qing's repeated requests. She was ultimately not sent away and was left in Hong Kong to serve her sentence. Han Ning's international pursuit mission in Thailand had also ended. Before returning to the port, he had mysteriously gone to Kuching's tomb. He did not say or do anything. He only stood there in a daze for a long time before leaving. Han Ning did not return to the bamboo bar again. Although he did not look like a good person, he knew that the other party was indeed an ordinary female owner of a bar. Ong's escape had let Han Ning know that he had already been marked by the butterfly organization. He had to be careful with his next actions. After bidding Ikai farewell, Han Ning returned to Hong Kong with the 3 injured men who had yet to recover. After reporting back to Hong Kong, Han Ning gave Guan Feng and Zhou Zhan a day off. Zhang Ji did not go to the front lines much, so he did not rest and helped Jiang Qing organize the information for this case. Han Ning fell into a deeper dilemma and wondered what he should do about the butterfly organization in the days to coming.